Rain. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel your eyes. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died
Hello everyone and welcome to the last day of week 4 of the LEC Spring Split. And now that we're more than halfway through the regular season, I thought it was time for a quick playoffs check-in. Now remember, it's single round robin, best of 3s for everyone. The top 6 teams will qualify through to the playoffs, and usually winning about half of your series actually gets you all the way through. If we do have ties for 6th place, we will be playing tiebreakers for them, but every other tie, unlikely to see a tiebreaker played for it. So at the top of the table, we have teams like Carmine Corp, Fnatic, G2. They're all doing well. They're most likely going to get through, although maybe some worries for G2 after the performances yesterday. At the bottom of the table, however, I'm looking at a few teams. We've got SK, Vitality, Giant X, Rogue all struggling. SK especially have only 5 series left. Today, of course, they're playing up against Rogue, so that's a must-win for them, really. And then they have Heretics, MKOI, G2, and Vitality. Of those 5 series, they really want to pick up 3 if they can, but at least 2, and that's most likely going to be the Heretics and the Rogue series. For BDS, they only have 3 series left, and they are struggling. They're on this side of the board because they're at 3-3 after 6 series, but they only have 3 series left themselves: Vitality, Fnatic, and Giant X. Now, I wrote some of this script before BDS played up against G2, and now that they won yesterday, they're struggling a little bit less. So let's just forget that I said they're struggling, because they're not actually struggling as much anymore. Anyway, if Rogue lose today, they'd have to beat Carmine Corp and MKOI and then win a lot of tiebreakers, and they even need quite a lot of luck in those tiebreakers for them to happen, because other teams would have to lose against teams they're expected to win against. So for Rogue, it is a long road home. But on a lighter note, not all of this doom and gloom of who's not going to make it into playoffs, Gulborg took some time to play some dodgeball with SK, but blind. Woo!
And it's time for another episode of GB Sports. Now, at first stand, Europe struggled a bit against a specific Nocturne. I won't name any names. So this time around, I'm going to train our players. They're going to be playing Mundo Dodgeball, but they are completely Nocturne altered. Also, they have 0 cooldowns. So let's get right into it. Rika, are you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
Loopy, are you ready?
Let's start.
All right, 3, 2, 1, start.
Okay. I have a hidden technique for this already.
Yeah, what's your hitting technique?
I will let him burn his HP bar.
But if he hits you, you're doomed. Now, I will say to our viewers at home, they're allowed to use their summoner spells once. So they can use Ghost once, and they can use Flash once.
Ooh! Wait, I'm hitting you, no?
You are hitting. There's a lot of sound cues going through.
Oh no. Oh, he's machine gun. He's machine gunning me.
I can't say if they're getting lower, but they're definitely getting lower.
Oh my god.
What's this been Paprika? He's desperate.
Oh, I hit.
Oh! And that's it. Rika is your first winner. And we are straight on to our second round. This time around, it is Genax versus Kadui. Kadui, are you ready?
Yeah.
Genax?
Yes.
Well, 3, 2, 1, start. This big smile. You look a bit nervous, Kadui.
What?
Genax is so focused. He can't even speak. What? That was so quick!
I didn't know I was
left? 400, 450. Wait, I didn't even realize he was this low already.
Like, I was low after 2 seconds later.
I think the first 3 I just destroyed, you know?
Yes.
I guess Genax just has heat-seeking missiles, so we're sending him straight to the finals against Rika.
That's already it?
Well, you lost that quick. I did not expect... I have playtested this game. I've not seen anyone lose that quickly before.
I don't know what. What the
And there we have it. Once again, we had a GB Sports Finals. This time around, it's a battle of the tri-code names. GNX versus RKR. RKR, are you ready?
I'm ready, yo.
JNX, are you ready?
JNX is ready.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, let's get right into it. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Yo, that's
joining me, but they're heat-seeking.
Okay. Oh my god. Yo, bros.
Why are you not queuing? Oh, are you queuing? I don't see it.
I am not queuing. I'm just waiting for you to burn your HP bar, but it's not working so well.
Rika, it only works if you dodge them.
Bro, he is actually aim hacking. That was not good. Yo, this is full random, by the way.
Whoa! Remember, you can use your summoner spell as well.
How tanky are we, by the way?
He's not gonna hit more. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Come on, keep them coming.
Rico, I'm not going to cheat, but he's not low at all.
Okay.
No, but he had actually, I had no chance. How much HP did you have?
I have 500. I got really low from using them actually.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
There was one point where I hit like 5 in a row. I thought
I got machine gun.
Yeah, well, Jenna is clearly the best Mundo player. Probably also the guy who's probably playing the most Mundo on the roster. I'm gonna say
Maybe.
Sure, maybe. Sure. Well, there you have it. Genax is victorious, and let's see if they can convert that into a win on the Rift. That does it for this episode of GB Sports, and we'll see you next time.
Always fun to have GB Sports, and we're going to continue talking about SK in our third episode of the SK podcast. This is Monday. I have my favorite pundit with me, Carney, joining me again, and esports fossil Johnny is with us today. Actually, that's not mine. That's what your lower third is going to say. I think you wanted to introduce yourself like this. Prime League host, German fossil in the scene. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Fossil, yeah, really flattering. Thank you so much. I think this I owe this one to Bart. I know you, thank you. But such a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking about SK for like a lot of time now, and still like I love the success that they've been finding. I love the new essence that they found with the team. But I wanted to know, as German representative, following the German team for years now, how do you evaluate SK's success and excitement so far around the team?
I think, honestly, it was a bit surprising after our last split, also because they have the handicap of having Kani jinxing every single game.
Wait, you're a jinx as well?
It's mind-blowing. He's like on faker level of jinxing. Like,
I told you not to talk about that on broadcast.
Really? Oh, sorry for that. I kind of missed that one.
That's why you want to keep on getting invited.
Yeah, but honestly, I think this was like one of the last chances. I think if you look at the career of LEC players, they normally don't get that many shots. So I think this was a do-or-die situation for a lot of them. And so honestly, I think the whole German community is really proud, and me especially.
And something we've been talking about a lot is Genax, Riker, Kedui being reunited. There's a lot of history behind these players over the years, together, separate, together again, and I feel like they found a new strength within SK being reunited this time.
Yeah, it's actually, I've seen it before the show. You showed me the Mannschaftsrückblick. It's actually crazy for how long they've been together. Even I kind of forgot about it. I myself played them in 2018-19
Wait, so when was it?
when SK played in Prime Division 2. They even played together. It was Kidui and Genax, and they stuck together with some pauses, but they played for such a long time together. And I think that's like a huge essence of the new spark we have in SK.
I think about Riker mostly, Johnny, because we were promised a really strong player, and I feel like it took him a bit of time to develop here. And I have a feeling that being reunited with his former teammates really helped him so far.
I believe so as well. I think he's in general a player, if you ask in the scene, he performs in scrims. Like, he can play like that. He's a solo queue hero. He's definitely up to the level you need for the ADC, but he couldn't really deliver it on stage. So I was worried as well, because I actually sold him like the big German hope, the next power of evil, if you would want to. And so I'm really happy to see that he performs a lot better, and I think it's due to that point that he now has teammates he can trust on, he can rely on, and that just give him the feeling that he can go for the plays, because that's what he is. He is a clutch player who can go for all these crazy plays. So I really enjoy seeing him in this new environment.
It feels like a confidence thing.
Definitely.
When I see him playing here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I personally, I don't really know what like pulled the switch, but he's looking for more proactive plays all over the map. Just things work out. We are trying to be proactive again as an individual, as a team, and for some reason it works.
It's been working. I hope it's going to keep on working for you guys in the hopes of making playoffs. But actually, we have Genie standing by with Kedui and RKR in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame checking. Let's call him that from now on.
Thank you, Laure. Hi, everyone. I'm joined with Kidui and Rika from SK ahead of your game against Rogue. Are you looking forward to it, Rika?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited because it is kind of important for us to take this win against the lower team, I would say.
You know, don't have to sugarcoat it. It's fine. I mean, let's talk about the game that you guys had against GX. It was a pretty intense one, even though you guys closed it out at some point. A lot of people thought maybe, oh, it's going to go to the third game, but you guys stayed on track. So would you maybe be able to give us a bit of an insight in terms of what has the process looked like from then until now to be able to show up as the best SK?
I mean, we also had the game against Casey before that, so we kind of had we kind of got shown how it is to play against a really good team and what they are doing really good, and then we kind of got shown how it is to play against a bad team and what we still do wrong in terms of how to finish games against bad teams. So now we kind of know how to approach different level of teams. So against Rogue, it's probably better that we just improve what we did wrong against Giants. And for us, it's like a really big point that we stay proactive in the game and we kind of want to snowball ourselves, which we probably can do against Rogue. So that was what we worked on for today's match.
All right, I'm looking forward to that. Riker, when it comes to your position specifically in that mid lane, what is your approach going to be? Because we have seen you grow a lot as a player here in the LEC. What has been your main focus points for improving?
You mean for improving in general or in this matchup specifically?
In general.
I would say, in general, I feel like I was just not, I mean, even so far, not able to show exactly the caliber of player that I can be. And it might be due to the team not seeing the game in the same way or the atmosphere not being great or not being able to criticize internally.
Okay.
Yeah, so I believe that this environment right now where we can talk quite openly to each other about being frustrated or what is going on in your mind is helpful for me to keep my mind in the game instead of not even playing to my full potential, I would say.
That's really interesting, and it speaks a lot of the dynamic behind the scenes and the improvements, I guess, and as well that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. We have on the other side of this interview Laura, and she's sitting with Johnny and Carney. So if there's anything you want to say to them, what would that be?
I mean, the Carney, for example, had the pleasure to cast a lot of really great games from us already, which is different to Winter Split SK, where he kind of was traumatized by our gameplay. So I can tell him that this game today will be very fun to watch again, and it will also be very nice for him to celebrate another 2-0 victory.
Oh, okay. I love the prediction thrown in there as well. We're going to be heading over back to you, Laura, so take it away. Well, we're not going to go back to me. We're going to go back to Carney. Do you have anything to say? Do you have any words of encouragement for SK or answering to Gerui?
Kann ich das schon auf Deutsch machen?
I can translate.
All right.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ich meine, schau ihn dir an, diese kleinen süßen Bäckchen, wie er da sitzt. Ich sag nicht mal wer, das sind alle beide, die sind so süß und diese Schenkelchen, man will da einfach reinbeißen und dann, da reden wir noch gar nicht über Ingame, das ist einfach so, wie die sind und persönlich und dann in der Kluft macht es noch viel mehr Spaß. Mein Gott, du hättest es im Winter sehen sollen. Ich war halb depressiv, wenn ich denen zuschauen musste. Die haben ja nur getrollt und geintet. Ich bin mir teilweise verarscht vorgekommen, so wofür werde ich eigentlich bezahlt? Aber jetzt machen sie endlich das, wofür die bezahlt werden. Und es macht so viel Spaß und jetzt können wir vielleicht sogar Playoffs schaffen. Und vielleicht schaffen wir es wirklich. Wir sind nicht mehr einfach so komplett kacke, wir sind kein Meme mehr. Und mich freut es natürlich für die Jungs, dass sie das auch gemeinsam schaffen. Ja.
Yeah, no problem.
I got the passion. What else?
Honestly, I love my job. Everything here is great, and I just enjoy jinxing my team every game.
I feel like I'm being lied to here. But guys, dankeschön.
Bruder.
Thank you so much for coming here. Let's get into the player walkouts. We have SK and Rogue in the first series of the day.
And here we are. Wow, a lot was said in German, very poorly summarized, which I love. It reminds me of when eBay went on that incredible rant and then Steam just like summarized it in a completely different way because he just didn't, it was too long. Yeah, you know, that's the thing you gotta understand if you're having translate. You gotta keep it short and
straight to the point. You know what I mean?
To the point.
Yeah, it's all about here.
100%.
And let's cut straight to the point.
That's right.
Because there's a lot of
Ghost, that's Vedius, and there's a lot on the line.
There certainly is. Rogue find themselves with a scoreline of 1-5. With only 3 games left of the regular season, this is a must-needed victory for Rogue. And while if they do lose today, they will not be eliminated from playoff contention, a lot of their agency will be taken away from.
Yeah, and it really feels like a win out is a tall task because again, this is the easiest matchup they have. Then we don't see them for a week. Following that, they return to play KC and then MCoy. This is a brutal way to end the season. Rogue's schedule was very front-loaded, played a lot of games in those first few weeks, and they weren't great weeks. And that puts them now in a pretty dire situation at a point in the season that feels very early to us, because it is, but for Rogue, in the context of only 3 games late, they're actually pretty far along.
And you might be wondering, well, SK, they're only 2 wins and 2 losses, so they're not that far away from Rogue, and you'd be right, but as Dracos was just talking about, it's the number of games that they've actually played so far.
2 less series.
Yes, they played 2 whole less series, so there's way more opportunities for SK, which is why if they got a win here, they'd be tied in wins with Heretics and BDS and G2. So they'd be in a very comfortable spot, especially when you think about expectations coming into the league. SK was a team that we expected to be at the bottom of the standings. So the fact that they find themselves in this position, and if they get this win against Rogue, the rest of the season is looking pretty bright.
And they still have some tough tasks, some hard matchups ahead of them, but if they can win this one, win the games against Vitality, they're in an excellent position to make playoffs. And right now, getting to that top 6 threshold is really all that matters for any of these teams. But here we are in draft. None of the bands too surprising quite yet. Aurora gonna hit the bench a little bit early. Obviously something that Adam has had unique build options for and has prioritized a lot alongside an Azir and a Jace.
I mean, Azir makes a huge amount of sense, especially with Talia taken off the table. Larson with a bit of his Nako impression as he thinks about, alongside Rogue, what they want to prioritize. SK with Varus taken away. I'm curious as to what the priority is going to be. Will it be something like the Skarner? Will it be a jungler? Or will it instead be one of the safer AD carry options like a potential Ezreal? They could go for something like Corki. We've been seeing a lot from it from Kedui. Of course, the standard Rumble, always a very safe blind pick on the top side.
And one of the counter picks that has shown its face a few times has been the Varus top. And while it's a niche pick, it's one that this time around is banned away, which makes it even easier to first pick that option. The question is, do Rogue immediately want to respond with top lane? I imagine the jungle...
Anivia, that's what we saw yesterday.
Anivia, also pretty good.
I don't know if Adam plays Anivia.
Does anyone really play Anivia?
Nako, he was pretty good at it.
I mean, yeah, he was great at it, but does anyone call themselves an Anivia main? Do those people still exist?
Froggen.
Yeah.
Old school go.
True. So you can't take it away from Froggen.
The man, the myth, the legend. Kalista going to be locked in for Patrick, so this will be his first Kalista of the split. A lane-dominant AD carry that once Varus falls to the wayside naturally rises in priority. There aren't many AD carries that can respond. Things like Ashe and Draven are commonly seen, but you can choose to play a little bit safer. Things like the Ezreal, Corki as well as a champion that can look to fight during the laning phase. So SK shouldn't feel too strapped in terms of options. They have a lot of directions they could go.
And Kedui able to pick up the Ezreal, something that's been target banned against him specifically in a ton of matchups. Of course, giving over the Kalista does feel a little bit risky, but of course Rogue have not had the best track record, even in the games where they've been able to build early leads, have really struggled to close games out, and Kedui has looked incredibly confident on that Ezreal pick, signature option for a long time. Paired now alongside the Vi. Vi has not looked great in Europe. Yikes, sadly the poster child for that, but it's still, you know what it's going to give you in a very conventional option into the Xin. As long as she gets to level 6, pretty powerful pick.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that she's got great lockdown, and especially against a champion like Kalista, who's just dancing around everywhere. Having that lockdown CC is, of course, incredibly valuable. The question is, what will they follow it up with? Because, of course, with the Rumble ultimate being that backline sort of support, I would say, because once you lock that target down, the Rumble ultimate comes across and you're like, oh nice, big damage, they're stuck there. But you need that extra bit of follow-up. So things like Leona, Rel, naturally going to rise in priority, potentially Alistar as well as the Galio response to what I imagine is the Rumble on the top side of the map.
Yeah. And one of the things that we talk about frequently whenever we do see Galio locked in is that he wants other champions that are going to dive in with him to give him value out of that ultimate to allow them to set up that big AoE. Xin and Kalista, both good tools, right? Kalista's tossing somebody in. We'll assume it's a conventional support pick. Could still be the Galio, but very likely that is going into the hands of Adam on the top side of the map. But it does mean that we're going to need some sort of carry, perhaps some sort of control mage from Larson in the mid lane to really round out this damage profile.
So when we look at Rika's pool from this split, Yone, banned, Jace, banned, Hui, banned, Talia, banned, Azir, banned. He's played Ahri and Sylas as well, but Ahri, banned. His pool has been very pinched in this game. It does feel to me that Rogue's game plan is to try and take Rika off some comfort as the response Victor ban is going to come through directed towards Larson, and it looks like Rogue more than happy to lock in a conventional mid lane mage for Larson.
I mean, when in doubt, just put more circles on the Wombo combo, right? Galio, Xin, the Orianna, I mean, the Akali would be certainly a pretty aggressive option.
I mean, they could just lock in support here, unless they really want to make sure that Execute has a nice counter pick, which if they want to guarantee a strong bot lane 2v2 does make sense. I think Orianna is a completely fine, safe blind. Now Rika's pull is going to be tested because he's had a lot of bans directed towards him. Sylas is the only other champion that he's shown so far this split. You have to imagine that he's got more in the tank. Let's see what they prepared for us, as we're expecting something like a potential Rel, maybe a Leona to come through from the side of SK. Unless they want to go defensively, they could go for Brawn, but I don't really like it. I do prefer the follow-up engage that Aro provides.
Yeah, just generically, I think strong support option if you're going to have to blind pick something conventionally good. Doesn't have quite the same early game weakness that the Alistar does that you highlighted earlier on. We'll see how the lane phase looks, as now the Corki's locked in, presumably headed into the mid lane. So we've got double AD carry threats, or is it?
That's a great question.
I mean, I like Kadui Ezreal. I feel like this man has been target banned so much, please just let him play it. But little Ezreal mid, a little bit of spice. I'm always up for it. I'm up for it.
Do a quick bit of research, see if I can find
And the worst part about Fearless Game 1 is sometimes people stop cooking, and now the Rakan as well. And I gotta say, if Rogue can pilot this draft, if they can play with the level of aggression needed, this is a fantastic, fantastic composition. But it's one of those situations where I look back at their previous series and I start to get a bit hesitant, because sometimes when it's time to put your foot on the gas, Rogue have often lacked that initiative.
I would say one of the biggest points of criticism I would have for Rogue is that Malrang hasn't delivered on my expectations of him. When we think of Malrang as a player, he's a hyper-aggressive jungler that's all about looking for ganks in creative ways. He was the guy that would gank you at level 2 on Jarvan through a creative lane gank, or he would go over a wall and he would catch you by surprise. He was someone that when Rogue was at the peak of Europe and the LEC, he was a core component of that.
He had aura.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Every game, every lane, when you played and queued up against Malrang, you took a step back because you were like, no one should be here, but Malrang might be here.
Exactly, and I think this is something that I haven't really seen from him this split. On a champion like Xin Zhao, I think that fits that style perfectly. So I think that he is enabled to be that aggressor, to be the engage tool, and Rogue have a lot of tools to potentially follow up.
Yo, there are some incredible signs today. Shout out to everyone who can draw, and those of you who can't draw, and if wants the Berlin apartment. Bro, I've been there. I have been there.
My man is getting desperate.
Yeah, you're out of luck, my guy. That is a tough one. But who knows? Maybe if you cheer loud enough for Rogue or SK, they'll have a spot for you, whatever their facility. That's how you do it in esports. Find a job somewhere. Hope it comes with housing.
You're not wrong.
Works for pros.
30 seconds until
now SK, as we mentioned earlier, find themselves at 2-2 in the split. Their wins have been, well, I guess
it's
their
been a weird
season
mix.
has been weird.
It's been weird. They Goomba stomped Fnatic in the wildest upset since, of course, that series yesterday where BDS kind of stomped G2.
And then they themselves got stomped.
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking like, oh yeah, this is it. SK, they're finally like this great team after defeating Fnatic. What else can they achieve? And then they lost to KC. And they got slaughtered by KC. And then they went up against GX, and as you rightly said, they beat them. So SK is a team that definitely seems to, it's hard to get a great gauge on where they're at in the league, especially when so many different teams have played so many different number of games. As you mentioned, Rogue, very front-loaded in terms of the season schedule. But this is a super important series for them. We already talked a lot about it. Given that the top 6 qualifies for playoffs, for anyone that's followed our league for a while, we've typically had top 8 from a very condensed regular season into a top 8 playoffs. Now our spring works in single round robin, best of 3 format, and the top 6 at the end of the regular season will qualify to the playoffs, and then top 2 will go to MSI. So a lot on the line for these teams, because right now, as you mentioned earlier, their primary goal is to make it to the top 6. Make it to playoffs, because that is, I mean, what gives you that next opportunity to compete and qualify for internationals.
And for Rogue, this is a must-win. For SK, it's essentially, it feels like a must-win, but they have a little bit more agency, a little bit more time, because as mentioned, they've just played less series. You can see 6 series played so far by Rogue, 1-5, 4 by SK, 2-2. And again, if you're just joining us, brief pause. Issue was resolved. eyes on Malrang, what you call that, Benny. I think it's fair, especially when you're playing Xin into the Vi. If there was a time for him to bring back that sometimes insane level of aggression, I think this is definitely the game to do it. You also have a lot of strong laners to back you up in doing so.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how this bot lane 2 versus 2 goes, because typically when you pick Kalista, you're looking to get that pushing lane, and typically Rakan doesn't offer you a lot of lane power in the early levels. Loopy completely mitigates that early damage thanks to the Aftershock proc, which means it executes the one at a disadvantage, and it's SK's bot lane that, for now, is getting that very brief early push.
Always tricky. Loopy, of course, the damage will stick a little bit more in extended fights, as Rakan will soon get access to the Gleaming Quill, but a fast level 2 forces an early flash from Execute. Solid start to happen. Now the return. Execute stepping up. Still can't really find the angle, though. Bit awkward. Losing the flash on Rakan definitely sucks. Of course, has a lot of mobility innately in the kit, so shouldn't be hurt too much, but Rogue has to be careful here. It would really suck to pick the Kalista, to counter-pick support, and then lose control of the lane.
Very much agree. We'll see how things transpire, because the rest of the map is still pretty positive for Rogue. Adam, kind of the shining star of the roster throughout the split, is continuing to get push on the top side of the map. You know, on mid lane, Lawson taking a few rough trades. Remember that Rika's pool was very much pinched. He's bringing out the Corki, who's someone that can be a pretty effective laner. Against Orianna, with few levels under her belt in the early game, it can be difficult for her to trade. Often you give the advantage because of her Clockwork Wind-Up passive, where stacking autos. Fortunately, against an AD carry, that doesn't really mean that much.
Also just against Corki, right? If you're eating the Gatling gun, you're getting shredded, it's just never going to feel too good. Q missed, though, by Loopy, but a quick shift out. Kadui. Concede too much. I mean, it's a good call. I am curious when we get into like the mid game, right, what the range discrepancy looks like, because Ezreal and Corki both very free to poke.
Yep.
And if Execute or Malrang aren't immediately starting a fight, Rogue, it's going to be a struggle if it's everything's on vision, full on 5v5. It could be pretty tricky.
I mean, for anyone that watched the BDS G2 series yesterday, Malrang's got to channel that 1-1-3 energy. You know, I saw some of the comments behind that, which was hilarious. Just like, oh, want to watch me engage? Want to watch me do it again? Want to watch me do it again? Want to watch me do it again? And the man was on point with the engages that he was finding.
I love, because probably that same exact meme has been used against him multiple times.
True, exactly, yes.
But then he stops G2 and bam, we flip the script on his head.
Hey man, that's 1-1-3. But that type of energy is what we need to see from Malrang today. That level of aggression, when it comes to fights, he has to be confident, and his team has to be ready to follow up, because Rakan plus Sin plus the Orianna, you can see the components for the Wombo combo. You can see their ability to one-shot those AD carries, but they're going to have to execute upon it.
For now, though, Malrang spotted on vision, mitigating some of his ability to go top. You see Adam just kind of holding the wave, knowing that he's on the stronger side of the map. Bukata probably just going to focus on rushing that level 6, right? It's stock standard for the Vi as Reeker tries to get some push back here, and looks like won't mean too much. Larson going to be in time to catch it, but will have a TP advantage, I imagine, that he will just immediately use to return to lane, as supports are already battling. 80 carries left in their isolated 1v1. Not too much happening quite yet.
Ultimately, it's just been full clears from both junglers. A bit of farm being traded across the board. And you can see Rogue with an ever so slight lead, just because Adam has a bit of a CS advantage in top. The same can be said on the bot side of the map. So a very standard game for the first 5 minutes. The questions will now start to arise of, do you want to swap? Do you want to play for Drake? What is your first neutral objective that you want to play for? And as I say that, Malrang already setting his sights on the dragon.
Malrang has answers. Starting Drake, SK didn't really have control of bottom lane. Of course, it was just the 1v1 where Patrick was able to grab the push. Now SK pushing out in return, but I think by the time they're able to move up into the river, the moment will have already passed. And there's not really a counterplay on the top side, as Grubs aren't available yet.
Yeah, I guess the downside of having those jungle clears pretty much mimicked is that...
Dewey, good damage down on the Execute, but no real play to be had there.
But yeah, the downside is that...
If you want to try to talk, they'll just start trading.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. The downside is that if you're mirroring and you don't have push, then it's going to be difficult to contest. So in this situation, Malrang was able to find that first objective. But you'll notice on the minimap, Bukata setting his sights on the Grubs. He will be spotted out. Now comes the question of, are Rogue in time to be able to contest? I'm going to say no, because Malrang still has his bot camps that he needs to clear, so he's going to prioritize doing that.
Yep. Gen X immediately going to clear the wave, doesn't want to risk any threat of dive. are losing plates here.
And I like the fact that SK did swap their bot lane to top, because in the event that Maorang said, screw my bot lane camps, I want to come and fight this, at the very least SK's bottom lane will be there and ready to fight.
And this is one of SK's, I think, favorite plays, is usually using top lane or TP to reset to bottom lane. You can see Ezreal's already on the top side. Did look like Kadui lost a couple minions to the tower there, but without a replay, hard to be certain. So not too much lost in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, but also in theory, you got yourself out of the Kalista lane too, right?
True.
So you can now, as Ezreal, freely farm up against a Galio who really poses no threats. Rumble, of course, is at a potential risk of a dive, but thanks to the equalizer.
I mean, he used the equalizer on the last wave.
That's true. Here we go. Maorang setting up for the play.
Which, in hindsight, feels a little bit awkward. I think he was giving respect to the potential dive. But now he's very vulnerable. Maorang going to start things. Wind becoming lightning. Execute the one tanking tower, though. Is just going to get immediately pulled back. Quick first blood, but Maorang will manage to survive just barely. Ulti from the Ezreal not going to connect. Clean dive from Rogue. And yeah, Gen X, I think, a little over-eager on that initial use of the equalizer.
Just Rogue with a great mindset, and I love the execution on the play. No mistakes, able to cleanly dive onto Gen X. They also get his flash out, and they recognize that, hey, we're strong on the bot side of the map. We need to make this dive happen, and Adam respects the potential cross-map and dissuades as well. So gold is going to remain even for now, thanks to the advantage that Rika's been able to build up in the mid lane, but overall, nice start by Rogue.
Feels so good, too, for Patrick to get that extra influx of gold, Reaper, Bow, and the boots, too, especially when Kadui. Just the sheen, just a tier slowly stacking, and it's a little bit rough in the early game here for SK. It doesn't cost them too much. Might lose one creep here to the way, but it looks like Reaper is there just in time. RKR, excuse me, as we heard in the interview. I think that's a fair choice. It's going to take me a while, though, so apologies to SK and him.
Oh, I think Gen X is in trouble.
Rinse and repeat is the name of the game. The flash forward, they know that Rumble's got no flash. 3 talent strike, Wind becoming lightning, Gen X becoming dead.
Yep. And it's a nice repeat gang from Rogue. Keep attacking this bot side and try and funnel that gold into Patrick, who is the individual that's claimed both kills for Rogue. So this Kalista is off to a great start, building a nice gold lead, getting accelerated towards that Blade of the Ruin King. So I think Rogue playing towards their win condition nicely, and we're getting to see what we wanted to see from Maorang.
Ezreal ult incoming. Maorang flash backwards, follow-up is there. Maorang likely dead. Shockwave does manage to connect with Bukata, grabbing that one. Good response coming in from SK.
Quite a few flashes committed by SK, but they get a return kill, and they get themselves on the board. It will be handed over to the Vi, which I don't think is a bad target. And bear in mind that while Maorang has been super aggressive on the map, has been trying to funnel resources into Patrick, Bukata has been full clearing repeatedly. He has multiple camps ahead of his opponent, and thanks to getting that kill, he now has a 700 gold lead over Maorang.
Yeah, good call out. I didn't notice it when it was just a 20 camp lead. I see it now with the kill. That's gonna be rough in these first fights, especially because the first item, Sundered Sky, can just do so much work in those early fights to mitigate some of that upfront burst damage, to survive in the extended exchanges. See when Bukata is able to make something happen. Maorang now flashless, has been successful on those first 2 dives, but it does feel like some of the momentum from Rogue a bit stymied here. 47 seconds till the next spawn of Grubs. Almost exactly the same for the Drake, so we'll see if it's another handshake on trading objectives, or if both teams want to go to the same place, as both bot lanes are on the bottom side of the map. It makes me feel like Dragon going to be the name of the game.
What I would like to see SK do is start moving Rika into a side lane to play against this Galio. Look, early magic resistance you would expect in this matchup especially, so put a native carry up against him. You'll have much more side lane threat, and the Rumble, I mean, obviously Gen X has been struggling in the side lane, given that he has been the target focus, but something for SK to think about as they transition into this mid game. And as the second dragon spawns, TPs are available for both top laners. The Galio ulti is available, of course, as well. Kadui looking to make his presence known here in the river.
Stepping up, poking. Both supports still level 5. Now SK lost push on the bottom side of the map. They do have much better position, much better control over the Drake. Mid lane will only be at an even point now. However, that's the TP being committed. Rogue, this is their time to kick things off. Ball from Larson towards the top side of the river. Grouping as a 5-man here, and a little bit awkward from the side of SK. They do get the TP out, but despite their initial setup, aren't really able to hold the objective. Kadui sent it to the bottom side of the map to pick up that wave, but doesn't have a TP of his own, so won't be here to join if they do want to go for the Grubs.
They're going straight towards the Grubs, and Rogue is right behind them. Rogue still have their 5-stack. Kadui is bot lane. Don't know how they're going to contest this.
Larson isn't there, though. It is just a 4v4. Loopy level 5. Nice Ezreal. 1 grub stolen away at the very least. So that's 4 for SK. A nice threshold to hit. As it count towards the feet, but
no smites available right now.
Stay. Larson
Loopy
still
on the
not
flank.
way. They see Larson. They know now it's a 4v4. And they might want to kick things off. Bukata decent damage. Now looking to lock up Patrick, but the Galio responding in turn. The magic damage shield clutch, and they can't quite finish the job. The Callista too damn strong in the extended fight. Larson here, a little bit late, a little bit unnecessary. Wanted to show force just in case. In the meantime, Kadui going to be pushing bot.
Of course, those TP channel time is so long still this early into the game. Larson will concede the bot wave, but ultimately it is a good play for Rogue. They will stop any further grubs from going down. SK securing 1 means that they will get to that 4th one. But Rogue finding themselves another kill, and I like the way in which they execute it. You saw a great representation of how their comp works, both aggressive or defensive. The moment that the Vi dives in, you have all this potential peel from the Galio ultimate, from the Rakan, to just focus that single target down and zone the rest of SK away from following up in the fight.
Yeah, even with a good equalizer, the Galio ult just shielding so much of that damage onto a priority target, and while Patrick doesn't have cleanse, he's only going to get harder to kill as this game goes on. Execute level 6 has caught RKR out. Shockwave there as well. Charmed, dashing away. No flash. Bukata just has to watch his mid laner die. Bit of an extended play. Rogue managed to get the kill.
An easy pick for Rogue as they find another. Meanwhile, Adam is just freely hitting onto the tower into the bot lane. Rogue is also going to get pushed in the top lane. Execute, he should be fine here. He has the assistance of his team nearby. But Rogue continues to gain advantages on the map, finding pick after pick and putting pressure on these towers.
But CS is just being deleted on this top lane tower. There are pings down onto this last grub. But again, SK losing, it looks like half a wave. Can't see if there's a cannon there or not, but it just paid 200 gold for that, for that grub. So SK, it's seeming a bit, maybe too much tunnel vision here.
I mean, look at how strong Patrick is now. 1k gold lead, Blade completed. The double Trinity Force spike that you'd be looking at with this double AD carry composition coming through from SK. Still a ways from being online. Should be done relatively soon, but Rogue, I guess the way to think about it is in 2 minutes time, those are probably completed. How much more of an advantage can Rogue get? I don't think it's significant. So I'm excited for this next fight because I think both teams are going to be on that strong 1-item spike, and they're going to be looking to fight.
Definitely will feel good. Larson, Archangel still stacking. Might not be ideal, but the double Trinity Force will be a powerhouse. Thus far, though, Rogue have been quicker on the setups. The bot lane matchup still a little bit tough for Gen X at this stage of the game. He's at least able to keep the waves away from his tower, but still lagging pretty far behind in terms of completed itemization.
Minute 30 now until the Herald. Similar sort of timer for the Dragon. Maorang sets his sights onto Loopy.
Loopy's still level 5. This is the downside of conceding that wave. Just go mid, get 1 creep, my guy. Just 1 Loopy! Oh my god.
Okay.
It's not Rakan, you know? Like level 5 rel, level 6 rel, it's different, but it's not Rakan levels of different. But again,
definitely
this is
important, that's for sure.
And I think this is the thing about SK is they've lost out in push, and some of their map movements have been, I would say, costly in the sense that they've lost now 2, maybe 3 waves, and now an entire tower to Larson just perma pushing this lane.
Yep. Remember that Larson was quite far behind during the laning phase, but after moving out and playing through side lanes a little bit more, he continues to pick up farm. He's at 166 CS at 15 minutes, the Larson Classic. My man loves to farm, and he's doing a great job of it so far in this game. Another tower will drop here in favor of Rogue. So now they've converted what was a minor lead into a 2k gold lead. Loopy's still level 5. He wants that last minion.
Just try to kill him before he hits it. He doesn't make it over the wall. Force 2 flashed out. Aftershock procced. Won't be able to participate in the objective fight, but he does tick over to level 6.
He does.
Take that, haters.
He gets the much needed level for the ultimate unlock. But now objectives are on the board. And as you already highlighted, Dracos, that is a big HP bar that has disappeared.
He's recalling now. They're going to try to kill Maorang before the fight starts, but they get double ultis out. It's not too bad if Bukata can escape, but it looks like it's going to cost him his life. Execute now trying to follow up. Lockdown is there. Gen X looking for the disengage. Bukata miraculously making it out. A lot of initial cooldowns going down. The entire team now retreating, and it's Rogue who've overstayed because GenX is finally here. And when it's not the Galio, he damn well hurts, but it's Adam who goes back in. A punch, a little bit of justice delivered as he's forced to flash out. But Kadui now set to try and take over. Extra mana coming in, landing each and every shot. Wants to arcane shift forward, still manages to hit him. Kadui, confidence as he steps up to the river. Rogue burned way too many cooldowns and then just kept fighting.
So being a 2-for-1 in favor of SK, and now they've garnered position over the Dragon. Loopy, he's still fishing for more. I don't really think he's much of a threat, but if it can keep Malrang away from this bot tower, it could be an opportunity for SK to get their first tower of the game. A massive teamfight win for SK as they stop Rogue in their tracks, who were progressively gaining more and more control over this game. And SK now bought themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Still Rogue with the gold lead, but as you highlighted, I kind of got away with murder there, right? Bukata went really deep, didn't really have that initial follow-up. Malrang immediately threw his ult down, but then Rogue really desperate to turn that fight into something more, and we'll see here, SK able to turn it.
I mean, Bukata does something pretty smart. When the follow-up engage comes through and the rest of SK really aren't in a position, he commits the ultimate to mitigate some of the CC, in particular the charm from the Rakan, flashes away, uses his Q to go over the wall. Now the Rumble ultimate's doing decent damage, and he's able to come in from the flank where Execute oversteps too much. And Genax is able to unleash so many of the resources we used initially that he's able to do a huge amount of damage. And while he does lose his life, it sets up for Kedui to then clean up the fight.
That is a struggle. Once Ezreal starts to pull ahead in these fights, so easy for him to just play so far forward, so aggressive, but we come back to live. Rogue set up on the objective. SK trying to control the bottom side as we see the push through lane from RKR. Malrang gonna get this for free. At the end of the day, Rogue not gonna be too sad about that exchange. I do think that Rogue a little over-eager on that Galio ult from Adam. Malrang was immune to all damage besides Bukata there with his own ult. But I understand to be quick on the trigger. Again, the pressure really is on Rogue in this series. Both teams under a bit of it, but Rogue really feels like do or die very early in the season.
I imagine the logic was, hey, this buy is ending, we can just kill him real quick. Let me just
100%.
follow up, I'll get the CC. Speaking of...
Ulti in, Patrick untouched off to the side, Loopy trying to run, but he's already dead. Kadui in a decent position, a lot of cooldowns burned. He's now trying to get face first into Patrick. Execute trying to tank the damage, but GenX is already there. Patrick getting burned down. It's a fight on two fronts as Bukata's still standing. Ulti from the Ezreal sidestep, but it doesn't matter. Walking into the red carpet, finding a fast dash, but Larson tries to make his way out of there, but Clockwork not working fast enough. Shut down coming through.
It's another team fight that goes the way of SK. Rogue are the ones to initiate it, and it was somewhat of a scattered fight as they punished the overextension from Loopy, but then it starts to fall apart again once Genax joins the fight. And this is a great example of why Rumble is just such a powerful champion. At this point in the game, he's doing so much damage. Look here, it's SK trying to set up for a pick. The response from Malrang is fantastic as they're quickly able to shut down Loopy and they hand the kill over to Patrick. But now the fight becomes split up because Patrick is isolated with his bot laner as Genax then arrives and is able to clean up the bot lane. Meanwhile in the river, Bukata is just buying a huge amount of time. And even though he does die, look at how many resources had to be expended by Rogue. A lot of health bars were lost, a lot of abilities were used, making it easy for Kadui to come in and pick himself up a kill.
As we go further in the game, we're going to need to keep an eye on those key cooldowns for Rogue, because I think what we're starting to see now is SK, even if some of the engages start a little bit awkwardly, have a much easier time finding and connecting on those priority targets. Patrick's so good when he's got that beefy front line, but the second anyone steps away, he just doesn't have the room that he needs to work, despite individually being in a really good position.
I will also say that Genax joining late in all these fights has just been fantastic.
Great. Yeah, because I think the thing is Adam, you have to just start maybe holding the ultimate. That feels awkward.
Yep. I will also say that like Larson's build, not the highest damage output Orianna
Sven will call it a vegan build. There's no damage. Which is awkward. Again, I understand why there's a Vi. He wants to survive,
but like he is, like Galio is not going to be doing damage this game, and I do feel like the part of the responsibility of the Orianna is to, when that wombo hits, the combo comes through. You know what I mean? We'll see where his build develops as we continue. Right now, it's Bukata that's fishing.
Walking forward,
he's found a fish
behind. He seems to have found a big one, but he might have bit off more than he could chew. Bukata now in trouble, flashing over the wall. Loopy is going to die for Bukata's sins. No, that was bad.
He got a bite on the line and he went overboard. I think that was way too deep And Loopy, to his credit, he followed the engage. He followed the call.
And to Bukata's credit, the last 2 fights you've engaged have also looked very sus and have both worked out beautifully. So maybe a bit of false confidence.
He was following his instincts where he was saying, the last 2 engages worked out. We managed to make the play happen. But I think the problem this time was that it's very easy for Rogue's composition to collapse.
Or maybe, and this is degenerate cope.
Yeah.
He said, Loopy, your life is worth getting all of these major cooldowns from Rogue. Because Shockwave's still away.
Hey, Dragon, 20 seconds.
Dragon, 20
Not
seconds.
wrong. Vi Ultimate's going to be available.
Was it bad or was it big brain? Maybe we'll never know.
Loopy won't have ult. Oriana's ult is coming back up. The Galley ultimate is probably the biggest one. Still a pretty long cooldown. I don't think that's going to be available for this Dragon. Let's see how things play out. Will the long game work?
Level 13 as well. 2 ranks in that ultimate. Equalizer, such disgusting ability. Even with double burn items, not the most raw AP. Do a lot. We just continuing to poke, and this is one of the things we talked about earlier on, right? The range discrepancy means that it's a lot easier for SK to play in these stalled out scenarios.
Completely. You're completely right. Dragon's
no
chipping
flank.
away at the HP bars of Rogue. Rogue's poke isn't really connecting right now. Good dodging from Rogue.
Adam's your flank, but it's not. He's not in a great position to flank, and more often than not, he's still gonna have to ult onto someone, even if he finds the flank. So now it's a 50-50. Full committal for the coin flip. Adam just walks into them. They get the 50-50. Now finally the ult is coming out from Genex, but Patrick Larson relatively untouched. Malrang now retreating, but it's Loopy from behind with the flank. Kadui untouched. Double 80 carries ready to take over with Patrick. Can he make the difference? Patrick dipping, dashing, diving, and burning to death. Larson goes golden. With that extra tankiness, not the same as some extra damage. Kadui finding the double.
SK may have lost a flip, but that engage from Loopy was fantastic. He found an excellent flank from behind Rogue, and as Rogue was trying to retreat from the Dragon Pit, he found the engage that was fantastic. Now, look at this. You'll see that Bukata goes in, goes to the 50-50, doesn't quite connect it as Adam looks to interrupt. They're grouped up, and the Rumble Ultimate doesn't really do that much damage. Execute is quite low, but then the flash over the wall from Genex, just as Loopy finds the engage, was flawless. Then Kedui, he fully commits to the fight. Genex ends up losing his life, but at this point, the fight is already won. I thought Rika was going to get himself a pentakill. Unfortunately for him, his HP bar was a little too low to clean that one up.
And that fight essentially starts with Bukata getting one shot, right? And still, SK managed to come out on top, and 80 carries with 2 items paired alongside this Rumble. Just looking like a good fit for SK in this game. 1 now starting up the Otacon. Will be False Life. See how aggressive they want to play with that buff. Will transition nicely into the Baron that spawns in 1 minute and 10 seconds, but Rogue don't want to give this up. TP on the way. SK, do they want to back out? They're a bit scattered, they're a bit split. Do ignited. Rogue wandering in through bot. SK immediately pinging the mid lane, trying to get pressure somewhere else on the map.
I think SK are doing the right thing and just backing off, utilizing the fact that a lot of TP, well, the TP Rogue was committed, but as you rightly said, Rogue is now putting the pressure on SK. They have to respond.
In. Armor penetration there now.
Keep your eyes on Genex. He's been instrumental in so many of these fights.
Adam trying to hold the choke. 7K, there's spears there too. Rogue, if they play this slow, it's in their favor, but XQ couldn't try to follow. Decent combo. Malrang gonna find an initial interrupt. Knockup coming through onto Kadui. Kadui initially chunked out, but burning. Strong core from SK, completely grouped up. Patrick retreating. Larson running. There's just more damage on the side of SK. Ulti through! Kadui! Oh my god, it's disgusting! SK! A beautiful sequence of spells.
The HP bars were so low and primed to be picked off by the SK members. They find the re-engage and they turn it into an incredible fight. And look at the snap engage from Malrang, but the shockwave wasn't there. He gets the knock up, the Galley ultimate comes through, but then Kedui literally walks out. He walks away to safety. Meanwhile, all of the engages coming into the choke point against Genax. He did massive damage in the fight, and I hope we can actually see how much damage was done, because Kedui was able to clean up on the back end of this fight as RKR there to assist him. Great team fighting consistently coming through from SK.
And now they're just ahead, right? That was 3 items before Recruit started the fight. I could not see if Kadui had the 3 items as well, but has now finished the spear.
I think going into that fight, they were both at 2.5, I'm pretty sure, because I remember
no, RKR bought it and then immediately TP'd in. So I can't speak to the Ezreal, but definitely that pen helps out. And now, they don't have the damage, my guy. Rogue need the perfect wombo. I think there was a world where when they had that lead earlier on, it wasn't as necessary, but with Larson building so defensively, you can see that if he doesn't find that perfect shockwave, they just can't finish kills. Malrang stepping up. Knock up there, into the ton. Loopy likely to die here, but it is just the withdraw. Rogue happy to have that initial gold injection.
I mean, it's a bit awkward now for SK because, well, they did have the other card, they've just lost the member who will quickly return to the map, but they can't really do much more now because with Rika's HP bar and the fact that they're down a man, they'll have to play defensively. Instead, they're going to clean out this vision. Dragon in a minute's time, though, so I think it's fine. I think their game plan was, let's take the top tier 1, let's then reset, get a bit of vision down maybe on the enemy side of the jungle, and then transition our pressure towards the bot side. It looks like that's still the game plan for now, even if it is a little delayed, and they should be able to secure this objective.
It's a bit tricky, though. Kadui's pretty powerful, makes it tough for Adam to match in the side lane. We'll at least be able to match the push, catch these waves. And SK continue to set up these traps. All it takes is for one person to fall for it. It'll all fall apart for Rogue. There's the initial ulti, a lot of CC burn, but just nowhere for Execute to go. And with the support down, SK have the opportunity to turn to Baron if they wish, but instead 20 seconds, tell the Dragon, soul on the table for Rogue. They do not want to risk giving it up.
Nice trap set up by SK. I mean, I think Execute should have been a little bit more aware. He should have recognized that the whole top side of the map really wasn't in his control. There could have been a window for him to actually start investing vision on the bot side, knowing that the Dragon would likely be the next objective, but either way, he ends up getting picked. Dragon now going to be uncontested.
And we are seeing, I think, despite like the 1-4 scoreline, some of the strengths of Vi. Once you're in an advantageous position, you just existing on the map, the threat you provide from Fog of War.
I mean, that's a great perspective.
I mean, look, if you want to say Vi has been useless this game, I think you're wrong.
I think Vi has been like a cooldown target this game.
Yeah, Vi has absorbed so many ultis, but my point is only that it is so hard for Rogue to walk up in side lanes, which means that it's more likely that Execute feels like he needs to, you know, take some assumptions, take some gambles. Hey, let's assume that they've backed here, they got their pushes. Because, I mean, if Vi's on a side lane, Adam has to play so far back.
No, I mean, you're completely right. It was just more so that, like,
yeah. You don't want to walk away from this game with people going, why are they praising this man? He's 1-4-9, even though he did have some questionable engages that turned into very winning fights. That's all I will say.
He's been very effective at mind controlling Rogue, using everything into killing him.
And failing to kill him, actually, in many circumstances. Most of the times that he has died, it hasn't been the fight stories.
I don't know if I love this Baron.
It's a bold call. Trying to pull Rogue into them, but Larson, they spot him on the top wave.
I mean, it's pretty fast at least.
Patrick moving in, and again, SK have just better range, better poke. Rogue don't have any cooldowns to throw. They just are going to run face first in here. Malrang tries to make it over the wall. 3K, excellent pinch. Patrick off to the side that wants to win the fight. 2K, the objective getting lower. Bukata wants to finish it. Malrang goes into the pin, but he cannot steal it. Still tries to follow up, tries to find the angle. Malrang goes down to Genix. The time for a bit of revenge after that landing phase. Finally, the penetration is there. Adam running, Bukata on the chase. Rieger and Kadui still standing, looking to come into the fight as well. SK get the objective. It's a bit close, it's a bit scrappy, and it's a flip. But hey, point came up heads.
Malrang tried his absolute best to steal that Baron away, but the fight's not done.
No, it's not. Kadui, though, relatively untouched. Execute about to get chunked through. This Ezreal is so strong. Patrick is trying to go. It's a 2v1. Kadui tries to flash. No! The shockwave. Larson, Patrick barely holding on, but round 2, baby, another challenger approaches. Running carry falls. They just send another in. Well played on the shockwave from Larson, but SK totally dominating.
Things are getting chaotic on the Rift as I think SK only has 2 Barons left after all of that. They committed for more kills. I think they may have overextended a bit, but they will walk away with a number of towers. We'll look back at the fight, and this choke point was so hard for Rogue to approach. The ulti coming through from Loopy on top of the ultimate from the Rumble makes it so hard for Larson and Adam to approach. Look at how much damage this Orianna takes. Malrang flashes into the pit to try and steal it away, but he isn't able to do so. And then it just becomes a chase down from the side of SK. A close one from Malrang. Bukata, though, clutching it up for his team.
And those extended fights are just so hard for Rogue. Again, they're just clearly outranged. After that initial burst of cooldowns, things go south, and Kadui hitting most of his spells here. Credit to him. Misses 1 Q. That's a little bit awkward. Might have been Patrick dead, and then almost outplays the shockwave. You know, like 50 less range.
So many flashes were just burned. But hey, SK's having fun with it. They know that they're in a very winning position. You'll see the gold lead is now 7K in their favor. They've still got the Baron buff for about a minute. The base has already been broken, and Rogue is on full defense right now as SK set their sights on the base.
SK do have to be careful. Or not. Larson locked up, about to get one shot. Flashes out to safety. Loopy keeping the fight going. Can't even push a button. Larson burning, ticking, but he's running for his life. Loopy still in the midst of the entire team. The tower will fall. The re-engage now coming in. Loopy likely to go down. Doing untouched to the back. Patrick coming in a bit over-eager. Larson with Zanya's up. Stone cold. Manages to live through that one.
A bit, I think, is generous. Like, they threw the kitchen sink at Rogue, and I felt like they did it for no reason. Like, they still had the Baron available. They could have just played for the tier 2.
You know this as well as I do, because I know you've played a lot of Akali. Anytime you're playing against someone with Zanya's, there's a little voice in your head, and that voice is almost always lying that says, he's CC'd, you can kill him before he pushes Zanya's. If you go fast enough, if you push enough buttons, he will die before he turns gold.
Yeah, you would have thought that, like, the Galio would deter them from doing that, but apparently not. Well, now Rogue have a big opportunity. They got a number of shutdowns there. They will secure the mid-tier 1. What was a 7k gold lead is now quickly dropped to a 4.8k.
And the thing is, you can see from SK's perspective, if they get that pick into the tier 2 tower, they're in a great position to basically end the game because Rogue don't have a ton of wave clear once the Orion is gone. But did they need to do it? Oh, hell no.
Well, I mean, the greater consequences now is that Rogue has good positioning on the Dragon. They've got the wave pushed in bot. They have full vision coverage over the bot side jungle. And SK kind of have to fight their way through.
Trying to get pushing mid.
Observers toggling the vision for us. You can see how challenging it is. They are walking into the blindness, and this is where they're very reliant on Loopy and Bukado, and Loopy is not that tanky.
No, he's not, and getting chunked out before the fight starts. It's been so often SK being the ones to poke before these fights start, but a lot of that has been based around the vision that they've had, the access that they've had, but Gen X on the flank, a good angle. It should be impossible for this to be stolen away. There's a Callista combined with a Smite. So Rogue should feel comfortable knowing that they can get the soul, but instead the call is to turn on to Adam. He goes golden for a second. Now the Infernal is there. Adam trying to live as long as he can. Two-man taunt going forward. Execute, finding two, locking up. Excellent knockup going in. Adam still getting chunked out though. Kadui trying to make the difference, trying to make it all happen. Rogue, yeah, they got the objective, but their backline is being shredded. Malrang forced to ult to get away from the Ezreal. Patrick running. Oh, the soul feels good, but death certainly does not. It's an inevitability. Patrick finally falls.
Rogue are so committed to finding the fight that, again, I think they just go in too deep. SK continue to play with space. They utilize their abilities to get distance away from the diving Rogue members, and then they turn it back in their favor. The Dragon is very nicely in their control. The objective here should just be get the Dragon, get out. You've done the work, but they force the fight. They say we want more. And so they commit heavily onto the Vi, onto the Corki, and they get the knockup. But where's the follow-up? Patrick and Larson are basically being solo zoned by Genax. Kedui is completely safe and is able to turn the fight around, and SK turned it into a one fight.
Patrick spent so long on the edge of that pit, I think hoping to alt execute to safety. And so as a result, stood there for 7 seconds, did nothing, and then ran for his life. And those are those moments where you just can't go that deep. You have to just let your losses go. Soul for a kill is a fine trade.
The thing is, we're at a point of the game now where 4 items for Larson, he now has the death cap. 4 items completed for Patrick. There is a pretty significant AD carry level difference, though. That is quite hefty.
I'm sorry, is there a Roa there? No. That's just basically 3 levels straight up.
Yeah, that is just a...
And you know what? Loopy might have spent a year at level 5, but Kadui spent that year farming.
That he did. So, yeah, I don't know if the Dragon Soul really matters. But I'm not going to say that it's all doom and gloom yet for Rogue. They haven't found a good fight, but in theory, they have the itemization that they need to win one.
The shotgun is there. They just have to get into melee range of this very hard-to-fight composition and pull the trigger.
They need to get the summoners out from RKR and Kadui.
I think you're adding more steps, and I'm getting nervous.
They need to somehow get the dashes out from the Corki and the Ezreal.
You're adding more steps.
And they need none of the peel to come through.
Okay, so it was much easier, I think, for Rogue in my head when we kept it simple as push all your R buttons at the same time. Malrang wants to be the difference. There it goes! Delete it! In the blink of an eye, but Rogue, do they want to keep fighting? Taunt from Loopy now going in. Patrick caught in the middle. Patrick trying to get the hell out because Kadui just continues to poke and it's falling apart. SK, despite instantly losing their mid laner, it doesn't matter because Rogue are completely out of damage. The whole team fight falls apart. SK are just stronger.
The shotgun was lethal, but it only had one bullet. Then SK came back with the machine gun and they mowed Rogue down. Rogue with only a single member left. He's trying to TP back to base, but SK set their sights on the Nexus.
Pushing through. Wave standing behind them. They won't have supers, but they have the mites. 14 seconds on execute. Larsen's shockwave is close. Kidui trying to find the poke. Bukonic tries the Q flash, completely whiffs it, but how it's going to cost him. Bukonic might just give his life for trying to Q flash. He resurrects. He's going to come back. SK, they should just end the game here, right? There's no way. The ball working its way in, redemption going through, but it's eyes on Nexus. SK not taking the risk, trying desperately to finish the game, and they will be able to do so. SK taking game one.
Great team fighting overall from SK. Things were looking a little dicey in the early game, but they definitely punished, I guess, the way in which Rogue executed the fights.
Yep.
I mean, we joked about it, but it is true that every time Bukata tried to force a fight, so many of Rogue's resources were immediately used to respond, and that gave a lot of opportunity for SK to turn things around.
I mean, it definitely did, right? And this is the thing about these compositions that are about burning all those cooldowns at the same time. If the enemy team has a lot of carries, and carries who are in comfortable spots, it's not enough to kill one person. The fight just isn't going to go your way.
I very much agree. Huge shout out to Gen X. So many of those fights, his damage was instrumental.
He was getting put down. He got dove.
100%.
That man ended the game with a fully stacked mid-shot.
Yeah, he did. He was smurfing. But we need to quickly head over to Ginny, who's standing by with the victorious Kidui.
Yes, Kedui here, who was actually smurfing that game as well. That was a great performance on the Ezreal. How are you going to keep it locked in? Because that game did feel a little bit like a back and forth.
I don't know. We were not really locked in, I think. Me doing a really big mistake, then we're diving the T2, really big mistake. So we need to obviously step up on this. But we are fighting okay-ish, I would say, so we can win.
Okay, I don't want okay-ish. I want greatness. How do you achieve that in one word?
Yeah, we need to lock in now.
Okay, well, fine, thanks. I guess they're going to have to lock in. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second game of the series.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find
Yannick,
yep.
Why does your mom come today?
Why?
It's Rogue?
Malrang flash backwards, follow-up is there. Malrang likely dead. Shockwave does manage to connect. Bukana grabbing that one.
We're playing front to back, they have nothing, we're winning this. Look on bot side, guys.
No flash on nano shockwave, no flash on nano shockwave.
There's just more damage on the side of SK. Ulti through! Kadui! Oh my god, it's disgusting, SK!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LEC after SK clutches a very important win. But it wasn't really that simple leading from the early game. So if we can kick it off, let's look at the draft because both teams are going for similar win conditions, but there's a pure discrepancy here in the fight starting abilities department on the part of Rogue. What does this mean? It means that when it comes to all of these neutral objective setups, Rogue is the reactor. They need to get to the situation first, and they need to outplay SK. So right now, I brought a clip that if you can look at, it's going to showcase exactly where the game turns around for SK. As we roll out, I want you guys to keep looking at the amount of space SK has in comparison to Rogue. As we play it out, if you can see, SK is getting space on all three flanks. This position is open for SK, this one as well, and Adam is struggling to find more space. And it's gonna get more and more dire on the side of Rogue. Now with Genax blocking Adam, they are forced to clamp up into this ball, but where is Loopy? He has been hiding for a long while, and right now Rogue feels like the only way is forward. And even though they will get this Drake and they fight disengage, the flanks are coming from everywhere. There is no way out. They're clumped up together in this river, and they're gonna be forced to fight. And even though they get this amazing pick at the beginning, the flank is coming in from every single position. They're about to get flamethrower to death by the Rumble. And this just shows that SK has so much better understanding of these dragon situations and the amount of space that they can make with their comp. And even though Rogue gets a great pick at the beginning, it doesn't really matter now with all their abilities being on cooldown. SK just clutches the win and turns around the game.
And it's all that matters, right? Being able to turn things when it matters for SK. And given the draft and everything you set up, they were in ability to do it. But the early game, clearly in Rogue favor and started from the bot lane.
Yeah, it really was. I think you could tell Rogue's game plan from very early on in the game, right? They played towards the bot side. Genax was there by himself because he had to have the swap up towards the top side for the rest of SK. And as soon as you see a Rumble like this by himself, if you get the flash off the first dive, you know you're just going to repeat dive him. I love this from Rogue. This is exactly what you want to see with the Kalista lane, especially when your opponents are swapping away from you. Just constant redive, redive, redive. On this second dive, I think Genax is a little bit greedy in his positioning. Stand by the tower. You can see Loopy's coming across as well. He was just in the tri-bush at that time. It's a little bit of miscoordination from SK, but Rogue punish it well.
Yeah, I guess that's me to talk. This also just goes back to the draft, right? Because when you have Adam on Galio, there is never this threat that you're going to get Dove 1v2 or 1v3, but on the side of Genax, every time the Kalista walks up to you, you are in threat of a dive. And especially on the second clip, Wave is pushing away from him. He's between a rock and a hard place, and there's not much he can do.
Well, what he could have done is stand by the tower and wait for Loopy to come and join him. I know as top laners, you're like, I've got to go and get my wave.
No.
He could have just waited for an extra couple of minions, though.
Medic, you're not going to go into a competitive game and sit at your tower and be like, hey guys, I'm not farming, I'm not doing anything, can someone help me out, please? No.
Loopy was there, is the problem.
He was not close enough.
He was in tri-bush, my dude.
Should I
let's
leave
move
you
on.
two alone?
No,
like,
I've been playing a lot of top lane because I've been doing a fill challenge,
now,
and I understand the frustrations, but the amount of times we see this, especially from teams like SK and Rogue, where it's like, if you take half a second more just to communicate to your team and say, hey, can someone help me with this? You can see Loopy's in the area. I agree with you. You want the wave. Obviously you do, especially as Rumble. But it's just the lower level of our league is dictated by mistakes like this. And it really frustrates me because it does feel like a mistake that can be rectified with a few seconds of communication.
So in the case of Rogue, was it strictly mistakes like this that cost them the game, or also this component that you mentioned that was fight engaging abilities in the draft?
Well, for Rogue, everything, in the telly, everything went bad there, just because this sort of team comp doesn't really, even though you have Rakan and Xin Zhao, it feels like you can enable the Kalista, but as mid-game kicked in, Kedui took over just because the Rogue side of the team Oh my God, what am I even saying? But yeah, Rogue started being a lot more discoordinated with the way they pull the trigger, because Ezreal is a long-range champion. He can make a lot of space. Kalista, even though she's, I think, 4-0 right now, she cannot really hit much just because Ezreal is on the side, and look at him. He's just weaving in and out autos, dodging everything.
And the thing is, Kedui is not Hans Summer from yesterday. He's not going to get caught out by a double-stacked Q into Flash, right? He's not just going to get knocked up by that. He's got so much ability to play from range. We talked about it even as the draft was happening. You said, I'd love to see a Nautilus here from Rogue, and I totally agree with that mentality. A Nautilus or Leona gives you the gap-closing ability with the speed you need to actually catch out an Ezreal. If you're playing something like a Rakan, you're reliant on the Ezreal not buffering his E to get away from your charmed Grand Entrance. And here you see how well Kedui plays at range against Rogue. This is his most played champion across the course of his career, has a 76% win rate on it. He's one of the best Ezreals on the server. You can't give him this amount of freedom.
Yeah. And given the fact that, those champions are taken off the table here because it's fearless, of course. What do we want to see for Rogue, actually, in terms of draft structure with the elements that you gave? They're going to play on red side, if I'm not mistaken? Blue side. Blue side.
Blue side.
Yeah.
I would like, well, this kind of always the advice is the same for the teams that are struggling. You need more simpler team comps, and when you have Kalista, it still feels like it's quite simple. You have a winning lane, you play through her, she's gonna snowball, but she was on her way to snowball. But the problem is that you didn't really have enough reliable CC on the other part of the team comp. So I would really like to see something a little bit more simple in the support department, maybe a Nautilus, even an Alistar. Just, I don't know, put Larsen on a Nazir or something like that. That is just bread and butter Rogue time, 30-40 minutes slug phase, because every time I think of Rogue and I see them trying to accelerate the games through more lane power, I feel like when Patrick is put into this position to accelerate the game, he either doesn't have the tools from the draft to do more with it, or he's just fumbling somewhere.
Yeah, we have seen Patrick get caught out a lot of rotations in the mid to late game. I don't think that was the problem here. I agree with you that it was very much a draft issue. I think that one of Rogue's problems in this game was they fought in choke points because SK could force them to fighting choke points. So having someone as a primary engage that can just pull the trigger, unlike a Rakan, who, at least in my mind, is very much a secondary engage and very easy to escape from. If you're going to play a Galio, if you're going to play a Vi, if you're going to play a Xin, and you want these people to be able to jump on a primary engage, it needs to be something like the Nautilus. I like the simplicity of that. I 100% agree with Odo.
Keep it easy, keep it simple. Before we go back to the game, let's check in with our German co-stream with Ginny and Carney. Wie geht's dir, Carney? How is it going for SK?
To actually give a really good representation of how well it's going for SK, I'm just gonna say that you're not wearing your shoes, so that must be like you're hype.
I asked them if it's okay because you don't see it either, anyways, and that's like the first point you mentioned on broadcast.
Yeah, because that's the first thing I noticed. I was like walking, I'm like, yo, it kind of smells. No, I'm joking. I was like,
the only smell I can smell are 3 wins against Rogue.
Ooh.
Strong.
Yeah, you can say that now because like SK is back, right? Week 1, then down, then back up. So when you're looking at how game 1 went, how excited are you for game 2?
Pretty excited, to be honest, because I think we can play a lot better.
Okay.
To be honest, I think it was a decent game, but nothing to.
Half of the game I was angry. They frauded a lot.
Disappointed.
We lost a 50-50
Guys, you're winning and you're angry and disappointed?
Yeah, but
to quote yourself, this is not what we were expecting. We want more. So I don't know what happened, but we are not a mid-team anymore. We want to be part of the big boys.
On a professional note, we want to reach playoffs, and there's some room for improvement still.
All right. I like on the professional note, because on a professional note, we're going to be heading over to the casters because we're ready to head into game number 2. So guys, take it away.
Do they wish?
We do.
Yeah.
We
do.
do.
Caster shoes on with Welsh socks on.
Yeah, we wear shoes.
These are specifically...
Even in a suit, though, we're probably wearing sneakers.
Yeah, these are specifically my casting shoes. They've got cork in the bottom. Like, when you get out of a ball, it's super comfy.
Mine are not. Mine are whatever beaters. They're terrible. But understandable. Carney, look, I'm not here to judge. If you get excited and, what excites you is your stinky feet while you talk about it.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, pro players on the stage always take their shoes off. Yeah. They exclusively do it.
It's really, it's a gamer move.
Yeah. When you're locked in, sometimes the shoes got to come off. I respect it.
Yeah.
Now, they had very high expectations for SK.
They're coming in strong.
They won a game and they were like,
strong.
we can be better. And I'm like, all right, I'm all for it. Let's see a better version of SK. And crazy enough, Kadui, in the interview afterwards, himself was saying, honestly, like, we made some mistakes. I think we could do better. So they said themselves, we got to lock in. So let's see this locked in SK, because Rogue, they likely need to do the same. Backs against the wall now, a high pressure series for them. We've talked a lot about how they need this win. And as we jump into draft, AP carries seem to be the target for Rogue.
And the thing I'm going to bring up right now, fortitude, mental fortitude for Rogue. We have seen so many series where their game 1 is competitive and the game 2 falls off a cliff, and that face of despair that Adam just showed, the staring is not a good initial indicator, but I won't speculate too much about the mindset. We'll just hope that Rogue can bring the thunder. Find some angle here, but you highlighted already. Double AP bans, Jace, Aurora. Just a lot of Adam targeting, it would seem, from the side of SK. Continues to be the strategy.
Maokai is available, Sejuani is available, some of the staples of EU junglers. More carries going to be taken away from Bukada. Seems that this time around, Rogue is trying to pinch that jungle pool. We'll see how they adapt. Again, some of the mainstays of Maokai, Sejuani still available.
Do they want to pick? I'm confused. They want to pick. What are they trying to pick here?
They want to pick Varus, no?
Oh, Varus is also good.
Yeah, it was completely left open. Patrick, it's, well, I'd say one of his most played, but I feel like it's everyone's most played at this point.
Yeah, you think you're special because you're a Varus main? Well, you gotta be an edgelord like Jack Spectra and complain about Aphelios all the time.
Yeah. I'm not sad that that champion's not in meta.
I'm so sad, dude. It's the only champion you get points for reading. Every other champion in the game, you could just feel it out. You actually have to read. All right.
Not wrong.
There you go. So we've traded the Varus.
Go and give us a bit of cheeky Camille. I think it's a terrible blind pick, but I'm still down.
Oh, also, by the way, I think Jack is co-streaming, so if you just, anytime you want to just talk smack, know that it will be heard. It's not BM, because he kind of is here with us in spirit.
You mean Jakob Spookta?
Jakob Spookta.
Nice, nice, nice.
Okay, so...
Yone, Maokai.
Let's go.
Keep it simple, keep it clean. Two of the strongest champions in the meta.
Traded for Varus, who will probably get lane priority.
But I think SK is completely fine with that.
And I think, again, I'm waiting for something here, because why are you banning double AP junglers? And I guess the answer is Pantheon?
I mean, it definitely feels directed towards Bukada. I think that he has a preference for carry junglers, and I think it's very much this idea of take him off some of those high-impact junglers.
Sure.
Like Lily and Zyra, which does make sense, and instead force him under more utility. We'll see how that pays off, as he will be on the Maokai. Rogue going for a great pick, great side lane. Like, you look at this composition and already, Talia and Pantheon are fantastic at going from one lane to another very quickly.
Also just an excellent kill combo.
Correct.
Right? Pantheon, W into the Talia flick back. It was a bot lane combo for a while. I think LEC was called the Avengers or whatever.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward. You hit people in the face with a shield, you kill them with rocks.
It's lethal.
It's lethal.
But it is only on a single person, is the downside.
Which is true, and I think we're a little traumatized after last game, because while we did see Rogue, you know, blow up a single person, that was Reeker on the Corki, the rest of the people did not go down.
The thing about a composition like this is you've got to be proactive. You've got to be making stuff happen on the map. You've got to be trying to build advantages for your team, whether that be trying to set up dives on a side lane, or whether it be trying to force skirmishes in the early game. Like, fight for grubs, fight for dragons, utilize the fact that you just have a strong base kit and you have good synergies that you should be able to win out before relying on items. Which is where I think when you look at these compositions, Pantheon plus Talia has so much potential strength in comparison to Yone and Maokai, who are a little bit more item dependent.
Yeah. And I think I need to see, again, I think Mowering actually had a pretty solid game 1. Wasn't the most explosive in the early levels, but they got both those tower dives. I think he made good use of a Xin in a composition where Xin really was going to be strong against those longer
In my opinion,
carries.
he did his job.
Yeah. And now, once again, he's set up in an advantageous position where he's the much stronger jungler. You know, in the context of these early skirmishes. Later we go, the harder it'll get to outvalue a Maokai.
Ooh, bit of a cheeky Lee Sin top lane hover for Gen X. Was familiar with his very long career, was one of his favorites. The top lane pool definitely being pinched on the side of Rogue. Are they thinking about an Ambessa for Adam, given that both the Gnar and the Renekton were taken away?
Yeah, you have a lot of AD right now. It's not too bad though, and they already banned away the Gwen, so you can see the angle. Leona.
Now SK is going for a bit more of a wombo combo.
I like it. Again, I think the difference here is non-committal CC. You can throw a Maokai out, you can throw a Leona out. If it hits, you follow up. If not, you walk away. And that kind of discipline in those moments is a lot easier to achieve when you have non-committal engage.
Yeah. I'm wondering if SK will be thinking about a Vladimir into this Ambessa. Ambessa can definitely be a potent laner. She can really bully out a Vlad, but her early cooldown, like the high cooldowns that she has on her abilities in the early levels, means that Vlad could have a few safe laning phase, could also provide a little bit more AP and would synergize very nicely. We've seen it twice from Gen X so far this split, but I'm not entirely sure how confident he feels in the matchup. And he's saying Urgot.
Urgot, yes! It's been hovered so many times. Finally, it's an Urgot angle. Urgot a champion.
Shout out to Blippo.
Yeah, if you just haven't been watching Blippo, probably the only person in the world who regularly, brings this champion out. But here we go. We finally get an Urgot. Certainly an aggressive option. Does have long cooldowns on the shotgun legs early, but I imagine doesn't feel too bad about going toe-to-toe with the Ambessa.
I think Urgot generally loves like, oh, you're going to dash around me? Go ahead. You want to dash into my shotgun legs. Yeah. I've got a shield. I've got a flip. Like, I'm happy for you to dive into me. And I think that's very much the logic. Also, when I think about... I was going to say I think Rogue's comp is relatively short range, but I want to take that back just because Varus and Talia I don't really associate with being short range. I do think this composition is very much about they're going to have push in mid lane, they're going to have push in bot lane, they're going to have lanes that they can play around, they're going to have agency because they have a Pantheon. This is a early game, scrappy, skirmishing type of composition where I think Rogue want to fight. They want to try and snowball. They want to try and leverage early game leads to gain control over objectives, generate item advantages, and then move forward. So that's what we need to see from Rogue. We need to see Marang finding those leads once again, whereas SK, they're much more about the team fight. They're happy to sit back, wait, and wait for those core item spikes before kicking off the action.
Maybe taking their time with it. Ooh, nice cosplay. Respect. Good signs, good cosplay. It's a good Monday. Shout out to everyone who's here. Spending their holiday day off with us. And with, of course, SK and Rogue. And it is the brand new Urgot skin, which is goofy as hell.
Hey, what's the brand new
So I think a lot of these are actually banned in pro play, but I wonder if the most recent set didn't make it to the list in time. Because I know Jet Ski Rek'Sai is for sure, or has in the past, been disabled.
That is so funny. He pops little bubbles when he's walking. Is that whenever he walks or just the home guard thing?
It might just be the home guard.
Oh my, that's adorable. It's like a little ASMR. I love it.
Yeah. He's just going to wash you off. He's just going to clean you up, It's nothing personal.
Oh, we got a lot of, water themes on the Rift today. Okay.
Minions have spawned.
These are the things that we look out for. Tell me you played too much TFT without too much TFT.
Observer showing us that when he just walks, he's not popping any bubbles. So every time he has home guards, I will need you observers to click on the Urgot for me. Thank you very much.
Official caster request.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Urgot and Ambessa, which we'll check in on occasion. But as you highlighted, Rogue securing the Varus early, trying to set themselves up for some strong bot side action. Not the lethality angle on hit, which honestly against Maokai, Urgot, and Patrick can get ahead again. This is an excellent champion.
You'll notice that, as we talked about, Rogue should have Prio in the mid lane matchup. Similarly, on the bot side of the map, I guess when playing against an Alistar, though, it will be a little bit harder with MF on the side of the Leona. They synergize so nicely. Ooh,
center play. Shock proc, nice hunt back there. Yeah.
Once level 2 comes through, though, I think Patrick, with his range, should be able to get a bit of action. But I guess SK is doing a wise thing and just leveraging that level 1 to just keep getting these short trades.
Yeah, just
I love it.
To hit. And again, Love Tap plus the Sunlight passive, it's a lot of really early burst damage in those short trades.
And that means that they're going to get the early level 2. So I stand corrected. The early Prio are going to go favor of SK on the bot side of the map. Same on the top side. It's just this mid matchup that's going to be a little bit tough for Rika in order to be able to contest the wave. Keep my eyes on the junglers. It looks like that they're just going to contrast their paths by going in opposite directions. Marang heading towards the top side of the map. I wonder if they will look to try and get a gank onto this Urgot early.
Urgot very easily getting the push in this isolated matchup. The range advantage on top of the fact that if Adam really ever walks into this Urgot, it's just not going to go well. It's maybe post 6 or level 5 once she has a few more points in the queue and the cooldown's lower, but early on, Urgot doing a lot of damage if he's able to access all parts of that passive.
Completely. Rika taking a ton of damage, very much as you would expect. The mana bar going to be used naturally by Larssen in exchange. And again, we find ourselves in a very timid early game. Jungle is clear. They'll set their sights on the Scuttle Crabs.
I mean, and again, similar to last game, Malrang, kind of the guy that we're looking at to make the big plays.
Keeping my eyes on him. It looks like he's setting his eyes on a mid lane gank.
Could just flash over the wall. Larson holding on to mana. Flash over, instant W, follow up, and first blood. I didn't even need Larson.
Very clean play from Malrang. And that's the type of aggression we need to see from him on this Pantheon. He commits the flash, Larson is there to follow up, and they get themselves first blood. Nice kill from Rogue.
And excellent timing too. Larson completely out of mana, wouldn't be able to sustain that lane push. Would have had to back in TP anyway. This time, however, he gets back with a bit of extra gold in his pocket. Also denies a decent amount of CS, about half a wave over to Reeker.
On the bounce back here, and
Patrick goes away right before the trade starts. Knockup is there. Good damage still on the Kadui. Ignite immediately going to get cleansed.
Very nice damage on the Kadui. And this is the Varus laning that we're used to. Very difficult champion to really win out trades on, simply thanks to his range and that Blight passive.
Yeah, it's pretty infuriating.
Loopy roaming mids. Larson's got no flash, remember?
Flash over from Reeker. It's a bit bold, but Loopy is on the way up. That Q's not going to connect, but Q3 likely to hit. Larson taking his time, trying to get fancy with it, but I think just delaying the inevitable here. Reeker, quick snap back on the soul unbound just to finish the job.
I mean, I'm quite shocked that that worked. Loopy just walked all the way from bot lane to mids, and then just ganked Lars.
They've got double wards in the river. Don't think they saw anyone else warding. Went for the angle.
Wow, I mean, I'm very surprised that they were able to make that work, but that early kill that Malrang gained now doesn't really mean a huge amount.
It's actually, it's rough because, again, the kill went to him. The money is his.
Yep.
So while he is stronger, Larson comparatively weaker, and it does not get easier at level 6.
No. It doesn't get easier at all. I mean, there was a period in time where if you got Blade of the Ruin King on Yone, you were basically good for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just level
and then they were like,
13,
hey, we
Blade of
nerfed
the
him,
King.
guys. We nerfed him. He's not a big deal anymore. And then, like, everyone kind of was like, okay, cool. And then all of a sudden he was like, wait, if you get Blade of the Ruin King on this champion, he's just good.
Let's try this Blade of the Ruin King out. It's like, guys, we upped his crit chance. It's
No,
like,
but
yeah,
we nerfed Blade of the Ruin King. And we nerfed Yone. We did both those things.
We buffed his crit. Surely he'll build crit. And it's like, but have you tried Blade of the Ruined King? Says yes.
He and Viego are kind of homies.
Yeah. Except one of these champions is significantly better. That said, Larson, good push. A little bit of coverage coming in for Malrang. And Reeker getting chunked out does mean that a potential all-in is tough. Loopy matching execute here in the mid lane.
I think Riot needs to make a weapon called Katana of the Wind, and then all the Yone players will just start building it, even if it's objectively bad.
You just put a bunch of stats that look really nice that are actually terrible. Loopy, quick stun, follow-up is there. That's one very squishy cow. Execute, gonna get executed.
That's just another pick for SK. I mean, they're just finding picks on the map right now. Execute finds himself out of position in the river. I guess he was just trying to get a bit of vision towards the dragon, spot what SK were up to. He wasn't expecting this collapse to come through. But Loopy, he's been on point with finding these picks so far in this game.
Patrick walking in, though. Grubs have already gone to the side of Rogue. Patrick just trying to show a bit of presence here. Larson walking in, Pantheon coming in as well. Bukata in the midst of the team. The follow-up is there from Reeker, but a double flick back from Larson certainly looks good to start things off. Snapping back now, knowing Malrang level 6 is still a powerhouse. SK a bit awkward here, but the Dragon seems like it'll reset. Rogue pretty content with that trade, all things considered.
Completely. Malrang getting level 6 before Bukata, knows that he is stronger and ready to fight. A good collapse comes through from both Larson and Malrang, forcing SK away from this objective, and while they secured the grubs, there was no response. So while SK did get that initial kill, Rogue still found a way to shut that down.
Certainly did. Close game thus far. Patrick taking over to level 6, a good break point. Kadui still does not have that cleanse available, but it's just a little bit away. Execute may try to capitalize on this window. Loopy especially pretty vulnerable. Malrang around the bottom side. Flash just about to come up. Kadui has to be careful. But SK, good vision, spotting him out. Means they know they need to play back. They know that he does not have the Grand Starfall. So potentially a disastrous situation avoided.
Ooh. Double up. Some nice damage there. But when watching an SK versus Rogue game, we do find that we're very much tailoring our gameplay around the next objective spawn. Junglers are going to full clear. We're going to wait until the next objective. And while Dragon is up, resets need to come through. Camps need to be cleared. Keep my eyes on Malrang right now. He's on the bot side of the map. His ulti isn't available.
Patrick gonna ult. Cleanse comes out. Good flash. Gadui just barely able to walk out, but Patrick forced away in lane. Tense moment there. The Bar Assault does a lot of things, but it does not stop the MF ultimate. Reeker, though, might just be in trouble. His ulti not quite available. Quick flick back the combo here. Malrang and Larson working together beautifully.
Malrang doing a good job of finding plays where he can. He shuts down the Dragon attempt. He finds a pick on the Reeker in mid lane. Now he's setting his sights on the top side of the map, but I think he just wants to go and get those camps up there. But again, we come back to this idea of they want to continue to be proactive. They want to keep trying to force these skirmishes. Given that Larson has just returned to lane, I think they could use this mid-prio to convert it into a Dragon. But I guess given that Patrick had gone back to base, they didn't want to run the risk of trying to make a play down there without their AD carry available. Of course, now Malrang setting his sights on those top camps. That Dragon is an option for SK, but of course, Malrang's ultimate is going to be available soon. And that's something that SK will have to respect.
Lane's reassigned as well. Kadui taking up home in mid lane. Reeker on a side lane, but isn't really that strong yet. And the all-in still probably more powerful than Varus if you can avoid one or two of those skill shots as Execute wanders in. We'll spot out some vision. Both supports close, but not quite there when it comes to the level 6 mark. I think very crucial for Execute to have that before the next fight, just given the amount of damage that can come out from the combo here on the side of SK.
Very much agree. Reeker now being moved to the side lane. Kedui waiting for the waves to arrive in mid. He's going to try and keep this wave here for as long as he can because he knows how dangerous it would be to overextend. We've already talked so much about the Pantheon ultimate, and with a Sundered Sky now completed, the man's scary.
He is very scary. A lot of early fights where you just can't get through a champion who can proc Sundered Sky 3 times. Maybe some messy exchanges. SK starting the objective. Larson immediately walling off. W forward from Bukata, but it's the same situation. SK not respecting the range of engage here from the side of Rogue.
Exactly the same play. Rogue, they're able to find a very easy collapse on the Bukata. They had the Maokai ultimate available, chose not to use it, realizing that the collapse was too fast. And I think that this is just really good gameplay from Rogue. It's exactly what they want to be doing. Forcing these engage, catching out a target, converting it into a pick, and then using numbers advantage to get yourself an objective.
Sure. Snapping back, but Adam's actually the one walking forward with level 9.
Yeah,
that is the difference of having a completed item. Eclipse of very good bits and pieces, not so much.
I've heard about your Blade of the Ruin King, but when you don't have it,
yeah,
I've got a cleaver.
What even is Eclipse?
I assumed it's like some sort of cleaved, edged sword thing. It's definitely a sword for sure.
Sword. It's a blade of some kind.
Yeah.
They give shields. League's a weird game.
Yeah. I try not to question it because if I do...
Go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah. It's too much.
What aren't they telling us?
Because like, why does a pot make you burn? I don't know.
Yeah.
Why does a mask increase my magic damage?
Because you're spooky.
All right, no, that one's valid.
You're very scary in it. It makes people more vulnerable. I don't know, man. It's like a therapist asking you a deeply personal question, you know?
It's like that thing where what do you see in the shapes?
Yeah. It's the Rorschach test. It's that guy from Watchmen. Rogue getting another objective. As requested.
Thank you, observers. That's
Sadly,
awesome.
right now, that is one of the few...
I love that skin.
That is one of the few things that are going well for SK, is that their skins are very funny. Maybe something else is going to happen here on the bottom side. It looks like Adam's been caught out. Nice flash out of the ulti. Can try to get over the wall into Loopy with an ulti of his own. Loopy managing to flash away. Shielding coming in. Reeker on the chase. Adam getting so many resources dedicated. And SK will find that kill. Meanwhile, the counter push coming through on top.
He really wanted to take out Adam. As you rightly said, a lot was invested though to get that kill, and that means a lot of time was bought on the top side of the map. Malrang working with Larson to help secure the first tower of the game.
Malrang and Larson, best friends forever.
Yeah.
Where's the Pantheon pool skin? That's the question.
That is the skin.
Hit him over the head with a surfboard or something.
You're right.
I think that there's Leona skin already has a surfboard, so they're probably running out of beach related.
But come on, imagine when he falls from the sky, he's just riding a wave.
Yeah.
That would be sick.
I'm with it. Does that skin exist?
It sounds like it should. No,
no, it might. That's the thing.
I don't know. I'm not up to date on Pantheon skins. I'm not going to lie.
There's Dragon Slayer, there's the kind of Dark Soulsy one. And
The only skin I use on Pantheon is the Dragon Slayer one.
Of course,
it's the edgiest and it's the coolest.
so cool. Yeah.
He's got some sort of junkyard skin too that I, for some reason, remember.
Mad Max kind of, yeah. It's fine. Witness
Objectively the best skin in the game though, Black Frost Anivia.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Yep. It feels incredible to play. Anivia looks fantastic. She's edgy as hell. She's very doom and gloom. It's a great skin. Would highly recommend.
You've been reading too many light novels, bro.
No.
How many different versions of weak kid who works really hard and that's his superpower?
What's that got to do with Anivia?
I mean, you're just saying it's like it's the darkness skin, right?
Yeah.
I get it. Solo leveling's cool, man.
Yeah, okay. I read it before. It was cool.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Rogue looking for the collapse here. Maorang maybe a bit premature on that jump in, but does get a bit of poke down. There's not a wave for a couple of seconds, so this dive will be tricky, but with an Alistair and a Pantheon, this looks set up to do pretty well.
Loopy,
TP behind.
you gotta be careful.
Urgot coming to clean up. Loopy going in. Lockdown is there. Reeker punted back. Loopy probably going to fall. Stun does connect onto Patrick, and here comes Reeker, but it might be just a little bit late. Lockdown going in onto Larson. Gen X not going to find the kill, but Kadui will. And in the meantime, the lead through. Adam just going to get the lead. Ooh, the TP timing not working out a moment. And Rogue aren't on the same page, really costing them. Now the follow-up, the lockdown is there. Kadui in a position to ult. When is he going to throw it down? There it is. Patrick getting chunked. But staying just on the edge of the hitbox, will be able to walk away.
What started out as messy play for SK turned out heavily in their favor. They secured their first tower of the game. Gen X gets himself a kill. Very unfortunate TP timing there for Adam, thinking that he can join the squad, help them get a few extra kills. But unfortunately, he TP'd into his own demise. We see the Loopy kind of forced to engage here. He already knows that his team is on their way to commit, so he's got to do what he can. Gets a nice stun, forces the guns out from Patrick, and gets the flash out from him as well. Unfortunately for Larson, he had no way to escape, so he gets rooted up, and then the TP comes through as they're trying to escape, and he ends up losing his life as a consequence.
LP. LP. It's that high-pitched note that really sends the right message to the team.
He did live. Help was provided.
That's the kind of comms we want to be seeing. 1.1k lead for Maorang. That is a scary Pantheon. Well, he'd have to spend some of that money on tenacity. More damage coming soon.
So you want to know a really fun thing?
Sure.
So if you look at the scoreboard right now, and you weren't that experienced in League, you would think, oh, Larson has a 700 gold lead over Rika.
Yeah.
He's got like half an item over him as well. He's even bought some armor. Surely he would win in the side lane.
You would think that, right?
You would think that. Unfortunately.
What have we all learned?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably not what's going to happen. So now what you'll see is that, but this is the cool thing about Pantheon and Talia, is they're really good at attacking side lanes together. So you can do this thing called shadowing, so Larson can play through a lane, and then as Rika tries to look for a skirmish or a fight, then Maorang's ulti comes in and he sets up for a play.
Reeker trying to get out of this one. Hex flash from Loopy, zoning away Larson. Back steps. Clear it. Ulti from Patrick doing a bit of work here. The Herald. Oh, not used. Sorry. Was picked up, of course, in the meantime by Maorang.
I imagine they'll look to use that in the mid lane.
Please use it mid. I really hate side lane Herald, personally. Please just break open mid. I think that is the #1 thing that Pantheon and Talia need to be successful. In the meantime, though, Kadui very quietly holding on to a 500 gold lead here. Has the Swifties, has the BT to just make sure that none of that poke does too much to him.
He is quickly melting through this tower. Uh-oh. Panthult.
Comes the Pantheon. Pyro versus Spartan. Oh, Spartan looks like he's winning. Pyro will walk away, however.
Yeah, Maorang is quite lethal, even with only a single item. Dewey forced to cleanse away from that one. There's no objectives on the map, so I think Maorang's not too upset about losing that ulti. It's given them control over the mid wave, and just on time, Maorang's able to drop down that Herald. Here. A bit of damage down onto this tower.
Patrick is bot, which might be a little bit awkward here. No one is riding the Herald. Good damage going through onto Reeker. Play the room picking up for a 1v1. Not enough for a 4v1. Rogue find a pick. They do use the Herald. They do get a chunk, but they're not able to finish that mid lane tier 1.
It's cool when you get to see instances of where the nerf does affect the Yone. The fact that he couldn't break out of that CC chain whatsoever through utilizing his E. And Rogue was able to find a pick, and now that will help them secure the bot tier 1. I don't know if they really have much of a wave left in mids to secure that mid tier 1, but damage dealt, they get a pick, they get a tower. They're still going to be very happy with this. Objective's still a ways away, 3 minutes until the next dragon. And these outer towers really become the next focus, but with only mid really left for Rogue, your options are kind of push in deep through one side lane, get control over one side of the jungle, and then threaten the dive, make it harder for SK to be able to protect that tower, which should be easy enough to do given how low that objective now is in the mid lane.
Definitely. I think all it takes is slightly winning trade or favorable reset timing for Rogue to just be able to knock that one over. Dragon, as you mentioned, still pretty far away. No one quite contesting bot, as you can see. Loopy shadowing Reeker just to make sure. Rogue have been pretty determined to shut him down in the last few fights.
Calm before the inevitable storm. The soothing sounds of the river flowing across the rift.
And the tree that throws cats.
Summoner's Rift could be a beautiful place to calmly soak in the environment.
Yeah. Well, Summoner's
ask
Rift
the difficult
ASMR.
questions like, where does the water actually come from?
Do rivers work like this?
Aren't they like floating above a bunch of stuff? So
there's no aqueducts on either side of mid lane, so how does the water go from one side?
Yeah, like you can see the edge of the map right there. We're very high.
Wouldn't there just be like thousands of mosquitoes there?
How come it doesn't rain?
How come it doesn't snow?
Yeah, we're gonna stop thinking about that.
Those are deep questions. We don't need to spiral, you know? Oh, there are some dragonflies though, so the mosquito problem solved by that as the ulti goes in. Patrick cleansing, still slowed up for a second, will lose about half his life, but now the re-engage coming through. Execute with a bit of an awkward punt back. And now Gen X on the chase.
He's looking for that ulti.
Fear beyond death. Larson, nice pick coming in for Kadui. Decent poke back, but Rogue just losing, executing that quick exchange gives SK access to the bottom side of the map.
That is quite funny. They were all grouped up from Rogue to try and protect execute from the ulti coming through from Gen X, but they set it for Kadui to land the double up.
There's no
so
right place to stand. There's no right place. If you stand behind someone, you die to the double up. If you stand in front, you die to the fear beyond death. SK will probably concede mid here. Gen X just going in. I think just two-shot the tower, but instead they're going to keep the dive going. Tower about to fall. Gen X doing a decent amount of damage. We'll just get picked off. Adam still living as well. And crucially, they get that kill right before the Otacon buff comes in. Now Gen X will have it when he respawns. The Rogue getting a ton of money for SK's aggressive attempt at finishing the Otacon.
Ooh, Loopy, he's looking for this.
Lock up. Larson. That Zanya's is not doing a lot.
He buys a little bit of time. If nothing else, he bought time for Patrick to escape. And Adam nicely picks up that tier 2 in the top lane. So that was three towers and a kill.
Not a good trade deal, as it turns out.
For SK, yeah.
Yeah, they get the Otacon. They lose their top laner and 3 towers?
Yeah, it was
three
three.
towers.
Yeah. Like, that was impressive stuff from Rogue. The fact that they caught Gen X out like that, the way they quickly collapsed and then they converted into objective after objective, very nicely done. Now there is a 3.4k gold deficit.
Yep.
The Dragon is alive. Zonya's now completed for Larson. But the Dragon going to be started off. TP is available for Larson. He's going to respawn, and I think Rogue will want to fight this.
Not quite in the right position.
Corrected.
Also, the false life buff is still there. And you got level 13 for Reeker. Their comp's still strong. They get a quick flash out of Patrick. Nice look for a pick in the mid lane. Kata sending the ulti, just try to cement this initial pick on to execute. Fear beyond death. He's pulling them in. They weren't chains. They might have been towels. This skin is weird as hell, but SK will find the pick. Oh, immediate ult now coming in from Reeker. Knows that he has the false life, just trying to style. Larson buying a bit more time. Damage, but the creeps are blocking the way. Now Bukata flashing in. They really want to get good use out of these buffs, but this is absolutely not it. That is a lot. That is 600 gold for Larson's flash.
Yeah.
And Zanya's.
SK is... They like to overforce when they have this buff. I mean, I guess the idea is you get the kill, maybe you can get the tower, but
Is this what Carney wanted?
I don't think this is what Carney wanted. It is, yeah. Let's kind of take stock of the situation. So, Otacon now remains on a few members, but it's going to be wearing off relatively soon, based on what I can tell. The map state is fairly, well, it's not even really, because there's still, the mid lane tower is still up for Rogue. The dragons are in SK's favor. The gold lead is in Rogue's favor. I don't know if I have an opinion on the state of the game. It's like, I guess like there are advantages and disadvantages, but overall it's pretty even.
I mean, jungle mid, top. The top side of the map for Rogue is getting progressively stronger. Now that might shift now that Urgot has 2 items. Level 14 as well. That's a decent break point.
I mean, they are strong and they have a lead. The thing that concerns me is just kind of, I feel like it's just going to be a game about fighting, and I just prefer SK's calm.
Okay, Bukata ulting. Patrick immediately forced to cleanse there. Wall now going in. Execute getting chunked out. Manages to find another combo, but Larsen's on the wrong side of the wall. In the meantime, Genix now joining. Full on 5v5. Rieger just barely able to make it out before someone could body block.
Well,
in the end, Execute dies.
And so this is what I mean, where like random picks just keep happening on the map. Like, we're not following what I would call a standard story of the game. Instead, it's just kind of picks happening across the board, and I would expect it from Rogue. But it's not really Rogue being proactive in finding picks on side. It's more that like, oh, he's out of position? Sure, we'll take that pick. Oh, SK is diving us? Sure, we'll find a pick.
Well, I think for Rogue, Baron is kind of going to be the big deal, right? Breaks you out of the cycle of random kills and kind of random deaths, where a lot of these picks haven't transitioned into something bigger in the last few minutes, although Rogue still feeling good about the last sequence where they were able to get so many towers.
I think we're about to run into another pick, Dracos.
Execute, another pick. Loopy locked up. This time SK cutting their losses, leaving their support to die, but Rogue grouped as a 5-man, 3 seconds till Baron spawns. I imagine they just immediately go for it.
Just force the Baron. Rogue find another pick at a crucial time. Now the pressure is on SK. How are they going to challenge this? They have the Maokai ultimate. TP now committed.
Rieger on the way in has no ulti. Needs to stack Q, but doesn't have a good angle. I think SK hoping for a mistake from the side of Rogue. Kadui's ultimate is going to be key here, but he just doesn't have it quite yet. Quick snapback, 3K on the objective, flick back, but a nice buffer on the disdain means Genix is still able to make it out. Rogue should just be able to grab this objective for free. Execute now down. Pantheon taking the Baron. SK looking for exit kills. Rieger waiting over the wall, about to have the ulti, but now it's Adam going in. A quick turn. Bukata deleted. It's the AP Maokai. Not powerful at all. Kadui caught out the flash through. The double flash through. Loopy on the way in, just in time to watch his team die. Rogue decisive in the play. Loopy running to get away, but there's just no shot.
Adam with some great decision-making on the back end of that fight. He finds a clutch ultimate onto the overextending Bukata and Genax, and they convert it into a big team fight win. You'll see Rieger goes in, kind of gets a bit of a tap off, but as you rightly said, there's no ultimate available for this Yone. He then flashes away out of fear of being knocked back. Execute doing what he can to zone them away. He does a good enough job to protect the Smite Steal from coming through. And then Adam, with the clutch ultimate, connects onto the Maokai, a very squishy Maokai that immediately gets dropped. Rieger tries to find path onto the backline, but really can't commit to much. And then the fight breaks out into these smaller skirmishes, which is where Rogue's composition excels. You can see that without Loopy, without that big, beefy front line to act as an engage, it's much harder for SK to play these front to back, and good on Rogue for playing the patient approach.
I don't know if that was woohoo or yoo-hoo, but either way, well played by the side of Rogue. And the chase down potential you see here with the semi-globals, especially when Larsen doesn't need it to start the fight. Weaver's Wall not too far out. Patrick with his ulti available to SK. Have the Maokai ulti to try and create some space to zone away. Good ulti from Loopy. Immediate follow-up coming in from Kadui, but Larsen buys a bit more time. Execute still ticking, still standing strong in the meantime. Rieger taking a tower. Pressure on 2 lanes. A lot of cooldowns burned there, but will save the bot lane tower at least as Adam just continues this assault in mid lane.
Adam is very strong, and Genax is really starting to struggle to deal with it.
Rogue. Stepping up now. Larsen TPing back instead of conceding here, knowing that they still are in such an advantageous position, knowing those ultimates are gone. Opts to TP back to lane, keep that pressure up, try to get a second inhibitor. The minions will finish it for him.
Good damage done. I was a bit worried for Rogue after SK found that nice engage onto Execute, I mean onto 3 members really, but the good news is Rogue didn't really lose a lot of their HP bars, so they can continue their siege. Adam doing a good job split away from the rest of the pack. That's 2 inhibitors secured. Dragon is on the table for them to pick up if they want to, and I think it should be an easy objective to secure.
for SK. Clear what their competition wants to do, but Rogue, much more powerful tools to snowball. Pantheon, the Grand Starfall, Gen X overextending here, locked up by Adam. Ooh, this execution taking a bit of time, but down he goes. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, all remaining members of SK looking for a push, but they're spotted on Vision.
And it's just an easy pick from Rogue once again. I think that they have done a good job this game of utilizing the Taliyah Pantheon double ulti combo to find these picks on the map. They've done a really good job of punishing SK as well. And now they find themselves in a completely winning position. They'll set their sights on the top lane next, I imagine, as they look to try and push in this wave. Adam can still split off from the rest of the team, escorting these super minions into the base to keep the pressure on from multiple angles. But I don't think they need to take their foot off the pedal. I think they just need to keep accelerating and forcing SK into this awkward position where they're constantly in base defense mode.
Rogue are so comfortable with Drakes being at 2-2. No threat of SK stealing a soul or of it going to Elder anytime soon, which suits them just fine given how far ahead they are. And also, a lot of their champions just individually stronger. I think this Urgot pick, while it did get lane priority early on, really hasn't been able to do much in these team fights. Rogue always picking off one member to start things just makes it so hard for SK to get the full 5v5. No Baron here. Bukata throwing down an ulti, looking for the combo. Larson again using the stopwatch, but where is the follow-up? Answer is nowhere, just clearing the wave. SK, get that cooldown.
They tank the damage, but look at Adam in the side lane. Rika has to go and respond. The pressure from the Ambessa was successfully generated. Now he can look to regroup with his team, force Rika into this awkward decision.
Be looking to cover. Barsal connecting on one. Backstep there. Loopy probably going to fall. Manages to make it out. Gen X is just about to get one shot, trying to disdain his way to safety, but Malrang does too much damage. Fall now coming in from Adam. Looking to find Kadui as well. Clean picks from Rogue.
And it's an easy pickup as Adam makes his way over to the team. And now there's only one inhibitor standing in their way. Rogue bounce back in the series. They find some fantastic picks. The Baron was really the nail-biter, and now they're looking to close things out.
Keeping things going. SK trying to turn here. Rika really their only good source of damage. Is going to be able to ult through, at least find one. Snaps back, unstoppable for the moment. Low health bar. Another Q3 ready to go, but should just fall. 3 carries left standing for Rogue. Malrang dang powerful. One last desperate hold from SK as Rogue look to close this one out. Bukata chunks completely deleted. Rogue firing back, standing strong and taking us to a game 3.
I think you could see the Malrang impact in this game. That Pantheon was doing so much work in the early game, denying early objectives away from SK, punishing the dives, finding repeated picks. Overall, really good performance from Malrang. Patrick stepped up, being a huge carry, ending with a score of 4-0-7, and then Adam in those final team fights. He was just absolutely clutch, both in the side lanes and in the fight. So overall, good bounce back from Rogue. It definitely got mega messy in the mid game,
sure,
but they closed things out.
And that win matters, taking them to a game 3, a hope to close this one out. Of course, Ginny now standing by with Patrick. Let's hear what he has to say.
Indeed, Patrick, I'm going to have to ask you this question because this is going to go to the 3rd game. I'm not sure if that was on the bingo card for some people today, but you've stepped up. The team has stepped up. How are you feeling for the next one?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. We are losing all the time, so one victory, that just feels good, you know?
So on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely are you to close this out on game 3? You don't have to jinx it if you don't want to.
I think I'm going to go with 10 because we just won and now we know how it feels. And we know that we are strong when we play the game, so we will just win.
All right, confidence is there. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the final game of the series.
your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining.
A great man once said, winning feels good. That were Patrick's strong words after winning this one. No, but it's been such a long time for them. Yeah, it must be good to rekindle with how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, me and Patrick in the last, I think, 2 years, if I think about it, we've been losing a lot, you know? So I completely relate to him when he says, hey, we're losing a lot, winning feels good, because wins like this, especially with how schedule is looking, the recent form of Rogue, how everything's been going on for them, it's a fresh breath of life.
Thinking about what we set as expectations for Rogue at the beginning of this game, Medic, in terms of draft, did they have everything we wanted from them? They won.
I mean, yes,
was it the way to do it?
They won, so they got
Was it the way to do
They
it?
won, so it was good.
It's
That's the
fine.
results-based analysis you come to a play-by-play caster for.
Yes.
No, I do think they really shored up the weaknesses that they had in the first draft, especially the addition of the Alistair and the Pantheon. I really like, right? The follow-up CC on an initiator makes it so much easier for you as a team to actually find those initial picks in a fight, and then after that, it's a lot easier to run things through, right? And Bessa as well with the public execution you saw around the Nash fight. You saw a couple of times her ability to get onto the back line as opposed to something like a Galio that needs someone else to be in there really helped Rogue initiate fights on their terms.
Exactly, and on top of that, it also restricts them a lot less when it comes to the multitude of plays they can find. They're not really looking at only, you know, neutral objective setup plays. Now they have the silent plays with Talia Pantheon just spawning from, you know, across the screen with the globals. And Bessa, good follow-up and good skirmisher. So it just felt like their life instantly became a lot easier just because, oh, well, now you don't have only one play that you're looking at. You have, you know, plays spawning everywhere. Every 30, 45 seconds, someone walks on a silent, someone can get caught.
And you know how it goes usually with the psychopath in the jungle, ruling the show here in the early game in the likes of Marwang. But you've played with him, Odo. You know how it goes usually when he's able to set the pace in the early game.
Oh, when you play with him and he gets to set the pace, it's definitely an experience. Stuff like this where he just flashes over the wall and is looking to leverage early game as much as he can is a sight to watch. This is exactly the type of champion, and I'm thinking of Marang, is the stuff he wants to play. Point and click CC. He can skip camps. He doesn't really need to farm. It's just that he provides a lot of utility. He can be everywhere on the map, and this is the sort of creativity that a player like Marang brings.
I think as well as the creativity from Marang in the early game, the creativity from Rogue with the zone control that they had in fights is really solid, right? As you said, it's kind of coming back to draft a little bit, but you have the Talia to put down the Unraveled Earth so people can't engage on you. You then have the Weaver's Wall to reposition. You've got the Grand Starfall to go in as well, and then you have Mbessa who can always get onto the back line. What SK wanted to do was get a good engage and have the bullet time go over it, right? Get a good grasping roots, have the bullet time go over it. Kedwi doesn't have the freedom to do that when there's so many different ways that he can be jumped on by the enemy team. So I really like the way that Rogue adapted from game 1 to game 2.
I get the theory, but for me, Rogue, and I'm sorry about this, but Rogue having good elements, good draft, good setups, usually is not enough for them to grab victories. And the mid game was a bit iffy, let's say, but they made it through. What did they do this time that usually doesn't work for them in the previous games? Because again, not solid mid game, but they were able, from the lead that they got, to get this win here.
I felt like they empowered the correct players in terms of draft and also, the focus points in the game. Larson is always, a guy that when he has gold, he knows how to carry. It's just that lately he hasn't been really getting into that position because Rogue has been trying to, take turns empowering Adam. At the beginning of the season, we would look at him and he was the main focal point of who's gaining advantages in draft, who's carrying the game through the early game. But right now, with Larson and Marang being unleashed, these are the main 2 members that I think of when it comes to impacting the map. They have the highest value.
I think a big thing for Larson recently has been he goes into mid to late game feeling behind. And so you see him assigned to a side lane or assigning himself to a side lane a lot to get back into the game. Because he was in a position going into mid game where he was actually ahead of his enemy laner and he was in a good spot, he didn't feel the necessity to go and farm up side lanes as much, which means he's there for the initiation of the play rather than having to teleport in and then find a flank. And often Larson would come in after a fight had been decided. Whereas now, because they'd focused around the mid game and getting him ahead and getting Malrang ahead, it allowed him to be there from the start of the fight.
Exactly, and even when I was playing with them, with both of them, with Larson and Marang, it always felt like when Larson gets behind, he gets a little bit lost. He doesn't really have this much confidence because it's a little bit harder to play from behind. You don't really have a lot of options. You need to find one good option or the game is lost. But now, when Larson gets ahead, ooh, man, this guy was doing magic back in the day when I was playing there with him. He would always become, a machine. He kind of became Caps level where he shot calls everything, micromanages people, looks for all the aggressive plays, and it's just so much easier for him to find it, especially with these sort of champions like the Talia who has globals.
I think they were also really assisted by SK's draft and by the way SK were playing, right? As much as Rogue played this game well, Loopy got caught out a lot of times. SK drafted a 0 AP draft. Like, I'm not counting Maokai with Leandries and Bloodletter's Curse as AP. So even though they had to get a bit of Merc Treads, they could go for early Death Dances. You could go for those plated Steel Caps if you wanted to. There was a lot of different options for Rogue going into that mid-late game that gave them security, I guess is the word that I'm looking for, knowing that if they made 1 or 2 mistakes, it wasn't going to cost them the game because they could itemize easily and they knew exactly how SK wanted to play the game.
I'm just honestly wondering, taking a step back, how much is this going to help Rogue? Because Medic, you did a playoffs check-in. I forgot what the name is nowadays, but it's doomed for Rogue. Let's be completely honest. If you look at the schedule that they're going to have ahead of them, it's going to be difficult. So building this win into confidence for the rest of the year, for the rest of the split, maybe for them to build something, maybe. But is this going to be enough? Was this solid enough? Look at what they have.
It's hard, but at the same time,
it's doomed, man. Like,
it's not doomed.
You've been in doomed situations, and you've ended up playing finals against G2. So I'm like,
yeah, I went from 10th to first couple of times, but I also went from from first to 10th. So
you know the rodeo.
I did the reverse speed run, But honestly, it is a precarious situation for Rogue. It doesn't really look great. The strength of schedule is extremely difficult, but at the same time, you don't really have anything to lose. You're in the situation where, if you lose, you go home, but everyone expects you to go home. But at the same time, think about it from the opponent's perspective. You already saw KC fumble against Team Heretics because they would think, well, they fumbled, but they still won. So, but still, that counts. They think, oh, it's a free win. But usually these games where you think they're free win, these are the hardest. So I feel like that's the only thing going for them. But they really, really need to pick up this win today to solidify, some more hope, like Patrick said.
If they don't win today, I'm confident in saying it's doomed. If they can,
mathematically, they can't make it, can they?
I think they can still mathematically make it if all the other results go in their favor, even if they lose today. Yeah, all the other results have to go their way. For SK, on the other hand, I think losing today could actually be the start of quite a downward trend because they have Heretics, MCOY, G2, and Vitality left.
Yes.
Heretics and Vitality are the 2 games in there. I'd look at SK and say, okay, you can challenge her or you can win, but losing to Rogue and then having to go into those games makes you need to really reset your mentality between this week and next.
There's nothing more scary than a team that has nothing to lose. And
True.
we'll see
That's
what
true.
Rogue can bring to the table in this game 3. But before that, it's Monday. We have fans at the studio. We have a lot of signs against Genie. What are the best ones? Show us.
I love fans. Woo!
I'm sure the fans love you too, Odo. Hi guys, I'm sitting with the fans actually, and we have quite a few signs. So I'm gonna go with you first. Pretty boys love Carney. I would love to hear more about the philosophy behind that.
Yeah, I'm a huge NNL fan. They got me to esports. So obviously from NNL, so you have to choose Carney. Carney's love.
Okay, that's fair enough. You are wearing a G2 jersey though, you know, so like you're voting maybe for like the wrong team, I guess. I don't know. You're also wearing the G2 jersey and you're going for SK. So how does it feel to be here and watch the team have such a successful split, even though, you know, there were a couple of hiccups?
It's wonderful to see them. It's beautiful to see the players from the Prime League perform this well. It's just, yeah, it's a blast.
I can really understand that because it's kind of like you're seeing them grow up right in front of your head. Like they go for like the little Prime League and now they're in the LEC and they're doing really like, wow, they grow up so fast. To my right, I'm not good with left or right, sorry about that. Incredible artist, some really amazing drawings. So I'm sorry that I'm picking on you, but could you tell us more about, you know, you coming in and making all this art?
So yeah, I started to come here at Worlds only. And then I started to draw like those little signs. I thought it was like a fun activity in front of the games. And then I thought for myself there was actually, and got told by a few people that I'm quite talented at it. And then I started to do like just signs every other day. And yeah, that's basically how it went.
That's really cool. I mean, just so you guys know, there's like a huge stack of signs on, do you have like a favorite one? Do you want to show us?
I mean, I kind of got to go with the Koi,
okay.
But since the friendship between Koi and G2 became, or between the fan groups became really great, I drew this sign for that. And yeah, but I know the crowd got a favorite, at least from the Twitch chat. And
all right, okay.
and it's the Yumi with a gun.
All right, we're going to be heading over to our casters. Maybe you guys can let us know which one was your favorite sign.
Oh my God. I mean, it's all someone who cannot draw to save their life. Each and every one of those signs is incredible.
It was super sweet, really charming, and then he says, "Yeah, but there's Yumi with a gun." No, I love that. That is incredible.
The world's not ready.
You're
Rework.
right.
Riot, where's the rework?
That is our favorite. You're right. That's really good. Great job. Love seeing the fans. And now it's time to get back into the action. We're jumping into the pick and ban of Game 3, Dracos, and as we mentioned, it's quite a stressful situation for both sides. Of course, Rogue find themselves with only 3 series left, including this one of the regular season. And while SK have more opportunities, like Rogue is a team that you want to beat. When they find themselves at the bottom of the standings and you're fighting for top 6, this is a team that you want to be able to get that win over so that you can have a better time trying to lock in one of those top 6 spots.
Yeah, Team Heretics Vitality coming up soon, right? And if you're not beating Rogue, those teams probably a taller task on paper at the very least, but Rogue showed us a ton in Game 2. A lot of what we wanted to see in Game 1 accentuated, made even better. Malrang being aggressive in the jungle, having room to be creative, to find those angles we heard from Odo on the desk. Now we'll see if they can replicate the same things. Bans for SK on the blue side, the same as they were in Game 1. And maybe just a quick Victor pick. To me, this, you know what this says, Betty? It's the classic. Your back's against the wall. What do? Do you pick? There are 2 types of teams. There's the people who pick Nidalee and say, we got this, and there's the type of teams that say, control mage, outscale.
What you're saying is, yeah, you scale.
You scale.
You scale. I was trying to think of a fish joke, but I couldn't come up with one. So instead, I'm just going to tell you about my failed attempt and move on to the next subject, which is a cheeky Yasuo hover, which got me very excited, which was then denied from me. Looks like Rogue is thinking about a potential dive composition with the Kai'Sa locked in. Vi is one of the go-to pairings, along with Pantheon, but both are unavailable. So they're going to lock that in with a Sejuani. Okay, Malrang kind of, I mean, he's been playing competitively for a long time, and Sejuani was one of his kind of typical frontliner champions.
Are they both teams? I bet they can't, this isn't allowed. You can't pick Control Mage and Nidalee in a final game. You're only allowed one strategy, Psycho picks or
this
scaling.
You can do whatever you want, okay? I'm down for it.
No, okay. I think Nautilus may be a little bit more likely. It will be locked in here.
They're going to deny the Kai'Sa Nautilus.
But jungle's a little bit awkward, right? Like you've already seen one AP option taken away in the form of the Lilia, the pool 4 champions down.
Do you just lock your AD carry here? Do you say we've got enough junglers?
No.
I don't know how I feel about.
Hell yeah. When the going gets tough, you get more circles.
Okay, don't get me wrong. I love Jarvan as a champion. I think he's very straightforward,
Yeah, 100%.
really effective.
And against a champion like Kaisa with no mobility, it's going to go great.
Okay, but that's where I disagree because in my
No, that's what she has an ult. She just leaves.
She does. She literally just.
Sejuani ults anyone
He's
else.
like, Demacia, and she's like, bye-bye.
Bye. It's not Nola. Larson.
Ooh, Larson
perhaps
LeBlanc. Bit of redemption, perhaps.
Braum Kaisa.
I did think about a Braum, and then I thought to myself, nah, Braum probably isn't the best.
Okay, is this a flex?
What?
Kaisa?
Oh, Kaisa. I thought.
Not Braum. No, calm down. I play a lot of ARAM. I don't play that much ARAM.
I was like, has Yanko's been cooking again?
No. This is an interesting situation for the AD carry pool. I think if we see AD carries banned away here, I will give up any dream of it being flex. And already I've kind of given up on that dream, but I had to say it once.
No, I think that they just want something good into Nautilus, and they think that Braum is good into Nautilus. Also,
the Braum.
Yeah, I also think that...
Kaisa's so awkward, though.
I mean, Kaisa Braum, yes, but I feel like Larson's just going to pick something pretty safe. Azir is gone, which is good. Let me have a look at some other control mages. Okay, Silas or Kali would be my instinct. And it looks like SK agrees with me.
Silas going to be banned. A lot of good ultis to steal. Victor ult, Nautilus. I mean, 3 great ultis to take for the Silas.
So typically when you like have a Sejuani jungler, you want either a top laner like Camille that synergizes nicely with the Sejuani passive, or you want some sort of mid laner that can synergize with the direction that the comp is going, which right now is sort of more on the dive front, which means that Akali would then kind of rise in priority, and you'd be thinking about, well, Akali's pretty good into Jarvan because he can't really lock her down unless she's already used all of her dashes. Nautilus is quite good into Akali, so it's like that debate of, and the matchup into Victor is like, it's horrible in lane, but when you move into side lane, it gets much better. So it's kind of that debate of, is it worth it? Do we care? I don't know.
I really want some divers to go alongside.
Zeri is a great ban, by the way. I think that would have been a really nice pickup from SK, just a solid front-to-back option.
Okay, melee champion to pair with the Sejuani. I like this angle.
Blind pick the top?
No.
Ah, Tristana.
This is nice.
That makes a lot more sense.
Okay, I mean, this is a solid option, right? Nice pairing with the Braum, double 80 carries. Your scaling looks incredible. You've got Sejuani as well. You have reliable long-range engage from the Sejuani, good frontline Braum to mitigate any potential 80 carry that kind of SK could bring through here, and they do need an 80 carry in this composition.
Yeah, it's solid front to back. I don't love Kaisa in the front to back, but especially if you go more for the AP route, you'll have that poke, right? So you'll still be able to play from range, and the W in the late game becomes so problematic to deal with. And it's also just another dash. The ultimate is very good into Jarvan. So right now, double 80 carries could be a problem for Bukata as we get into the game. The Jack's going to be locked in for Jax. I think Jack's typically quite good into double 80 carries, especially if you get ahead. It can be difficult to manage. But again, these 280 carries have a lot of independence, I would say, and there's a Braum on top of that. Okay, SK is going full front to back.
Full front to back. When in doubt, you scale.
Yep. When in doubt, you scale. And I mean, this is like just a hyper scaling composition. It's very simple in terms of its execution. You basically want to farm, and then you want to hit the target that's in front of you. And then you hope that you kill that target before the other target kills you.
Okay, it's Aatrox. All right.
That's still pretty cool.
Still pretty cool.
This is an Aatrox from him this split. He's going to add another champion to his long list of champions played so far in Spring.
So, the good news for Rogue is while their comp might look very heavy AD, it is so easy for Kaisa to get magic damage and to just obliterate health bars, courtesy of the plasma stacks in that W poke, which is definitely a good look. But on the opposite side for SK, they just run at you and you die. A little bit harder for the Victor, but every other champion pretty content to just run at face first.
The thing SK's probably the most afraid of is the Aatrox, just because when he gets ahead, he can be quite a problematic frontliner to deal with. The amount of sustain that he has can just kind of, when you think about Sivir, her ideal team fight scenario is that she's stood right behind her Jarvan, she's got the Norla standing next to her, and when she's auto-attacking, the boomerangs are bouncing between all of the opposition, right? If Aatrox is sitting on top of you, and you don't get the value of bouncing all of your auto attacks off the team, then you're just annoyed and frustrated
so many
and stressed.
good signs.
And that means that
Did this one guy draw all of the signs? No, there's other artists in the audience.
We've got a lot of great artists, it seems, in the studio this evening.
All right, guys, don't show off too much, all right? You know what's great about signs like that?
Tell me.
No AI art. Just people.
That's true.
Just actual people
true,
drawing
yep.
things. No robots. Love that.
For now, yeah.
No.
Yeah. For now, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here we are, game 3. Pressure on for both sides, but more so for Rogue. Again, we won't beat a dead horse here. The schedule is tough. Rogue, though, looking to keep things fresh with an aggressive level 1 that Loopy has walked face first into, luckily for him. Quick skill up on the dredge line means he can get out with only the flash burned.
Okay, mental advantage gain for Rogue at the start, and also a potential gank opportunity.
Really want to see what Rogue do. Hold that thought. Reeker may also be forced to flash here. 4th stack. I think he's just going to die. He's going to die.
He didn't flash.
I don't think he was ready for the sheer amount of damage that came through there.
That's great. He really thought that he could tank enough that the stun would wear off.
Or maybe he decided that he was dead anyway if he flashed.
No, he was not dead if he flashed, I promise you.
I mean dead in the future state.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Right. I mean, maybe you're right. Tristana, Sejuani, yeah, I could see it. That's crazy though.
But
okay,
that's to say, it's not just mental advantage; it's a money advantage.
Yeah, that's just an advantage.
Just a casual little dagger, extra dagger for Larson, extra pot as well.
Yeah, look at the bright side. Bukata has a gold lead somehow.
Oh, yeah, pinged that ward.
Oh right, yeah, you just pinged the ward.
Larson, see what he wants to do to try and push the lead here. Rocket jump level 1. Using the bone plating to full effectiveness here. Has the lethal tempo as well.
Level 1 Victor.
It is definitely rough. Level 2 is also pretty powerful for the Tristana as well. So excellent start now for Rogue. Hook in from Loopy does get marked up. Extended trade here now going to favor Rogue, especially as the boomerang blade misses. They proc another set of plasma. Loopy's going to die. Rogue! Just obliterating SK in the first 2 minutes of play.
And Rika, they finally get the flash out from him. Rogue coming out the gate swinging. Patrick, we heard from him as we ended game 2, and he said with full confidence that they're looking to close this one out. They've tasted victory and they want to keep tasting it. Larson finds himself with a pushing advantage in the mid lane. On the bot side of the map, Patrick picks up his first kill of the game. And they punish the flashless Loopy. Potentially a gank opportunity in mid lane as well as the junglers just make their way through their respective jungles.
I'm going to blame this on Carney. I think Carney cursed them. That's my theory. Carney, Varoom.
You think he needs to put his shoes back on?
Carney, put the shoes back on. The team needs to be This is such a tragic way to start the game.
Yep.
Again, I think that if you can slow the game down, it's... I mean, what am I telling you? It's just an insane early lead. It really comes down to can Rogue continue to push this lead forward.
This is a game that if you're in solo queue, the Sivir types, it's fine. We scale.
Yeah.
Which is true. You do.
It's true. Patrick gets a free Cole start though is a bit rough.
The jungler is just furiously typing. Just play safe, guys. We'll be fine.
Cole and refillable. It's just like it doesn't mean too much. It just feels so good, you know. None of those are item spikes. It's just really nice to have.
Double AD carries, sitting on double cull.
They're making money.
I don't. I wouldn't be too upset with that.
I wouldn't either.
Loopy's level 2. Oh, like 2 ships passing in the night, but they had no idea that they were passing.
That is the 2 ships in the night. That's what. What?
I thought that just meant that they ignored each other.
No, because they can't. Back in the day, there was no just random source of light. They would have had to light a lantern to see each other.
That expression.
That's what that means.
They
yes,
walk
you
you
walk
without
knowing each other are there. Yes, that's.
Oh wow! Because I always talked about it as top laners. Like top laners when they ignore each other are very much just like 2 ships passing in the night.
No, they just can't. They just. It's dark.
Oh, who says you can't learn things on this on this broadcast?
Why do you think the night was a part of it? It could have just been 2 ships passing. Yes.
I mean, night would suggest that it was dark. I thought that was a crucial detail.
It is because then that's why they can't. What? Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Jinx and Adam can see each other, not like ships in the night, just beating the hell out of each other. For now, Adam not able to do a lot. I think level 5. Again, similar to Ambessa. Adam really likes champions who need lower Q cooldowns to be relevant.
I mean, Darius, Olaf, Garen,
Okay, I'm saying
Ambessa.
I think the Garen one's generous. Like, I think it's mostly Ambessa and Aatrox.
Do you still max E on Garen top, or is it Q max?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I hate that shit.
It just wouldn't surprise me if you next Q, you know what I mean?
It would surprise. It would surprise me. Execute, nice little body block there, and this is it's a struggle into the Braum, right? Is even though Kai'Sa and Braum aren't like the poster child of synergy, Braum is so good into melee engage supports in lane.
Yep. I mean, I think he's great into Nautilus. Every time you hook, he's just there, either providing assistance by leaping in to apply his passive, or to block the hook in and of himself, and then he can leap away to safety.
Yeah.
So, Braum is indeed a mighty shield. And as our first objective now becomes the target for Rogue, Maorang will once again start this dragon up. The bot lane will come to assist. It will give Kadui and Loopy the push. I don't know if they can respond, though. Ooh, look at that ping that just came down onto the minimap. Maorang spotting out Bukata with actually no vision, which is very much an assessment of where they expect him to be. Looks like this dragon is going to go uncontested, though.
Flag Drake Flash, mid lane? Nope. Rock jump. Rika will eventually be scary. The first part of the game, though, still going to be a struggle for the Victor.
Yeah, once he gets that E upgrade, he'll be a lot happier. Just has monstrously more wave clear.
Yeah. And for Larssen, I think the Tristana has always suited him well as someone who's more lane focused, right?
Sorry
Does get
to
pushed.
interrupt you. I just wanted to look at the minimap real quick. You'll notice the bot lane moved mid, Rika goes top, and then they're actually going to send Genex with a TP into bot. So they want to guarantee numbers here. Of course, Maorang not really interested in contesting this as he sets his sights on the bot side camps of his jungle, but Adam just playing Disruption.
And this is an SK classic. Every time Grubs spawn, using that TP from Genex to reset kind of the map at rapid speed.
Typically, though, they would send their bottom lane to top to give them a favorable advantage, but they recognize how tough this matchup is for Rika, so they tried to get him out of the Tristana lane, put him into the Aatrox instead, saying this should be a little bit more favorable, you shouldn't be bullied as much. And instead, Kadui is just going to sit in mid lane, which I think makes a lot of sense. A load of wave clear on the Civet. He's going to be happy as can be. The only problem is Genex now is playing into a Tristana, which isn't as fun as his previous matchup.
Nope. Never that fun. Tristana always at arm's length. Hard to win those fights, especially when she has ulti available. Although Larssen did just use that ulti to push Genex back. Didn't see it in the trade, but did come through. You can see on the HUD. Genex now backing up, uncertain, sees that mid lane is missing. I mean, good weak side play, right? Knows that his jungler's on the top side, and he has to be a little bit careful here. As long as he has a spell shield, shouldn't be too worried.
Just a bit of trading going on back and forth. But right now, there's no real objective on the map to play for. The things that you'd be thinking about for both teams is, can we dive? And then I look at the mini-map and I see, well, Maorang is topside. So what his goal is probably to cover for a potential dive on the top side of the map. Genex would definitely be at risk of a dive right now, especially when you look at his HP. But of course, there's no jungler here to actually help pull that one off.
For Genex, really tough to step up when he doesn't have that counter-strike. When he finally does, he's able to zone Rogue away for a moment, but he's already conceded one plate, and Rogue are just keeping this pressure up.
And in the top lane, Rika is just chilling. He has the support of his jungler, or he had, I should say. Bukata now pathing away. And Maorang doing exactly what he intended to do. Be there, be present in the event of a potential dive.
Sometimes that's all you need, you know? A dad showing up for a piano recital.
Did you ever watch Xena Warrior Princess growing up?
No.
No, because Sivir just reminds me of
Xena Warrior Princess?
Xena Warrior Princess, yeah.
Well,
it was a great show.
I'm
I was a big
laugh.
fan when I was young.
Like I understood that one, but I just.
I mean, it wasn't a funny thing. It was more just like a nostalgia thing, if you could relate.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
Xena Warrior Princess is mega old school. Like,
I don't even think that was like on. Was it? It was probably reruns when we were kids in that.
Probably. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. God, we're old. Anyway, he's on a ward.
Loopy might not grow old here. Might not get the chance. Genex in the area, but Loopy once again picked off. Beat of Warfare. 9 minutes into the game. Rogue now with a 1.6k gold lead, and there's really no counterpunch available for SK. Losing out across the map. They're just trying to hold on.
Slow and steady is looking to win the race here for Rogue. Of course, the scaling elements of SK are real, but with the advantage that Rogue have gained, they're in a very comfortable spot, chipping away at these towers, slowly but surely, building leads across the board. Larssen now with a 1k gold lead. The only gold advantage that SK have is Bukata. And on this Jarvan, He really hasn't had much of an impact in the early game. Of course, with the scaling composition, you don't really expect him to, but I'm sure they would have liked to have fished bot lane, maybe even fished top lane for a potential gank.
I mean, whatever early game plan they had certainly fell apart very quickly after the first blood.
You are correct.
And the successful play in the bottom lane. Now just losing pressure in so many different places makes the game so difficult to play, unless, of course, they have an advantage, as they currently do in mid lane. Reeker now matched up once again against Larson. And it does suck to fall behind on the Victor, right? Because it also stops the stacks from coming through quite as quickly.
And he's going Rod of Ages as well, which is going to be even slower. I don't know if I agree with that choice, given the way the game has gone, personally.
It's tough, though. You also need to be able to survive your lane. And
yeah, no, I understand the logic, having that extra bit of survivability, and I'm not even against the Rod of Ages into, like, Leandri's Death Gap build. I think that's fine. But I just question if it's too slow.
Yeah, it will take some time. See if in that time Rogue can continue to build the lead that they have. SK luckily were able to grab the first grub spawn, so it will only be 3 back for Rogue.
I'm sure SK would love to try and contest this, but I just don't think they're strong enough.
Don't have the pressure. And poor Genix is just trying to clear these spot waves, and random Rogue solo laners keep wandering in and taking plates.
Yeah, normally you'd expect the Civid to just be one-shotting these waves, but Patrick is positioning in a way that's like, every time you approach the wave, I'm going to hit you. And the mana from Kadui is naturally bleeding out from attempting to wave clear. And so he's going to be pushed under this tower. And so without, as you highlighted, any points of pressure on the map, it's difficult to really contest these objectives.
They're trying to find one, though. Adam, World Ender trying to sidestep. Good footwork there. Dark Play Q1, Q2, Q3 will connect as well. And now it's Genix, who strayed a bit too far forward. World Ender finally fading away. Adam, the sidestep on the hook, really just making sure there was no play to be had.
Speedy Darkin, the level 2 boots. Is able to push out this wave as well. Genix would love to catch this.
Be returning. Adam just absorbing pressure.
A lot of time is being spent by Loopy, though. He'd love to get a reset off, quickly refresh the wards, get back out onto the map, but he has to sit here and cover. So a little bit more time bought. Adam going to keep his pressure up in the bot lane as he pushes in another wave. The Victor now making his way towards the bot lane. I like this adaptation to try and catch the next wave that's coming through. Ooh, Genix is back. Eva got interrupted.
Yeah, Genix is back, got interrupted, I think, twice in a row now, and you can see there's already a wave pushing in topside from Larson. Once he sees Victor here, he'll know he can just completely push this.
Yep.
Forces the TP just from Adam canceling that recall so many times.
This is a rough one. Yeah, and so it's subtle, but there's like a 300, 400 gold lead gain off the back of that, just because of the farm that ends up getting lost underneath the towers. So nice little gain there for Rogue. Obviously nothing too crazy significant, but it all stacks up in the end. Plates gained, CS advantage built.
So where is the next angle for SK? They can look for down a TP. Reeker still has his, Larson's not quite up. Maybe an avenue to try and play around the top side of the map, but Adam can just respond using the match active TP cooldowns.
You know, Kadril said to me many years ago, I have to hold my thought here, is Naurang is hovering around.
Loopy hooking out, gets a bit of the refund back. Only 3 stacks there, though, as we have a 1v1 between 80 carries. Patrick ready to go back in again. Good patience from Kadui just to keep him at arm's length.
It's a bit of a weird flash, I will admit, from Naurang trying to set that play up.
Got a good sidestep.
Okay, well, I guess just a bit of... I don't even know how to describe that. I was starting to think of a mannerism, but now I doubt myself, given the whole passing in the ships thing.
Ships passing?
Yeah, passing in the ships, yeah.
Passing of the ships.
Rika. Does he have ult? He does. Guess he doesn't commit it. Decides not to get a kill.
Yeah, trading ulti for Adam's ulti. Off the extra movement speed, probably just not a worthwhile trade.
Here we go.
Quick catch on the execute. Unbreakable about to fall away. Likely he will die here with the TP going in. How much more SK willing to commit? Heartsteel stacks going. Genix in the back line. Adam coming with the wall. Bukata just swapping places here. Genix desperate to finish off that kill. There's the ulti going in. Loopy trying to find a knockup, but just gets nothing done. Adam is unkillable. Genix jumps in the back line, just trying to finish off the execute, but it's a bait. There's nothing there for him. It's complete disaster.
You described it perfectly, Dracos. Every little moment that SK was trying to get at the last bit of that fight, it just all falls apart. They can't quite clutch it up. The Braum shield, the jump from Larson. Every flash was used in that play by Rogue, and it was worth it as they find 3 kills. They think that they've caught Braum. Nautilus and Java don't quite have the damage to get the kill. Execute flashes away at the last moment to get away to safety. The heal coming in clutch just as the ignite ticks off. Jenax then thinks, okay, I can zone away Larson. He tries to buffer it away, forced to flash out. When Rika arrives, you think this is a great moment, but then Adam is full health. He gets the initial kill. He's now zoning 2 members away. On the backside, Jenax tries to get the kill onto Execute, but he throws the shield up, and it ends up being 3 kills for 0. The frustrated faces of the coaching staff. We all felt that one.
Flag drag through, trying to keep it going. Jenax gonna find a quick bit of CC onto Execute. Bukata now has to run. Jenax decently tanky. Execute in trouble, but Blast Cone takes him out. And
they just don't have any damage yet, man. They can't kill any members of Rogue. And Rogue is just continuing to build advantages. Another tower is gained.
Yeah, and I mean, you look back at that fight, and it was close, but ultimately it comes down to the little things. Loopy, I'm going to say accidentally ulting Malrang instead of Execute to finish the kill. I think because Execute flashed out, I'm not sure if it was a misclick or if Execute flashed out of range at the last second. But that would have been at least something back. But even in these fights where probably the best case scenario is they go even, they're losing.
Yep.
And gold lead only continues to grow. Kadui only at a single item. A nice first item to have. And a few levels does mean that he will be able to start clearing those waves out. But we are going to be full, like, CLG EU stall till 70 minutes. Frog and Anivio hold the mid lane with this Victor. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of situation you're in. Maybe SK, though, can find a play here. Execute once again. Overstepping. Good initial combo with the flag and drag. CC there. Execute locked up. Nice little pick from SK.
They get themselves on the board at the very least. It's the beginning of what will be a long clawback if SK find a way to turn this game around. But the problem is you've left Adam isolated. And as we see in the pip, he is smashing away at that tower. He's getting very close to securing it. Will he actually grab this? He's going to.
That's frustrating. That much more money.
That is a huge gold injection.
1K.
Yes, so remember in draft where I said if Aatrox becomes a problem, then it becomes a lot harder to play these team fights?
Would you say that Aatrox has become a problem?
I would define him as a problem,
yeah. Luckily, Aatrox is not here and does not have TP, so perhaps a chance for SK to fight without the problem. Lockup is there, decent damage because of blows.
So, I've talked about this. I started the story earlier, but K-Draw many years told me that Jarvan is a champion. If he's not ganking at level 3, and he's not like snowballing the early game, useless champ.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if he would still say the same thing today, but I can tell you right now, that champ is hella squishy. If it is a race on which frontline dies first in these front-to-back comps, I'm a hazard a guess to say that Jarvan's dying first, bro.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet, I would say.
I think he's a champion that kind of has to pose some type of threat to the backline to make them feel like they need to focus him. But I just feel like Bukata poses 0 threats to this guy, so all this Tristana right now.
Yeah, and it's Rogue really getting our payoff for them continuing to just ban the AP options in Champ Select, right? This game, it was just the Lilia, but limiting Bukata's pool seems to be the right choice, because as we've gone to this final game, just didn't find a pick where he could have that big early game impact. Now, can still have the big 5-man knockups in fights if he finds the perfect angle, but, you know, pound for pound, I think I'd always prefer the Sejuani at this point in the game.
Oh, yeah. Herald is up. The fight for mid-wave control. Rogue is first to enter the river as they'll grab themselves the Scuttle Crab. Janek's still bot lane, but he has the TP available. Adam is fine to group with his team. He's got a full level over Genax, and he has the TP available himself. I don't think SK is going to contest this. Ooh, I stand corrected.
Okay, checking. Herald defeated, but SK will not let it go.
Malrang's like, I want it. Is he? The funny thing is he's not really scared of them, you know? He's like, you can't kill me.
He has to get in a range, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, I mean...
So I denied.
I denied.
In the meantime, Genix was farming a bot lane. Did have to back away the second he saw that Aatrox. Adam does have 2 items in his level 13. Another cancel. Not going to come through. Loopy
expecting it.
Backs being cancelled in this game definitely seems to be a trend.
Yeah, it does.
Unfortunately, it's SK's backs that keeps getting cancelled, unless, of course, you're a Rogue fan, in which case Rogue consistently find a way to interrupt SK's backs.
And it's a little thing, but it matters so much in an early game that was already rough to have Gen X in that bot lane back canceled like 3 times consecutively. Tristana's not going to complain when she gets 300 more gold for free.
Yeah, being
Larson,
late in real life is an inconvenience for sure. Being late in Summoner's Rift has severe monetary.
Yeah, imagine if you showed up late to work and they just didn't pay you at all.
It's kind of what happens.
That's basically it, right? There's just nothing left. All out of work for the day, buddy. You can just go home. Gen X going on Larson. Some damage down. Is going to also try to keep this fight going. Good initial burst. TP now coming in. Execute caught out, trying to regroup with the rest of the team. Kadui trying to get fancy with it, but just getting chunked out, and Execute is there waiting with the kebab, but Kadui taken down. Execute likely to fall next. The Jarvan going in, Patrick taken out as well. That's the big Victor ulti they're looking for. Gen X fighting the stun. Rieger keeping things going, but the ulti is already faded away. Adam might just be unkillable. Another auto going through. A Sundered Skyfrock, an extra Q, bit of healing coming in. The Darkened Blade finding the sweet spot again and again and again. Larson now trying to follow. Flash over the wall. Bukata running. Golden Aegis won't keep him safe. Another kill coming through. Larson finding the reset. Going to keep Goomba stomping his way through that one. Decent fight for SK, but Rogue again finding the edge.
SK just do not have the damage to get through Adam. He is a wall that feels unbreakable right now. And the problem is this wall has a massive sword that is just pounding down on your head. SK, they found what looked to be a winning fight, a good position, but the moment that Adam joined, he basically single-handedly forced them to retreat, and Rogue converted it into another one exchange. They now find themselves at Soul Point.
Rogue in a good spot. Loopy walking in here. Adam does not give a damn about that damage. Kadui free auto-attacking. It might not matter. Loopy taking a big chunk. Mid lane tower still standing. 1 minute and 30 seconds, though, the timer till Soul is on the table for Rogue. That is the fight that SK need to be ready for.
I mean, we're at the point where SK is very reliant on Rogue making mistakes now. And I thought that this was one of them. Gen X, good awareness, realizes I have the ability to kill Larson. And he recognizes that it's going to be difficult because, you know, he has the jump and he has the knockback. And so that's what happens here. But he forces Larson out of the fight. And so SK is saying, hey, we might be able to win a fight here. We have guaranteed numbers advantage. So in the top side of the river, Kadui gets locked down, flashed on by Adam. The double kill comes through for Rika, and you're thinking, okay, this is a winnable fight, Rogue have thrown. But just look at Adam. The healing comes through, Gen X is forced to flash away. Bukata doesn't have the damage, gets stunned up thanks to the Sejuani passive, also forced to flash away. He still ends up dropping thanks to the Larson bomb. And Rika also forced to flash away. They need to find a way to deal with Adam to stand a chance in this game.
SK grouped up. Adam waiting over the wall. Ulti to kick things off. Good initial knocker coming in through Execute. Kadui and Reek are now in trouble, but they managed to throw down their ultis. Instant cooldowns coming out, and down goes Kadui. Rogue slaughtering SK. Blink of an eye, they're gone. Dragon on the table in 11 seconds. It'll be Soul for Rogue.
Rogue is just so much stronger. They're happy to force these fights as they know that with the item advantage that they have, the level advantages that they're sitting on, they can easily win out on the fight. And this is looking to be a 23-minute Soul with a tower as well. Just nothing but domination coming through from Rogue.
Rogue finding their footing. We're reminded of the duality of SK, games of genius and games where it all just falls apart so quickly.
And this is a much-needed series for Rogue. At 1-5 in the standings, they find themselves comfortably at the bottom of it. In order to stand a chance at qualifying for playoffs, they really need wins. And with only 3 series remaining, including this one, they don't have many chances left. So getting a win here would be massive for their chances.
Definitely would be. SK would have some shots at redemption. But if you remember the old formats, how often top 6 was an absolute mess. How often it came down to the slimmest margins, tiebreakers, or being at the mercy of another team winning or losing. But no matter what, Rogue need the win now to kick things off. SK, we'll say it probably one more time, although depending on the length of this game, many more times, they are just trying to live.
Yep.
Holding on for dear life, scaling, maybe getting Sivir, that Infinity Edge, and then 2 more items. But with Infernal Soul and Otacon, I don't really know how they live through this one.
Oh,
Kata,
Execute.
ulti in.
Gonna have the Resurrection burnt. really think SK could do with a little bit of healing reduction. Unless I've missed it. Nope. Which I don't think I have.
Nope. They have an Ignite.
They have an Ignite.
That's about it. Which I think, like, look, when you're broke, healing reduction is expensive.
You're not wrong.
It's
Infinity Edge at the very least completed for Kadui. That's a nice spike. But it's kind of, how would you say, it's kind of like a little too late almost. If they can get Rogue to throw once, then they stand a good chance. But the way the Rogue is playing right now, it feels unlikely that that is going to happen. I mean, admittedly, I did cast a Cursed team pretty significantly yesterday.
Don't make me bring... Jake is waiting backstage. He will once again come out here and tell you to shut your mouth.
I will sit silently as the Baron begins.
SK don't have mid-prio. Can't make their way through Adam. So forced to look for some sort of scrappy contest, maybe just to pick onto Adam. But again, he has the false life buff.
He's not going to die. He's not going to die!
Baron down for Rogue. SK's pick attempt fails. 3 minutes to Elder, perhaps a coin flip that if SK can win, they might find an angle to live a little bit longer in this game. But victory is a long, long ways away.
I mean, in contrast to the first game where Adam was on the Galio, where his role was to provide more support for the team, I feel like you can see the contrast when you put him in a position to carry. We saw it in the second half of the game on his Ambessa, and now in this Aatrox. It's funny because the way the game started was Larssen getting a kill onto Rika, and then bot lane getting a 2v2 kill because Loopy lost his flash, and now it feels like the biggest threat on the board is Adam.
Yeah, that Aatrox is terrifying. SK throwing down the Sivir ulti, clearing waves, but Larssen on the bottom side will just delete towers. Genx counter-strike to stay standing. It's a desperate hold. It's like Helm's Deep if the Orcs were super jacked. Just like super just shredded.
Yeah.
And it was only hobbits. It would not go well.
And also they brought siege weaponry.
Yeah, they brought
like
siege weaponry.
So many trebuchets.
And Gandalf is really late.
Any minute now, Gandalf.
Any minute now, SK. Again, they don't really have a better course of action, to be clear here. All of their plays are probably losing plays, but again, going even is the victory that they're hoping for, buying more time. Genx caught. Kaisa going in, initial stun, Bukata caught off to the side. Genx flashing out, still living for a second. Ulting just to try and live, but Larssen does too much friggin' damage. Larssen flashing in, gets another one down, but just knocks Bukata back in the fountain. Larssen gets stunned up on a tower! Shutdown! Could be the start of something.
I don't think so. I think the damage is too much. Kadui has died. Rika is alive and will provide some wave clear, but the base is falling apart quickly. Adam will secure another tower. Rika needs to get back into the base.
Loopy hooking Mount, but they just don't do enough damage. Rika now moving in. Ulti through, Adam godlike, Infernal Chains connecting. Bukata not absolutely doing anything. Now I just ran out of English there. Stuck in there with Adam is what I was looking for. 11K gold lead from Rogue, by far their most dominant game this entire year.
And Adam really at the forefront of it. Him and Malrang are a monstrous duo right now. They do feel unkillable. SK just does not do the damage to break them. And now with the Elder Dragon spawning in a minute's time, you would imagine that that is where Rogue will set their sights.
Ooh, gold is in a rough state too. Death cap just completed though, perhaps enough.
But like, very questionable play here from Genx. I do not know why he thought it was safe to go up towards that wave. He really just exposed his team, who then tried to step up to defend him. You can see the mana bar is relatively low. Larssen miscalculates the damage a little bit, ends up losing his life, giving a big shutdown over to Rika. But it doesn't matter, because Adam is here, and he has the support of his team.
I think Genx just praying that he could delete that wave before it hit the tower, but doesn't pay off. Uh-oh.
Are they going?
Oh, are they? Triple blast cone over the wall, face first in the SK. It would be bold.
They're going.
But it would be a flex. Double blast cone. Ulti's coming out. Patrick face first in enemy support. Kadui on the backline for now, untouched. Decent damage going in from the Victor. They've got the combo that they're looking for, but Genx a little bit too late to the party. Adam, legendary. Rogue effectively untouched. SK with blinking health bars, running as fast as they can.
Rogue. I was about to say it looks like they don't even care about the Elder, but they will turn their attention back towards the objective. It's the objective designed to end games. So when you're in this sort of a position, why not grab it for yourself? Then you can just force a fight knowing how much stronger you are than your opposition and look to close things out. And a much needed bounce back for Rogue. It's been a tough split for them. But a win here could be all the difference to keep their playoff chances alive. Rika.
Rika instantly deleted. Blink of an eye there right as the Elder comes through just to make certain. Probably wouldn't make it out of the Infernal Chains anyway. Adam keeping the push up. Eating tower shots. Hook from Loopy just connecting with the wall. 4 members trying to hold. Adam with TP. Reeker, when he responds, will have ulti, but he's still 40 seconds out. There should be no way for SK to hold this. This should be impossible. Rogue looking for the victory lap. Execute taking 0 damage. Starting to stack those concussive blows. And SK, the momentum that they were building, taken away in this game 3. Rogue find the win. Malrang sliding, gliding, looking for the ulti. Kadui untouched for now, but it doesn't matter because his front line is very quickly disappearing. Adam, now legendary. Loopy sent back to the fountain. Kadui there himself with nowhere to go, no matter how much help the laser gives him. I don't think he's got a shot in this one, but they're going to fountain dive. The towers are gone. Rogue will probably just end the game. But this is a much-needed confidence win, and they're taking their time with it. Rogue knocking down SK, finding their second win of the spring split.
12 kills to close things out for Adam, with a scoreline of 12-0 and 6. He and Malrang did some serious work, but it was all started off by the mid laner, Larson, getting that early kill, and then Patrick and Execute getting that 2v2 kill. And once they had that early lead, they just didn't let go. Objective gained, gold gained, kills gained. And then that top lane play where it was 3 for 0, I feel like that was really what cemented the advantage that Rogue needed to close things out. A much needed series win for Rogue and an impressive performance to close the series out.
And of course, you can vote for the player you think was most impactful, key player of the series at LEC on X, Adam, Malrang, or Patrick. All good options. I think you know where we would vote. Probably, I mean, top laners in every game were probably the most impactful.
Now, of course, it's not all doom and gloom for SK. They still have many chances left to qualify for playoffs. They find themselves at 2 and 3 on the scoreboard, but they're going to feel a little frustrated, especially when one of your direct competitors that is sitting underneath you, Rogue, did get that win, and now they're tied in terms of wins.
Yeah.
So it's always a scary place to be as we find ourselves in the halfway point of the regular season, and the teams are getting closer to that top 6 spot, which they need to secure in order to go to playoffs.
Yeah, and still a difficult road for Rogue, no doubt. Again, we won't see them next week. We will see them in the following 2 weeks. 1 series each week, ending the season versus Koi. But you never know. The glow-up could happen. Signs of brilliance in a couple moments across their season, but a lot of it failing to come together until today. And this win over SK, and for SK, again, they got a lot of time to bounce back. We'll have a chance to talk about them later. For now, Ginny standing by with Patrick.
It's like team diff, you know?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. We have Patrick here, victorious from Rogue. You just said a little something right before the interview started. It was 2 words. Would you like to repeat that first?
Team diff?
Yes, let's talk about it, because this was a really good series, not just from one individual, but it felt like the team as a whole was really locked in today. You were very confident as well coming into this final game. You're like, oh, a 0 out of 10, 10% we're gonna, like 10 out of 10 we're gonna win this. So how much of a confidence boost was this? How were you able to really be on that same page?
I just think after game 2, when we finally won, it seemed like the plays that we do are actually good and can work. So game 3, we were just so much more confident, you know, looking for fights and being really proactive. So it just gave us a huge boost.
It's like that confirmation that you needed that what you're doing is right and it is working and it worked. So when it comes to this series specifically, after that first game, how did you still find that confidence to be able to make those plays in that second game?
I'm not sure. Maybe we just felt like we were going to lose again, so we just didn't really care, and we just sprinted at them and killed them. So I think maybe the first loss made us just not care too much and just try our best.
Yeah, sprinted at them and killed them. You get that 2v2 lead in the bot lane, and you held on to it. You kept carrying it forward. When we're looking at some of the games from Rogue, it feels like the early game very much is something that you guys are, you know, not uncomfortable with. But it's more like when it gets to the later stages of the game that you guys are, you know, letting things slip a little bit. How are you going to improve on that? Because you've shown today that you can hold on to those leads.
Yeah, the Rogue time is quite popular, and we haven't fixed it yet. So to be honest, I'm not really sure what to do. It just feels like some games we can do it, and some games we just run it down. I think we just need to maybe even talk less and just everyone focus on their champ more and just make sure individually we perform.
When you're performing well individually, is there a specific way to make the pieces go well together? Because we've seen it today, right? Like everybody's doing really well, and usually we have the cases where Rogue only one player does well, and then it's kind of like, you know, oh, like what are we gonna do here? So when it comes to making the pieces fit together, you don't have a game next week. What would your main focus be then?
I think we just need to make sure that we know where we are fighting and where we are engaging, because some of our team fights are just all over the place, you know, like somebody is on the left, somebody is on the right, somebody is dead, and we are still going, and then we're just dead. Like, I think we just need to be extra careful when we are like one man down and when we are not grouped.
That's fair enough. I wish my solo queue teammates would think about that as well. But when you're looking at this series, is there a player that really stood out to you? It could be yourself, you know, you could say I was the best.
I would say Larsen or Marang. I feel like they just were quite proactive today, you know, and they are not always so proactive. So it was a really good surprise, and I was so happy to see it.
Love to see that. But actually, the key player of the game is going to be Adam. So
of course,
yeah.
He also did well. Like 12-0 Atrox or something was a pretty big top diff. So good.
Top diff, team diff, jungle diff, AD carry diff. It's been a good diff for Rogue. So heading forward into the next 2 games that you have left, any words of encouragement to the fans? Because there are people sitting in the audience that were like cheering for you guys today, so that must feel really good.
We play Casey, right? And Matt. Oh, it's pretty hard.
No, come on, bring the confidence out. You got it.
I mean, I think we can do it. Casey is struggling, I feel like, when I watch them, and Matt is, I don't know, they're not super impressive either, so I feel like if we have good draft, then we can have a good game and win.
All right. I believe in it. You just have to believe in it yourself, right? You have to say it with your chest. But that's enough from us over here. We're going to be heading over to a quick break, and then we're going to be back with the second series of today, Vitality going up against Demcore.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right. Welcome to therapy. What brings you in today?
I've been struggling a lot. I have a new roommate, new support. It's been rough. I didn't really find my way. I only focus on him. I can't focus on myself anymore. It's like so much weight on me. I can't even explain it. It's like I'm carrying a huge steel ball on my back.
I see. Do you feel like you lost yourself? Do you feel like you lost the ability to express yourself in games since then?
You couldn't have phrased it better. I think especially that I only focus on my partner because I have zero trust.
So when you think about Nisqy and those difficulties, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like I miss my old roommate.
What the f, man?
Oh.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward. Welcome back to the new therapy session with you guys. Is there anything you want to get off your chest about Vitality maybe and how they played yesterday?
I wish I had therapy sessions every time I was depressed by one of my teammates, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For it to end like that? They're about to step on stage. Did you see that?
I mean,
like it's not looking good, guys.
I mean, sometimes you need to like get kicked in the butt by a therapist to make it better for the next time. But there are still signs of life for Vitality. I still feel like Nisqy's finding himself. Maybe synergy with the cards. Yes, he said. Even though it's a meme, I feel like
of course it
affected his memes. I mean, also his memes probably because he memes a lot less. But his gameplay a little bit. But still, Nisqy is progressing. But now the question is he progressing fast enough?
Yeah, I think the big thing is he has all of the mechanical skill to play support at this level, obviously, right? Like, he was a very good mid laner for a long time, but there's a lot of those small things as a support that you have to do, especially teaming up with the jungle in the early game, finding vision in the mid game. Like, that's where we see Nisqy struggling a little bit, especially in the mid game, getting caught out when he's, like, venturing into no man's land for vision. So, for Vitality, there's just... Man, this team is cursed. They're so
they
cursed.
Are cursed.
Like every time I think they're going to have a good split, they just start collapsing again. And there were some good signs when Nisqy came in, and now things seem to be falling apart a little bit again.
It's going to turn around today.
Oh, today.
Well,
Okay, today is the day.
They have a hard task when I look at the game today, because thinking about MKOI, where do we place them? Because they won against the weaker teams. They went toe-to-toe with like the best teams, so like gatekeepers, top 3, top 4 potential. What is MKOI right now?
I think we might be underestimating MKOI because they had 2 really tough games at the start of the season. Like they played G2 and Carmine Corp, who were in better form than they are now, or at least Carmine Corp were. G2, we've only seen 1 series where they really collapsed. MKOI since then have looked consistent. Jojo's looking really good. Mirwin's looking really good. Like the whole team is looking solid, but the points that I would have looked at as weaknesses, with Jojo perhaps not stepping up as much as I expected him to, have really been solidified. So these next 4 or 5 games, I could see us coming out of this saying, are MKOI a top 2 team rather than are they just the 4th best team in our league?
Exactly, because when we think about MKOI, they still had some upgrades in winter. It felt like the team was a lot more cohesive. Jojo coming in and replacing Frescovi gave a lot more direction to the Lyoya Alvaro duo. They played a lot around mid lane, and Jojo's performance was a little bit left to desire because I felt like come mid game, come late game, his performance was dropping. He didn't really know his role so well. But now, from what I've seen in Spring from him, I feel like he's leveling up more. His awareness in fights is really good. He's doing more of the elaborate tasks, the sneaky ones where he maybe just needs to mark someone, not really step out of line, not really look for these flashy playmaking abilities that he's been showing on Cloud9. So I feel like they're stepping up, and as you guys said, their schedule at the beginning had K-Corp and G2, and it sucked, but looking at the last 3 games, they have GX, SK, Rogue, and those are the 3 games for them later on to completely, like stomp on someone's head and solidify themselves as either top 3 or a finalist or top 4. Because right now, it's looking rough with G2 and KC, even though they've been dropping games.
Yeah, I think the real barometer is the Fnatic series. If MKOI go into that series and win it cleanly or win it a little bit messily, then I'm really looking at them as a top 3, maybe top 2 team. The question is, Fnatic have also been leveling up, right? So how are those two things going to balance against each other? I think that's next week, actually, that series. It should be a real banger.
Should probably be the Roadshow one, isn't it?
Yeah, in Madrid, yeah.
Oh, that's going to be high. But yeah, Fnatic, I don't want to go...
Yeah, don't want to talk too much about Fnatic right now. But for MKOI, I think the barometer comes from they should win this series cleanly.
Convincingly,
and then next week against Fnatic, can they challenge Fnatic or are they beating Fnatic? And that sets them apart from 4th to maybe top 3 in my mind.
One step ahead here. Let's see how well they can do against Vitality today in our last game of Week 4.
Let's wrap up Week 4 in style, I say, as KOI continue to look to prove where they actually stand. Vitality, bit of a blunder only yesterday. Let's not forget, it was myself and Fedius who walked through that one. And against Team Heretics, I mean, the word is blunder is, are we dancing on the stage? Okay, boys, all right. I don't know, it might be Monday, but it is Easter Monday after all. It is a holiday, as myself and Dagda are going to make sure you have a good end of your public, whatever it is.
Holiday?
Yeah.
Celebration?
Celebration.
What's this?
It is. I hope people got
I'm not
chocolate.
particularly religious, I'm afraid.
I had some Kit Kats somewhere. I was going to throw them at the crowd, but I think I get in trouble because I would actually throw objects at people, and that's not allowed. So we'll work on that.
No, I'm fine with you not being allowed to throw things at people, to be perfectly honest. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. But yeah, there is nothing weak of these 4+1 players that have taken to the stage, and I'm very excited to see exactly how they are going to try and face off against each other. Because I think Movistar KOI, as Medic was saying on the desk, a team that I think are slightly underestimated because you look at where they are in the standings, you're like, oh, well, you know, they're not actually like that high up for where they are. They're currently sitting in 6th place at 2-2, but you do forget that they were facing off against KC, who are on form, G2, who are looking fantastic. So I think it is Movistar KOI going to start running up the ladder, and it's now on Vitality to see if they can kind of disrupt that and honestly hope to put themselves in a better position for making those top 6.
Because they've now played the least series out of anyone, 4 out of 6. Where, and again, when I say out of 6, that's what teams like KC have played. That's what teams like BDS have now played as well after beating G2 yesterday. But KOI also just recently beat BDS, so take that as you will, as we're in Pick Band. Final series of the day, final series of the week, and Vitality on blue side here already making sure that they just don't want to pick Varus. Dagda, they don't want Vi on first pick either.
Yeah, well, there's also a Maokai that's been left open, so imagine that. No, not going to be the last one. So Maokai first rotation could be potentially here for Linces, and I think that does set you up nicely. Elyoya more than likely going to respond with an Ivern. We kind of see Ivern come out as the answer in the 3v3 battle, but
sorry, because you say 3v3, but you say it tree.
Yeah.
So I'm confused.
Because the Irish number for 3 is tree.
Yeah.
So it's just this tree.
Yeah, that's why I was like, he's saying 3v3 or 3v3? Yeah. I don't know. Rumble locked in instead, but remember, fire does burn down the forest. So for KOI, do they take that option?
I think Maokai is still just a good option, like regardless. Also, as you say, Maokai Rumble, kind of terrifying because you can lock up so many people, but also people tend to conga line whenever you do go for the Rumble, for the Maokai ultimate, so sets up for the Rumble. It's going to be the Xin Zhao though, for Elyoya. Wanted to be a little bit more active in the map and look for these early skirmishes, and surprise, surprise, it's Talia again.
Yes, our favorite. Is there going to be an Ari on the other side? We can only guess.
I knew Talia was really strong when Medic was able to win on it in solo queue as a mid laner today in like D3 or something like that.
Wow.
I'm not a support player. That's not how this works.
And Medic also got Shade with that one. Nice double whammy, Robin.
Yeah. I like to take it out on when he's not here. That's how it goes. Yeah. And also while his legs don't work, so I can run away.
Sucked in Medic, no legs. All right. Well, while he recovers at the gym, in the meantime, Panther's going to get locked in. We also find ourselves with a funny setup between top, maybe mid as well. Good CC chain. I mean, if you're not running Xin Zhao, running something like a Pantheon has some similarities in the duelist department.
I think it does, like, if you are, as you say, worried about these early skirmishes, Pantheon gives you a lot of power in that, and just helps to facilitate a lot of the laners that you will want to take, like the Victor here, to try and set yourself up. I did think we just see the Talia Zir trade, but Chayek feeling more comfortable in the Victor and has been a champion that he's performed well.
Okay. Well, okay, yeah, the Gwen person's here. Okay, Gwen locked in once again. What a big surprise, and the champion is mega OP. Europe has still held on to Gwen, let go of Neferi here. Even though Gwen, the E changes have been minor, and still not enough to care.
It's like the Yorick and the Scion that I'm surprised we haven't seen picked up.
True, where is that Yorick at?
I mean, even Odo was saying backstage that Yorick just seems so busted at the moment, it's crazy. But we'll have to wait and see as Alistar ban, maybe another Rel ban coming through for Niski in the bottom side, although I imagine it could actually be the Leona ban, and they are going to try and first rotation Alvaro's Rel here for Movistar Koi.
Well, so far it's just a Rakan instead. I mean, it might just be a quadruple support ban. As you mentioned, Rel is a bit of a fish here. Maybe 80 carry to take away as well. We don't have an 80 carry on each side. I mean, we know it's going to be like an Ezreal. Brom goes away as well. Like, what else is on the card stack?
Yeah.
Pick ban is just so stable now for games 1, even games 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of understanding of where you're going to trade. Like, I think you can. The risk is if you ban Leona here, I think you get Rel and there's no real answer for the Rel.
Agreed.
So I think you kind of have to leave both them open. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like a 80 carry ban, like an Ezreal, kind of just throw away, there you go, an MF, just to basically take something off the board, just because you do see, here's the Rel, now you're going to want to respond to the Leona and just not corner yourself if you're Vitality.
Leona, side note, Nautilus also up and available as well to interrupt mid-air. Those are the standard supports. Or honestly, Ezreal, you know.
Yeah, the reason Leona works well into Rel, even though she can steal some of the stuff, is she doesn't actually have a shield, and Rel with the Shattering Strike can remove shields. And Nautilus is very squishy if he doesn't have that shield. So I think I'd prefer the Leona in this case. Also works well with the... Well, also Nautilus and Leona work well in this sort of situation, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is.
See where Vitality go. I mean, they need follow-up engage as well. A lot of dive already. Niski would be a bit of a hilly move here as they're just cycling through, but as you said, Doug, a really important point.
But the thing is, I feel like they need some sort of engage, because at the moment it's like, which Poppy's not. So it does well for the matchup, and everything kind of does well in isolation in the matchup so far. But when you actually come to a team fight for Vitality, it's like, who gets starts off your engage, unless it's just Lince is throwing his body in there with the Grand Starfall. And even then, it's like your follow-up isn't really great. Like, maybe you're hoping you can get a slow of some kind from Nako, but it's not ideal. Whereas for Movistar Koi, you've now got the Rel to follow up, you've got the Talia wall to try and shut people out, and this Gwen should be able to kind of just run around in these fights and do whatever the hell she wants. So from a comp point of view, I feel like Movistar's team fighting just is far superior to Vitality.
And how good is it when you have range as well, where you don't have this hard engage, this hard gap close outside of Pantheon, or you know, Poppy sprinting it down, or Kai'Sa pressing R. As a Jhin, the utility providers, an 80 carry feels so nice here. So you're right for Koi. I also worry about the fact that Gwen can run away with this game when you have such good side lane threat that comes off the back of Talia. Like, okay, Gwen takes over sides and still scales like a truck.
Yeah. I think if I'm Ilyoya here, I'm trying to play towards Mirren in the top side to try and set him up for success, have that Gwen as a win condition, and then we get to team fights. Jhin is going to do his job with the curtain call anyway, outrange a lot of Vitality. Honestly, kind of similar when you look towards a Talia. She's going to be kiting back, using the Q, the volley, to just try and hit as many people as possible. So I think you've got a clear working order here for Movistar Koi. The only thing is Vitality's lanes do relatively well. Well, actually, I think it's only really mid lane that does, to be honest. So, yeah, I think this is an uphill battle for Vitality.
As soon as we started pointing out fan signs as, hang on, wanted Berlin in apartment 1 bedroom, 750 warm, that's pretty generous. That's pretty generous. There's no number or anything on the sign. If anyone has an apartment in Berlin, please contact that person. It's hard renting out here, you know? What a way to advertise it. But I'm going to give some advertising advice. You got to put a weight. You probably can't put your number on. There's probably
I was going to say, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, actually, don't
dox
listen to
yourself.
me.
Don't dox yourself.
Don't listen to me. But maybe like an @ or something so people can contact you. Because someone might be watching at home and be like, I'm looking for I'm looking for a co-leaser.
Yeah, a roommate.
And boom. And you are suddenly in an apartment where people care about the internet and they play League of Legends.
It's true.
Double win.
Yeah.
The rent's paying itself. Well, it's a nice Monday, isn't it?
It is. Sorry, I was trying to keep my eyes on what Movistar Koi were up to exactly. It's not quite a late invade, but just trying to get some vision down. They're going to back away. Elyoya will be spotted on the top side, so at least information gained on both sides as to exactly what the junglers are up to. But as we said, I think Elyoya more than likely going to try and move down. Sorry, to start on his bottom side and then rotate up towards Mirren. See if he can help him out in the early stages.
He's going to be on a ward on these Raptors, though, to kick things off. And again, I feel like we've talked a lot about vision in the past couple of days. It's something that a lot of our top teams do. I mean, any team should do as well. But I'm here to talk about more important things, Dagda, as 2v2 kicks off. And that is what the desk was cracking on about a little bit as well. Just a quick reminder, they just got to keep going. I feel like the swimming reference was there, you know, because
just keep swimming. Just keep, yeah.
They are a fish. So, again, it feels like in this schedule, Fnatic are the hardest team left. You know, to round out the split, considering where Koi started, if SKC and G2 at full power, as you were just saying before.
Yeah, and I do think a lot of their games from Movistar Koi now are kind of ramping up, as you say, to that Fnatic game, which should be an absolute banger next week. But I think it's the manner in which Movistar Koi have done it is really interesting, because when I look at a lot of their drafts, it's been this kind of triple threat style where you have a carry from Mirwin pretty consistently, and it's now giving him that opportunity to kind of step up. We saw the Varus game last week that he played really well on, and it just means that it's very difficult to shut down all aspects of Movistar Koi, and then when you get to team fights, someone is bound to carry, even if you manage to take one of them down.
True. It's a reliability, and now with JoJo in the mix as well, it's like, hey, this team is actually fully functioning. As laning phase already, you can see that Chayak in a bit of trouble. Seismic Shove dodged away. So good fancy feat. Really, Chayak's lane has been okay as well, just to give him some compliments. And I think Vitality need compliments after yesterday, Dagda, because that game too, after losing it to Heretics, what was it, 7,000 gold, they're in the lead. And it got team fought over and over and picked off over and over again. Vitality this week has been a bit of a rough blow.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Heretics, though, in that second game was like insane base defense into insane base defense into some really crafty plays in and around that Baron after they managed to sneak it away. So I think fair dues to Heretics, but I think that has kind of come down to what the crux of the problem is with Vitality is just they don't really know how to close out games even when they get leads.
I mean, you're exactly right. In the 2v2 though, good blocking from Niski, steadfast presence as Alvaro demounts and Kazi gets some damage back. In the 2v2, things are all even for now. No someone has burned as of yet. Seismic Shot, there it is again. Onto Chayak. JoJo gets a good trade, but he's run out of Qs.
Yeah, and well, I mean, at that stage he was already out. Chayak even looking to try and trade back, so I'd be happy to shove this in. Chayak will be able to TP back in, but might lose a minion or two to the tower. Actually going to try and stick around, but Elyoya is here. This is very risky for Chayak.
All it takes is a WE to connect. JoJo's going to get past the gravity field, and Seismic Shove flashed away immediately. That enhances the time to get the push in here with a recall and TP.
And also, Chayak now loses more of those minions. If he just reset and TP back in, would have been fine, but Elyoya showing up puts a bit of a wrench in the works, and it's going to put him behind when it comes to the experience in the CS.
I'm surprised Elyoya didn't help him push out, but I guess Elyoya fine just in mid, or rather. That was JoJo Pyun, but Wade pushes in, might get a back timer now as well. Cameron keeps going bot because of course he does. We keep fighting, don't we?
Yeah, I think Elyoya a little bit nervous that if he did stick around to push in that wave, he would have been at a reset disadvantage. Linces, he thought Linces would have already reset and now start making the plays, but Linces hasn't actually foregone the reset. And maybe looking for a bot lane player, or at least to help his bot lane crash this wave so they can look at reset themselves.
Any wards in bot River Dagger or bot Brush? I see none. There's the full engage. Niski, will he die before? And Linces gets in, flash away immediately. First blood over to Super, but a quick on trade. Alvaro might give them a double in the setup as Kazi looks for it, but Elyoya coming to cover again. Onto Linces, he audacious charge in, but he's a level down over Linces. And there's just a re-engage, a flash immediately into mortal peril. The will shown. And Linces with a great game.
Yeah, because Linces didn't reset, he managed to pick up his bot side camps, get that level experience, plus off the wave in that bot side of the map as well. And in that, you just have more value through those levels than you do in a lot of the items that have been picked up from Elyoya. So able to turn that play around, plus having an AD carry versus support, always going to be helpful in that regard.
Really nice again. Elyoya there to save the day. But we look at the replay. Niski just taking it all up.
Yeah, and it's a good play from Linces here, because, look, you get the kill, but he needed to shadow this wave to make sure that they could actually crash it and get the reset safely, because rightfully so, predicting Elyoya was probably going to be on this bottom side of the map, but Elyoya going in that bit too far, baits Alvaro in.
Maybe cooking well played, Linus. Good. Yeah, we can crash together.
Yeah, I agree. Well played.
Goaded indeed, JoJo. However, Niski almost going to cook him. Setup from Alvaro is there. Support's just matching towards mid as Grubs is spawning about now. Elyoya. He's always everywhere. That's the problem with Elyoya, isn't it?
Yeah, he's very good at shadowing his lanes and making sure that they're in an okay spot. Was just, unfortunately, a bit out of position on the last one. And it does mean Movistar Koi, though, moving several people to mid will get the push, but Vitality responding.
And they want to fight because, again, as Niski flashes forward, steadfast presence, look at the items in the jungle. Elyoya has to flash away, and the Chaos Storm is already out. Good zone control. Koi now low. Grubs for free. Over to 3.
Yeah, the tunneler early stages for Linces is so strong, and just the fact that you are able to play through this Pantheon that is already hyper-aggressive in the early stages, working out well. the flash from Niski setting up that play to burn the flash, and now flash of Ayoya now guarantee themselves the point groups.
Really good early game here from Vitality, and again, small gold lead brewing, and you got to remember what's happening in the other lanes that we're not watching. Like, top is keeping neck and neck, and Nucko has a wave pushing in against him for now, so might only be down about 5 CS, as unfortunately it's not going to freeze. Just not strong enough of a wave in the position where it is. Nucko reaches 7, Mirwin pulls back, but still, all things considered, even with the jungler head not bad as Kazi, 2v1, he ulties immediately, but he's shot down, he flashes out of the curtain call though. Super, last shot goes awry.
This should give Movistar Koi access to the Dragon though, which is kind of what they're hoping to play for. You can see Ayoya on his blue, and especially with Linces having taken that topside objective, they want to try and match something. So it looks like Movistar Koi, I thought they were going to move over, but it's actually Super resetting for an item, so maybe just looking for the mid play, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, looks like Karzi will be able to push out this wave as Movistar Koi. A bit uncertain, that's what I wanted to do.
Now starting Dragon, I guess that certainty's come back a little bit, but Niski's also on the way. I question how far Vitality are willing to take it if it turns into a fight, because Lenses has ulti now as well. Alvaro is just doing zone control. Dragon's going down quick enough with Jojo helping out now as well. You can see Nucko's moving into Fog of War maybe to set up for a TP, but no, Dragon goes down in the end. Koi pick up first objective down bottom.
Yeah, but Karzi ended up wasting a lot of time kind of poking his head in to see what was happening to the Dragon, so not going to reset on time. So it looks like they're going to have to use that TP from Nucko to cover the bot side push as they're going to rotate Karzi up towards this top side.
He's got a big wave in it that's in the turret now, so in terms of timing, you're still going to miss something down bot. Really good catch out there, Dagger. I wonder if our observers can look at seeing that wave at bot.
Yeah, it's gone.
Because, yeah, that is shrunken. Yeah, I can tell you for a fact there is no more wave in about 2 seconds, so really good point out, Dagger. Kazi's now in top lane as well. Nucko's going to get some attention. The only way this works is if Mirwin goes down, and he just popped his ulti for the wave. We didn't see it, but he's got nothing in the tank. Kazi gets the kill, and you know what? Wave versus a kill, they're about even.
Yeah, I mean, look, you lose a little bit, but the fact you get the kill going to help out quite substantially. And Nucko going to be able to TP down now when he resets to pick up that bot side wave as well and push it in. But Movistar Koi within members top side.
I mean, they're a bloody team and they love to fight in the mud. Niski could be in trouble, but Linces helping out with his ulti again. But the ulti from Ayoya just killed his mid laner. I don't think Ayoya meant to do it, but he just botched the play. Alvaro running away after a double's given over, and Linces just got hand-fed on an Easter Monday.
Oh, it's a mess for Movistar Koi. They had to completely abandon that play. And now, Karzi, having just picked up the kill, going to pick up a bunch of assists. He's going to be able to get plates on this tower. Nucko won't, unfortunately, be able to do the same with Mirwin in the bottom side, but Vitality getting off to an early lead.
And a couple of errors. I mean, good punishing from Vitality. This early game, Linces is taking charge. Really nice to see again when you see a 4-0 Pantheon continuing to roll the speed up of the game. Especially Vitality consistently looking for those fights as well.
But it's even the fact Linces is about a level and a half ahead here. Well, about a level now as Ayoya is able to move into his jungle, but still, like, Sundered Sky completed now less than 10, just on 10 minutes into the game. Linces is huge, and now if he shows up at any of these waves and side lanes, he's just going to be able to destroy people. Nobody on Movistar Koi can manage that.
Because if we just did this, right, game's even. Game's even right now, even game. But then, oh, hang on a minute, what's that? It's a 1,400 gold lead between Vitality and Koi right now, and that is being maintained just by Linces alone. Because you look at Kazi, he's also adding a bit to the gold lead, but again, CS is pretty even. There was a kill earlier for Super. Bot isn't that much of a difference either.
But the thing is, it's the silent numbers that are doing work, right? It's like the CS kind of there, right? But he has picked up a good few turret plates for himself, Karzi, to try and help out. So it's making things a little bit more difficult to keep that balance. Like 500 gold, he's already probably going to be in a decent spot now as he starts to move forward into the rest of the game. And in a support Linces kind of style, this is where Vitality could try and play through him. It just means that Linces has to be on point with using this advantage.
Nucko flashing away. He has Nimbus close, so he got some movement speed from his flash, but now he's overheating. Alvaro knows a crash down. Good dodge away. Nucko with a fancy beat. Shattering strike. His dodges are insane, but Nucko, the snip, the sidestep. He doesn't get away. Mad respect to the top laner of Vitality. He almost got away with it.
Yeah, just couldn't quite. No ultimate goes down, which means that he's not able to find the last little bits of kills, but he tried his damnedest. Mirwin, though, gets the kill. Oh, well, gets the assist. Gonna get the plates. And Karzi
got him as well. Easy ulti in. Plates for the cost of a kill. Again, Karzi is just the one trading the CS, it seems. for enemy lives.
Yeah, it does mean, as you say, losing that wave in mid, but you got the kill on towards Mirren for a second time. Still though, I think like these are little things that Vitality could look to cover, where you like shift Linces to mid to grab the wave, or you're moving Chayak from this top push that he's just done in towards mid, but it's not the end of the world. It's still a lead, but it's just losing out on bits of CS and experience here and there.
So it's not clean, but again, it's still Vitality League of Legends for now. Dragon's coming up in a minute, and we're going to find out if they feel confident to fight as Kazi going for the crit build. Seldom have we seen the AP Kaiser build really in the LEC. I think we might have seen one yesterday, but like, everyone's really doing this build now. It's the new hot thing, you know?
Well, it's more like you have a AP top laner and an AP mid laner.
Very
if you
true.
add an AP damage into the bottom side, it's kind of like, well, I guess I don't have to worry about armor. I mean, I say with a 4-kill Pantheon in the game, but you know what I mean? It's like you kind of want that flexibility in your damage, but and even then, I think it still hits quite hard off of, you know, your 2-atom spike, which is kind of where a lot of these games, even if we're getting to a later point, are getting decided because you're looking at souls coming up and available, and some of these more are these bigger objectives like Atacans and Barons at the 25 minutes.
Well, with one item, I mean, let's just talk about the objective in the room. 10 seconds till that Dragon spawns, and Vitality trying to build a dive off it as well. Chayak getting push in lane, and while Kazi is going to take care of mid, I also noticed that Naknako doesn't have teleport, but Mirwin does. Let's see if Koi feel confident here, Dagda, and can use that TP advantage for however long it exists, because I think Naknako...
No, it's just coming up.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
10-second advantage, Dagda. Yeah, it's a slim window.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vitality already know that they're kind of pushing control over the map state, so they're going to be happy to just go for it. But it does kind of put you in this situation as Movistar Koi. We're like, well, how are we supposed to come back from this? Like, you have the opportunity to look for picks and plays off of people like Jojo Pyun having the Weaver's Wall to cut off members of Vitality, and you know, Chayak can get caught, Lince can get caught, Naknaka can get caught, but when you're playing on the back foot and trying to catch waves, it's a lot more difficult to be in position.
Flash engage though is beautiful. We pause because Jojo Pyun has earned his own flash seismic shove. Brilliant. Niski might die in response, and with one shot he does. Jojo's still alive until a spear connects, but Lince is still in trouble. Alvaro gets a stun down, and I'm seeing no one nearby, so maybe trouble's the wrong word, as it was a focus on mid from Super. He left the kill there.
Yeah, the reason was Karzi ended up ulting onto him, using that killer instinct, so then Super burnt the barrier, had to stop with the curtain call as well. So nice play from Karzi to support what was turning into a bit of a disastrous play on bot side.
Good catch there, Dagger, as well, as Mirwin jumps forward, but Naknako has Electro Harpoon, exhaust out, Needlework is going to follow. Mirwin gets some healing, but Naknako spacing well. He's in danger zone, Zelioya ults straight away, looking for the knockup, but can't find it. And Electro Harpoon would slow down further as that teleport is looking to buy time, but Niski also on the way up. This fight is far from over. But Koi running for their lives against Vitality, just not here in time.
Yeah, the wind becomes lightning, not connecting was crucial there. Naknako would have fallen, just that little bit of extra damage to come through, but this is kind of where we're seeing on the last two plays the issues with Vitality's come.
Yep.
They try to make the play on bot side, they have to burn flashes on Linces and try to get it, like even Niski popping his ultimate to lock Jojo Pyun in place. But after that, they just don't have the CC to try and follow through. Even on this top side, Naknako's trying to run and follow, but an Electric Harpoon is the only thing that can slow them down. And I think this is something that Vitality are going to continue to struggle with, is unless they set up properly at objectives where it's, hey, we're playing for zone control with the gravity field, or for Niski being able to separate out a fight and try and fight on uneven footing. I don't know how they try and find these catches if Movistar Koi don't let them.
You talked about it in draft, and I think people forget how important engage is in League of Legends, unless you have a comp that is always going to run into you and dive you, which, I mean, Koi have a lot of pick tools, right? It's not always fully committal. Things like Needlework as the game goes on, seismic shoves, like Alvaro commits, sure, but you talked about the ranged Jhin engages, that last pick for Koi in draft, Dagda. And further to your point, you know, for Vitality, when you don't have engage, it just feels like things are always going to be much harder to play when you don't have that reliable go button that makes your dreams come true.
Yeah, I think if you had winning lanes, it would be easier because you could just play with Linces being this 5-0 and just going, hey, I'm going to ult to a side lane and kill them. But again, like, when we looked at G2 playing successfully on a Pantheon, it was, we have a Warwick who's going to have a very long ultimate timer that lets this Grand Starfall happen. Then we get the follow-up CC and we're able to finish them off. When you've got a Rumble on the side that isn't as effective, when you got Chayak on a Victor, that set-up CC isn't as effective in enabling Linces into these side lanes.
And we've seen it as Equalizer comes out in the picture-in-picture. I mean, Nako is doing well in the individual 1v1, and there's that Pantheon ult, but Mirwin buying time again. The needlework is out. Nako under turret has to dissuade it for now, but Linces gets some good damage, and finally attacking those side lanes. It works out then. It took a little bit, but Vitality maybe taking your advice a bit.
Hey, it manages to work, right? I didn't expect it to be able to work as effectively, but they managed to get Mirwin. It goes down. That's going to be the side lane tower. Looks like Movistar Koi going to try and trade for Rift Herald, but a tier 2 and a lot of that gold going into the hands of Nako and Linces is going to be nice.
We'll see if we can get that next wave pushed in for the side of Nako as well. Lince is going to be slow to the plate. It's not a Hextech Rift for once in our lives here in the LEC as Niski gets to disengage away. Elyoya is up against the wall, but Alvaro is an easy target. He's ignited down and auto-attacked by Kazi, but Vitality still haven't found that engage because, again, where is the engage? Koi walk away. In the end, Herald not picked up, actually. It was zoned by Vitality.
But that is a win for Vitality.
Yeah.
Like, you got the bot lane tier 2. Your answer play from Movistar Koi was to get the Rift Herald. That doesn't happen. Great. Now Movistar Koi are on reset. Vitality are on the map first, and they're going to be able to get the top tier 1 as well. So big swing of gold for Vitality. And you've also got Mirwin who's going to push in the bottom side, but that'll be caught as well. So overall, Vitality getting a lot of gold and also giving a lot of that gold to Nako here.
Yeah, I mean, this Rumble is going to be in a pretty good position, slowly climbing up individually. Nako might have to just stay and accept defeat, but he flashes away, also gets the turret. Localized gold, I believe, picked up as 600 now the lead individually in top laners, and Vitality crawl to 4K.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how aggressive Movistar Koi wanted to go, but Linces found Alvaro on his own.
Didn't crush down over the wall. Lince is thinking about following up as he gets movement speed from the E, and there's a Mega Blast Cone there. Lince is now looking at a new target because Jojo might be caught out. There's no turret here. He wanted to push out the way, but a little bit greedy here with no mana at all. I mean, yeah, TP, he's going to die in an instant. One more E. Nako eventually going to hit, and he flame spitters into the bush. Jojo, big mistake.
Yeah, I think as Jojo, maybe if you just TP'd immediately, you would have been able to get out of that, but it still was always going to be close, and Nako catching Jojo pure and overextended, and this is huge for Vitality because Dragon is up and available as well, so when we have to move people in to cover that, although Nako going to keep pushing on the top side, so it'll be a 4v4 for the moment.
I mean, Lince has really carried this game. Like, there's been good laning coming through from Nako especially. Chayak has kind of survived the onslaught that was Jojo's early phase, and trying to get involved, but like, Vitality through their lanes this game, Dagda, have played the first 15 minutes out pretty well off the back of this Pantheon.
And Vitality wanted to enable him when you looked at the draft. We were saying, hey, Maokai's open, you could go for Maokai. They left Linces so that then he could counter Elyoya on the Xin Zhao, and he's been in Elyoya's face this entire game, making sure that he can't find these early leads that Movistar Koi have really relied on Elyoya to bring to the table. So now Vitality, everyone on the squad looking at this Dragon, looks like they're going to try and put pressure on towards the mid lane as well, because they know Mirwin wants to look at that top tower.
Let's not forget as well, the members we're not talking about, like Chayak and Kazi, are still slowly scaling up as well. A lot more action happening between jungle and top, but they've got this reliable Victor win condition, and let's not forget Kazi as well. As I think in Winter we're talking about him being one of the best team fighting AD carries. It's been up and down, I think, with Vitality's fall and Vitality's inconsistencies. As Equalizer is going to be put down, Mirwin's still going to find his turret, but yeah, Kazi's definitely someone who, if you get into a team fight, he can carry the whole fight for you. He can also throw it away, but he can also carry it. And he has great hair.
Crucial.
The most important part.
Yeah, I think Kazi has had a couple of whoopsies over the last few series where it kind of like, you look at games last year where he had like Zaya and he was just hard carrying. I think there was a literal quote where he just turns around and goes, hey, look, I've hard carried this game. I need you to do the second one. I'm tired. But
do you even remember the Civ game in Winter? I think it was a Civ game where that dude was like trying to 1v9.
Yeah, 100%.
We still get moments of it, right?
Exactly, but I think they've been less active, let's say, this split. And I think that's where we're kind of hoping to see Kazi bring that flair back. The only issue is with this, that the way that this fights are set up, I don't think Kazi will be able to pop off as much as you kind of expect. And also just the fact that the way this game has gone, Vitality are in a gold lead, but they haven't really been able to transition that into towers and map control just yet. Like, there's every time they try and make a play somewhere on the map, the opposite lane is pushed, or they're pushing the wave on bot side, which doesn't really have a tower objective that they can play for. So Movistar Koi now have gotten a tower on top side. They're getting control over mid and being able to hold on to it. And it's starting to become a little bit where Vitality need to force a numbers advantage on mid, and it looks like that's what they're going to try and do here as that top wave's being pushed in.
Linces is the 2.5 item Pantheon here, so you can see that Q just does enough damage, even through Celestial Blessing. And Vitality, as they play up towards top, and that wave shoved in top, eventually reset. Cards going to do the same in mid. Jojo's hitting a side lane right now, so maybe a small advantage here for Koi to get some gold back in the game.
But that's the thing, right? Because for Vitality, they are the ones that are in control of this game. Yep. They are the ones that should be taking plates, but it's, you know, we've lost the top lane. It was for Dragon, admittedly, but it was like, okay, well, top lane tower goes down, it's more gold going over. Now, Jojo Pyun has taken bot wave because no one was there to match, because we were getting some vision in top, but not really threatening the tier 2. And I think this is where Vitality, this is the struggle that we've seen in their mid game of not actually being able to get their waves in the places that they should be to force enemy teams to react to the waves and then outnumbering them elsewhere on the map.
I was bringing this up as a topic conversation in the green room where it's like, it feels like in EU, like, you know, to the middle to the bottom teams, we have this problem where advancing the game and asking yourself what's next doesn't feel like it happens in every team. I think G2, when they were working on their mid game last year, and that was a huge discussion, that was something they did well, as Mirwin might be in trouble, and maybe advancement comes from this play as Flash Away 4 exhaust Mirwin down with the ulti. And nothing up apart from the Atakan. That's the other side of the map. There's going to be a teleport burned by Chayek. Maybe Vitality think, hang on a minute, we can start this Atakan up with no Gwen ult.
Yeah, you have the TP from Nako. His ultimate is off cooldown as well, so it looks like that's what they're going to try and force, especially with the exhaust down.
Walking.
Yeah, there doesn't really seem to be anyone from Mobi. They're slowly starting to move in.
Kazi is not doing the Atakan now. He's the biggest DPS, which is interesting to me. They're not looking to force it. They're probably looking for a turn here, but Vitality is the 3-man unit sitting in front for now. Nitsky popping up the ulti. Alvaro ulti's in first, though. A great engage from Koi. They press the go button to equalize. Lions the right side of the fight, but Mirwin, you see, starting to sit down until Linces just shows his face. The Pantheon so far ahead. I think he pressed Q twice and the health bars are gone.
Niski barely managed to get that ultimate off in time and hit Jojo Pyun out of his Weaver's Wall. So for Movistar Koi, they only had 4 members in that fight. So Vitality were able to take it. I want you to keep your eyes on this part just here. Jojo gets hit, gone, out of the fight. And then you've also got Karzi, who's able to separate himself on the opposite of the wall, deal with Alvaro. Everyone's grouped up on top of that Rumble ultimate. Even Atakan itself doing a ton of damage in that fight as well. But not having Jojo Pyun there was crucial to that fight.
Didn't get that, but we saw a smile, and that's nice. But for Niski, I'm really glad you caught that dagger, because I saw the Magnustorm come down and I went, oh no, it's all gone awry. Didn't see the end of the animation, and I think more importantly, I didn't see that Nako really appreciated when everyone decided to come into him. Gwen, Xin Zhao, Rumble stands in the middle, and those can't touch me circles.
They don't work.
No, they don't. They don't. Nako is able to touch, so that's great. 16 is the level he's approaching now as well, and even though there's not much of a gold lead between top laners due to the CS difference, I mean, Nako still in control of this mid game, thanks to the attention he started to receive from Linces as well.
And I think that was kind of the crux of the game plan from Vitality. They kind of went, look, there is a Gwen here. She's going to scale really well.
Yep.
We need to make sure Nako's ahead. And we started to see them play down towards his bottom side, secure this here too for him. Linces using his Grand Starfall down there to get this Rumble into position where he's fine in the 1v1. Now a menace in team fights. And now you're able to play through Karzi being able to follow up on a lot of these engages, or at least Movistar Koi trying to overextend in these fights.
Vitality, though, it's a dragon up that they're now thinking about the next one, aren't they? Third for them, second for Koi. Baron also spawning at the same time. Top's going to be crucial because Nako has a TP advantage here. Chayek and Jojo Pyun even right now. Vitality just starting the dragon, though, and you can see Koi have no interest in this whatsoever. Vitality just going to move to 3 Drakes nonchalantly, and there's no real response apart from hitting a couple of waves.
Still, though, Movistar Koi are struggling. Vitality, they've gotten 3 dragons for themselves now. The Atakan is in their back pocket. They can look for some of these bigger plays towards things like Baron as well. But again, I think this mid-turn is just being a real thorn in their side. They haven't been able to find a way to crack that open, and it's given Movistar Koi this kind of point to constantly play off of, and giving them time to say, hey, well, Mirren will eventually get to 3-4 items. We're still looking at this Talia. That will be strong late game. I will say, Supa not going to scale that well into the later portion of the game with the build that he's gone, but he will still hurt when he gets to 5-6 items. Can even sell the Yomu's Ghostblade at some stage if he wants.
What about even now in the dueling? Kazi showing up big. There's some good trade with the lethality of Jin. Another good pull-out dagger. Not often that we see things like Yomu's Ghostblade on Jhin these days. I think we usually see like Energizer build or full crit build as kind of being the go-to.
Yeah, I think the way a lot of bot lane seems to be played at the moment is kind of like, what is your first reset? If you go back with less than 1,300 gold, go for the lethality style builds, like even if it's going towards collector or something like that. And if you get back with more than 1,300 gold, oftentimes it is go for the BF, and it's kind of that break point, because if you're going for an IE, going for the early pickaxe isn't great.
Yeah.
So it kind of depends on that swing, but also an awful lot of times you are going towards things like the Untal as well.
And it's also not like he's running into full tanks, right? We got bruises on the other side, so you can also understand the lethality from a mathematical perspective, even though I can't really do math. Now, speaking of which, 1 + 1 equals the next Baron, right? That's what I'm thinking. Now I'm putting 2 and 2 together, which is 4.
You don't need to draw on the screen again for this.
No,
do you?
I was tempted. I had to start doing my workings out, you know. How did I get
carry
to
the 1?
I forgot, and then that equals 7.
Nailed it.
Oh, thank you. All right, now, Vitality. It's a Monday. Forgive me. Only forgive me because I think this Baron is where it's going to decide the game. And Vitality, my faith in you as a team needs to show up big. Because you have a lead in this game. Their team fighting has been good when, again, Koi run into them. As Dagner said multiple times, the engage is not that smooth. Niski, either a disengage, set up with pokers, Weaver's well used, Alvaro get out of the way. And Koi, it's a big ulti to use when you've got an objective in the face from Jojo.
It felt a bit over the top. I don't think you really needed to go for it. Again, like, Vitality struggled to kind of start these fights, so unless you were worried about a flash engage from Linsis or maybe even a Grand Starfall there, it felt a bit unnecessary, but Jojo feeling the pinch, ends up tossing it out. Amirin, you can see, is kind of leaning from this bot lane up into mid as they want to fish for something.
Wants the face check, and again, remember that Linsis is going to be able to survive a long time. Damage is already great as Niski gets out of there after a shove. Seismic shove doesn't work on the other side, though. Poppy ult again. Niski has found a good target, and Mirwin just runs in for free food. Naknako's on the side. Alvaro's just going to get ulti down. He won't escape that Sinners. Jojo now with nothing up and available. Kazi ultis in under the turret, and even though Vitality look ambitious, they've found a couple of picks, and Koi just caught snoozing.
Mirwin TP so deep in behind Vitality that they just turn and burn him. There was nobody on Movistar Koi who could follow up, and now Vitality, they're on towards the Baron. And a Baron at this stage, like, this is going to be potentially game-breaking for Vitality.
It really is. We didn't even get a Baron fight over it. As we look at the replay, and again, Alvaro, he wanted to check this brush, and he gets caught for it.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're in a position where Supa's able to follow up, and Jojo's able to follow up, or even wall them off from escaping, okay, you're in a good spot. But again, Niski hits Jojo Pion out of the fight, and Mirwin, he's gone into no man's land, so everyone on Movistar Koi is starting to just run for the hills. Supa, because of how messy this fight was, doesn't even get a chance to open up with the curtain call.
True.
So even using a lot of these like long-range utility spells on Movistar Koi just were never really a thing.
You know, in this game, Elyoya has been mega quiet as well. Not much he's been able to contribute. And that is always the turning point. I feel like when we watch Koi, like, Elyoya's input usually means, oh, it's a great Koi, like a great early game from them. And then a quiet one from Elyoya means like the dynamics really don't feel like they're there. And again, just thinking about a feeling of what I'm getting from Koi in this opening game is against Vitality. It's an unexpected game one, but a welcome one for a 7k gold lead, and now a soul in 35 seconds up for contention.
Yeah, but again, it's this mid lane tower giving Movistar Koi a jumping off point. IE now completed for Supa means he's a little bit more threatening, but you did just see him take a forward shot at Linsis and kind of tickle his health bar, so he's not exactly Mondo strong, but we'll have to see exactly what the plan is as Movistar Koi.
Oh, it's a good equalizer. Look at that.
Great equalizer.
Flushes in as well. He did it yesterday, even in the loss, and Naknako does it again. This top laner showing up with each and every day in the LEC as the rest of Vitality hitting the side pieces now. Mirwin has done a good job to survive, speaking of top laners, but in the end, Niski takes care of business, and Vitality will run that business all the way home.
That equalizer was huge from Naknako. The rookie stepping up for Vitality once again, and now they're starting to push themselves forward for a game one win.
I felt it yesterday on the Jack stack. I'm feeling it again on the Rumble. He's becoming more and more reliable. Vitality becoming more and more dangerous. And if they can play games like this, there's good things on the horizon, as Koi didn't stand a chance, had no voice in this game one, and Vitality stinging like the bee they are to open up the series.
A phenomenal game one from Vitality. early game was run by Linces, controlling where Elyoy could go, getting himself into this massive lead, and then spreading the love between everyone that he needed to on Vitality.
Well, I feel like, again, Linces with a lead looks like a very dangerous beast. And, you know, Koi, it was disappointing because what we've seen so far is Koi run through Team Heretics, run through BDS. I know on paper, I believe the games were a little bit closer than just a 2-0, but still didn't expect Vitality to open up in that way. As I believe we're going to hand it over to Ginny on stage and give us an insight into the Pantheon that ran them into the ground.
I'll do you a better one. I'll give you the insight into how can you pop off in an LEC game, but you're still ranked 2 in solo queue.
I mean, I don't know. My top laner is just too good. He's rank 1, you know? It happens.
All right, rank 1, rank 2. Thank you so much. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we're going to see how this one plays out, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm ulting someone.
Anyone is good.
Okay, Rel flash. Tally out.
I'm going on Rel.
Gwen?
I have to kill Rel.
Gwen. Gwen's in zone.
Gwen is dead. I mean, Rel is dead.
Take attack.
Yeah, we good. Good job.
I mean, I just look this. I like this. Look.
This is good. This
shit. Yeah, go.
I'm fighting with one here.
Yeah.
I think. Just fight.
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, Shaq. Take the turret. Yeah.
That is so bad.
Go on.
You usually know that whenever Karzi is cursing that much is that things are going well for the team. And Vitality here coming clutch with a big W, especially after the horror that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, it was a real struggle yesterday. Shero had an absolute stormer of a series. Do want to give Heretics credit for how they played, but
Sure.
I think a couple of times yesterday you saw sort of the mid to late game foibles that have plagued Vitality for a while, and we didn't see them in this game. Knuckle wasn't getting caught out. People weren't seeming lost on the map. Karzi was, well, I was going to say Karzi didn't try in 1v2 for no reason, but he did do that and burn both the summoners in the bot lane, but wasn't punished for it at least.
Yeah, couples therapy, effective here.
It worked for the whole team as well, not only for Niski and Karzi. The lessons have been learned from yesterday because most of the time when we saw yesterday Vitality, they were in winning positions twice, and they just always fumbled for either, you know, the cannon wave, then the famous Nagnako cannon wave for Nasher throw. But this game, I felt like they were a lot more calm and controlled, and they played around their very niche win conditions well, because I felt like the draft was a little bit wonky.
You say winning conditions, about yesterday. I want to remind you of the first game where Linsas was not allowed to play for the first 15 minutes, got invaded right off the bat, was unable at all to take control back of his jungle, and I feel like he really lost things from this. And like we tend to forget the impact of Linsas when he gets early in the early game and how much he can rule games like this.
Oh, especially on something like a Pantheon, where if you can get ahead, you really start being able to snowball the game. When you have a little bit of CC on the rest of your comp, like Pantheon thrives as soon as he's got that first item. That is his spike, and Vitality used it really well, especially looking up towards that Gwen and actually putting Mirwin in a hole as well, because at the start of the game, I thought that was really the key point for Koi, is if they could get Gwen ahead, that you've got a side lane threat that can't really be matched too easily. The fact that we saw Vitality able to put it behind, and Linsas especially put it behind, was just really good from them overall.
And Linsas, Niski, sitting in a tree, holding hands, playing together.
Wait, I'm standing right in front of the stats. Here you go.
Those are some
You have
nasty stats. Wow. 2K goal lead at minute 14. He was completely unleashed. And yeah, as you said, Niski and the Linsas holding hands together. I feel like this was one of the silent difference makers this game, I felt like, because I believe that they've been playing together a lot more, and given the fact that they're also playing this sort of Poppy Pantheon, it's a little bit weird. It's not really the best combo, but when you roll together and you roam together so much, you are bound to find good opportunities to make together, because it went from 20 to 27%. That's a huge increase for, you know, this sort of composition.
Yeah, Jungle Proximity is measuring how much time between the 2 and the 14-minute mark people are playing together. A percentage, I think, if I remember my maths properly, is about 7 seconds. So that's almost a whole minute that they're spending together, well, 42 seconds or so, in the early game, which is a really big difference compared to where we've seen Vitality in the past. Like, Niski knows, as a support, to open mid. You know, you push out the wave, you open mid, you run down mid, but often he would either be lost, like, standing near the grubs or putting a little bit of vision down. Here, him and Linsas were on the same page through the whole early game, which is really impressive stuff.
And also, what's especially important is because you're playing against MKoi today. Every time we think about MKoi, we're thinking Alvaro, Elia holding hands together. And now they held hands better because they shut down the win condition, the primary win condition of MKoi, extraordinarily.
A couple words on Karzi. You guys were mentioning it. Why are you laughing?
All I think of when I think of Karzi is the fact he stepped up 2v1 bot lane and then burnt all his summoners for no reason.
And he still did. He still won the game. But we've talked yesterday with Jack Spectra with the 2 builds that you can play on Kai'Sa, going for the crit here. The ideal choice in a game like this, you would say?
Yeah, the main advantage about Kai'Sa is that you have a lot of flexibility in the build. You have the AP build and the AD build, and we all heard Jack yesterday. He was extremely, how to say, critical of what Hans ended up building, because in this sort of team comp, especially today, you have the AP. All you need is a little bit of more backline threat, especially with the Poppy isolating someone in the fight, with the Pantheon having global as well. Having more backline access with the Kai'Sa made a lot of sense, because you can't really go for AP. Everyone is going to already build, you know, MR, given the fact that you have Victor and Rumble, and adding more or complementing your team comp by adding a different sort of threat with the dive made exceptional sense.
You even saw a small adjustment from the Runan's build where he went Navoy Flickerblade second, which I really like when you're looking for more single target damage. You don't need the Runan Nance for like the AoE. You're not front to backing. Instead, you're diving that backline and really trying to assassinate someone. So I really like this build from Kazi overall.
We got a glimpse of Karzi's comms and his floral language and way he uses English to praise his teammates. But I heard from production that Vitality's team comms today have been super clean in the way they're able to provide each other with information. And although you've been in this situation, the team was struggling yesterday. I don't know what to think of Vitality, so I'm just wondering, how is it that sometimes teams wake up and on the day, everything is going to be perfect?
The thing is when you're like a pro, a lot of times you think that the way to properly elevate your team is by having more intricate team comms, thinking a little bit more about the niche situations, about planning ahead, planning too much ahead, where you're like, okay, if they do this, we want to react like this. But a lot of times when you do this, you kind of lose sight of the plot. And it's more about playing in the moment, pretty much holding each other accountable for the things that you need to do. Because a lot of times you start assuming that your teammates know what you want from them. You don't really need to tell them, because a lot of time the team play becomes a lot more crisp when you don't really need to say anything, because everything flows together. But most of the time, especially, you start forgetting these things. And when you focus so much on like what you need in the now, in this moment, hey, walk with me here, help me here, I want to get this ward, I want to do this. Focusing on the next 10 seconds instead of on the next 30, 45 seconds makes a huge impact on every team.
Hopefully we can ask them about this. If they were to win the series, 2 more games can be played here, and I want to talk about MKOI because first series, SK is doing great, they should be doing great today, Rogue wins. MKOI is super good, gatekeepers, top 3, top 4 contenders, and this happens. Guys, I don't know what to think of this team.
Yeah, I don't really know what to think of them either, honestly. This was a drastic underperformance from where I expect them to be. Odo and I were talking during the game, and I can't remember seeing Elyoya and Alvaro just on the same screen a lot of the early game. They weren't synergized. They weren't getting those good ganks off that they usually do. Alvaro is, in my opinion, the best or almost the best support in the league a lot of the time. Today, we just didn't see that at all. In the lane, they were fine. It was serviceable. But outside of the lane, it really felt like MKOI weren't on the same page.
And for Alvaro, his biggest strength is his playmaking ability, but that most of the time happens when you're ahead because it's a lot easier to find opportunities. And I feel like the critical play was the bot lane, 3v3 that ended up happening where Linsas got ahead because Elyoya fell behind from that. It's not really so much, it's just this whole disparity between the junglers, the huge shift in power level, I think impacts a lot of the philosophy that MKOI has because all of a sudden, you need to think a lot more of what plays you can and can't make.
It's actually really interesting. I think both of these teams are super vibes and emotional based, and the team that got ahead was able to constantly snowball that. You heard how enthusiastic the comms were in Vitality on the Atakan fight. For MKOI, I think if they get ahead in this game, I expect to see a very similar result for them as Vitality had in game 1.
Let's see if they can do it. Need to change the approach here. Starting from draft, gameplay will come as well. We're going to have MKOI, on blue side. Thank you so much, production, for putting this one back. Casters, over to you. Do you think MKOI can come back here? Who's clicking?
I don't know. I'm still clapping for Vitality here. And everyone should put their clap together and get into this next game. Big deal, isn't it? It is Monday.
I suppose that's Monday.
I told him I wasn't going to tell him where the clap is going. And that was a dangerous thing for broadcast.
It's okay. The wire caught most of us. But yeah, I think they should be able to come back into this, right? It's like, this is a team that we heard it from Medic at the start of the day, should be a team that is looking at top 4, if not a top 3, top 2 position, right? So I think this is where you should be making your presence known and putting your foot down and saying, no, this is where we can show we've got a strong early game. We can play through a strong mid game. We have this like triple threat that we can play through at Mirwin, adding in a lot of weight to that. But when you're in this position of, hey, you don't have Mirwin being able to pop off on the Gwen and being able to carry in the same way he did with the Varus. When Elyoya isn't able to interact as much in the bottom side, in fact, even giving over some overkills or some kills in the early game to that bot lane, this is where it hasn't been that presence from Movistar Koi. So I want now to see a return to form here where they get probably Jojo Pyun back on something like the Yone. He's looked very strong on that. You can try and play through a Elyoya on something like a Zyra and then just play through that strength of, hey, we can have multiple carries and multiple roles.
So what I'm hearing is Medic's first day back on the desk this year, and he's already put Koi in the slump.
Yeah, cast cursed him immediately.
He took he's been on 20 minutes in these segments, in these game 1, game 2. Good job, Medic. And we did bag him out in game 1, so we just had to continue in game 2.
Yeah.
I will say he's tall. There's a compliment. He's tall, handsome, and a doctor. He is a dream boat. There we go.
Congrats to his wife to be. You know?
Yeah. Congratulations. Also, now that it's balanced out, Rob, if you have anything worse to say, that's fine. That kind of gives you coverage, you know.
I love Medic. He's a good lad.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. We're glazing him now. That's nice. And he's got big biceps, I think. All right. Let's get into game 2. Draft about to begin. It's Monday. I feel like there's a degree of uncertainty in the air. And that's what happened after the first game. After Vitality just came out and ran the numbers into Koi. Let's see if this fish can swim, because Vi's already fanned away. Again, Kalista just taken off the board. Uncertainty is good. Because that's what you get with Jace, isn't it? So that 2 is going to follow Slump.
Yeah, I'm curious how Movistar Koi want to try and play this, because we get the Yone ban coming through again for Vitality. We foregone things like the Maokai in the last game in favor of some early skirmishing stronger picks, which heavily worked out in Vitality's favor. So now, can Movistar Koi find that early success if we go back to a bit more standard, I'll say, jungle picks, although obviously Pantheon, Xin Zhao quite meta picks, but Maokai going to be banned again, so I'm curious if it is going to be an early Zyro rotation or something like this for Elyoya.
Zyro is something he's loved in the past, but we now know that the Mundo counter pick exists, but this pick, I mean, this is always first pick. The Varus is just so damn strong.
And it's a flex.
It is a flex, true. We know Mirwin plays this pick.
So, again, it's less optimal in the flex rotation here from Movistar Koi because they are on blue side, but just a very strong pick in general. So, could easily go down towards Supa and you can still go towards Mirwin, having things like the Nar, well, Rumble's gone, I suppose, but the Mbessa has also been a big pick for him too, so we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. His most played is Aurora.
Oh, we're back.
But, okay. So, I mean, this Neferi has not been going wonderfully in the LEC, I will say.
Yeah.
More than likely going to see something like a Ari here for Chayek, as this is something we've seen a lot in other regions. Even something like a Rise to just try and say, hey, here's this point-and-click CC to keep you locked down so Neferi can try and play through it. But it requires a huge amount of synergy from the composition, even when it comes to pushing lanes. And when I already see a Varus on the opposite side, I was going to say you need something that can answer for that push in the early game, and they're going to try and bully through with the MF in that bot lane.
That's why I feel like Engage, especially when you're running Neferi jungle, is now going to be a big question mark, right? Like, we've already seen Rel out of the way. Poppy is disengaged, so that's not important, but things like the Nautilus, the Leona you're talking about, Alistar is a big one as well. I feel like all this needs to piece together when you're looking at these 280 carries too. Yeah,
the benefits of Neferi are, one, being able to invade and have a lot of pressure in the early stages. So against Skarner, it's a little dangerous if you don't have the support there, because Skarner can pop you into a wall, and suddenly if a mid laner shows up or a bot lane shows up, it can be a bit of a disastrous situation. But two, Neferi is also fantastic on those terror dives. So this is where you kind of want lanes that you can look to play hyper aggressive through and try and set that up. But MF definitely won, but we'll have to see if they can enable other things on the map as well.
Well, with Ari, that's just the last pocket pick of the mid. Locked in afterwards as well. So a bit of AP damage added into Koi is... let's see if they match that mid or if they go towards the supports in the end.
Yeah, I don't hate something like the Rise. Chayek has played it before. That I think can work well. Again, it's just that CC in the mid lane that you can play through. Good push too. And you should be in a decent spot. So it looks like that. Yeah, there it is. The Rise is going to be hovered. I think you can take it. Other one, maybe like Syndra or something weird, but I don't think you really want to go for it. Rise is going to be taken. And already you're kind of setting up for, hey, we've got good AoE in fights. We've got good lanes that we can try and play through. And now it's just about having a support that can set up for that engage. And even if you want to for Nako, something that can play a little bit more in those side lanes, because we know what Rise is like in those side lanes positions, having that realm warp to transition around the map. And I think you're in a good spot here as Vitality.
Well, I mean, again, I think Vitality, as you already set up for the Rise, the drafts, you know, I'd say innovative if I haven't seen this a million times before in regions like LPL, but it does feel like, again, playing off some of the mobility, and you talk about having backup. Rise definitely really good at that. So I want to see where we go from here, because the Brom ban away makes a lot of sense when we're talking about Neferi, Misfortune, even Rise if Brom's in front can be a real pain with the door up.
Yeah, even the fact that Poppy's just auto-banned because it was played in the last game kind of gets rid of some of those things that can be a bit of a nuisance for Neferi. But Mbessa going to be the last ban away from Mirren on that top half of the map. So I imagine the game plan here is leave R5 for Nako. You take Alistar, Leona here, doesn't really matter to me once Niski's comfortable. He looks pretty good actually in the 2v2 matchups on the Alistar. So maybe that's exactly what they want to go for, because more terror dive potential, big team fight ultimates are going to be nice. Or sorry, knockups can be nice, but we'll have to see what the game plan is.
so bad as well. Maybe it is just, again, going to be something like the Gnar for NuckNucko. A lot of Gnars hate this matchup. Support for now, counter pick for top. Rakan still good follow-up here, but Dagda, I mean, I feel like on the other side, you play a lot of support. You got options.
Yeah, I mean, you can just go for the Leona. Sorry, the thing that I was thinking of is, like, I don't generally like Rakan as that, like, beginner engage.
Yeah.
And usually you want something to try and enable it, and there's not really something on Vitality at the moment. So that's why I'm not sure if NuckNucko, who has traditionally gone for carries, including Anivia, that we saw just recently, might end up moving back over towards a tank. So something like the Ornn or the Sion. But the Gnar taken as well. Yeah, I think for Vitality, you just need something that's a bit more beefy in the top lane. And he locks in the Sylas counter immediately. Okay, so this is like an old counter that you used to get, or at least started to creep up, because you have some struggles in the early game. Like, Gnar, of course, does have like the range advantage in some of these matchups, but eventually you just hit a point as Sylas, especially when you hit the level 6, where you just get to take over in the matchup. You've got multiple points in the Kingslayer. You can use some the Abscond Abduct to close the distance, and once you have that ult, the scaling is absolutely insane. Plus, way more impactful in a fight, I want to say. Wrong word there, but basically you always have reliable, that's the word I was looking for, in a team fight, because you can just steal the Gnar ultimate and you don't have to balance the mini Gnar, which is kind of how Gnar is balanced in general around that cooldown.
Very true, and when you talked about like Rakan wanting to follow up, not only the Gnar ulti, but Varus chains, you've also got a lot of gap closer that Sylas can just send it with Ariel. You've got the Impale steal. You've got Alistar, so you can jump in and be a frontline as well. If I see a Sylas game and I see there's 5 champions, I go, man, Sylas' value here is mega for NuckNucko.
Yeah, but I think it's so sick to see from NuckNucko, and like, this also goes for... there you go. This also goes for... For Gen X as well. I love, look, Gen X obviously has played in LEC before, but still like moving up into the LEC again. It's the confidence to say, hey, look, I have played a bunch of champions in the ERLs and in the EMEA Masters. I'm going to bring this to the LEC and have so many picks that I can bring to a main stage. As Sylas here for NuckNucko speaks volumes to just exactly how this guy wants to play on this stage.
I think when NuckNucko in the past couple of days, including today, has been popping off, it's really nice to see the comfort comes with the champion pool now as well. Welcome to game 2. Yesterday, they didn't win. It was a 2-0, but like, Vitality close in that game 2. NuckNucko was a big reason why. In that game 1, it was the Jax, I believe, from my memory, because he played the Anivia game 2. And in that Jax game, he was trying so hard in the fights. He was so far ahead of his individual lane. The difference was today that Vitality got to run on all fronts. It wasn't just NuckNucko in that first game. So let's see. Sylas is obviously a big point and picture here for game number 2. And you know, going up against Koi Dagda, I prepped. I'm like, oh yeah, Koi gonna look really good today. I'm gonna really glaze Mirwin with his champion pool. Be like, look, this guy plays everything. I called him a head chef. Let's put NuckNucko there, and we can talk about the same thing, because I feel like both these top laners are really good at cooking.
Yeah, I mean, Mirwin has in previous series kind of been the one that's brought out a lot of the Auroras as most played. As you illuminated, there's a bunch of other champions that he's been added into the mix. The Varus top, yeah. But it's like, I think for Mirwin, the thing I'm most impressed on is like his regular champion pool has also gotten significantly better. Like his Rumble is starting to look a lot better. Now, with going in towards things like the Gnar, I'm curious how well he will do into what is a little bit of a counter matchup, but I think if he can control and dictate the early game against NuckNucko, it does make things a little bit easier, where the Sylas doesn't just get to hit 6 and then really start to take over.
I'll be really curious about what the max is here. Usually in range matches, Sylas picks up points on Q early on the Chain Lash rather than Kingslayer, which is used to sustain. Mirwin, just a quick trade there. Bone plating taken off. NuckNucko a little bit lower.
I think in this matchup, most of the time, I've seen people go Kingslayer max, because the idea is, even though Gnar has range, he is actually pretty short range for a ranged carry. True. So oftentimes the abscond jump is enough to get you into range and set you up for even a Kingslayer follow-up then to get some damage down. So I think he'll go for the W max. That's why even like Grasp of the Undying in this matchup, like, you know NuckNucko is going to be continuously closing that distance to get those procs off.
We'll get to find out in a second anyway. Now, Jojo already having a good matchup against Shayek, and not too surprised in this. It's electrocute taken here for Jojo. It was good engaged by Alvaro, but again, re-engage from Niski probably going to be better. Kazi with a massive bullet back, and just kind of what you expect when you watch these two go head-to-head. As Linsis is now mid. Jojo might have to burn a flash. It's a room prison. Shayek burns his flash first, and Jojo's just dead. Well done, great timing from Linces again.
And that's how you set up an Neferi. The immediate flash forward from Shayak already had that E down, so it's a roof from the Rune Prison. And it's just an easy pickup for Linces. And so often, like, the difference maker between the best an Neferi can be versus a bit of a meh opportunity is getting these early kills.
Will it stop there? Koi with an opportunity as we continue to look it towards bot. He tries to get a grand entrance, but Niski is ignited instead and interrupted by Alvaro. Koi's 2v2 working out well now as they get the push in under turret.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. I'm trying to keep my eyes on what LUA is up to. Just going to try and take the scuttle on this top side. Knows that Linces also went into that top lane, so not sure how he wants to try and approach things. Could try and just go for the scuttle crab on bot side, or, well, he's been spotted on a ward,
yes.
So try kind of playing bait here.
I guess Niski or Elyoya really trying to find something with a flashless rise, but he's caught in place. Here's Linces again, eviscerates over the wall. The Dark and Daggers by the two, sends the Hounds out, and Elyoya has to back away early on. The damage from Neferi ain't no joke.
Now, so Linces is going to be able to secure a Scuttle Crab on the bottom side. Off the back of this is pinging on towards the respawning Raptors, but just seeing if they're going to be up and available and getting the timer on them. But Yoya should be back onto the map before you can kind of stick around as Linces. It's a nice trade here.
I mean, all lanes of Vitality. There's Absconder. Nuka with a solo kill, and that is why you give Daddy Silas.
And he is popping off. The Kingslayer damage at the end being enough to just finish off the low health of Mirwin, not flashing away from the abduct, means he ends up falling down.
I mean, the disrespect, but more importantly, Nuka just sending it in. It has been this week, I mean, I don't say evolution because I feel like it's been a slow evolution, but like, we are now seeing more and more highlights from Nuka, and it is so nice to see that with his comfort zone adding in champion pool, he's showing up against big top laners and he's winning.
Yeah, and I think like this was what we saw a lot in EMEA Masters, was Nako kind of being this guy who would bring out all these cool, fancy counter picks, but actually be able to perform on them. And now at the LEC level, he's doing the same.
Well, there's an engage coming through. Koi want to find something back, but the Dark and Daggers are so powerful. Alvaro has to flash away, but caught on the tippy tail by Niski. Already the feats of warfare down. Jojo has to flash away, almost getting caught by another Q from Chayak, and Linces is off to the races.
Yeah, I didn't know that the runes produce wind, but Jojo Hyun could feel on his backside as he ran away from that one. Vitality. These early games have been insane, and it's, again, Linces reading where they're going to be. Niski reading where they're going to be, covering for that mid play, and turning it around beautifully.
It really is a great early game start. Again, we go back to top lane. Nuka just getting the push out. By the way, Dag, I wanted to mention, I saw a snapshot before. There's at least 2-3 points on the Kingslayer, so you're damn right about where he's going versus Mirwin. A lot of sustain coming through in the kit as he just backs away, and this Vitality. Like, if we got this consistently, we'd get back to that Vitality of, I guess, end of last year. We're like, yo, is Vitality a top team? And we start putting them in the discussion.
Yeah, and I think, like, having this... So, we've seen Vitality get early leads, and I think they are a team that can do it. The last game showed to me that they can kind of play through those early leads, though, and if they can do it here again against Movistar Koi, that's where I'll start to kind of change where I have them in my head and go, okay, maybe they are looking for some of these big playoff spots, because at the moment, 1 and 3, there's still a lot of work for Vitality to be done.
There is, but, you know, with the bottom of the pack leveling out a little bit, with the Rogue win before, if Vitality able to win this series, they move up towards SK, they move up, you know, they'll be tied with Movistar Core as well, which is incredible. And the playoff race just gets that much more interesting. You kind of just don't want to go below 5 losses at this point. That, to me, feels like the benchmark. Is Vitality, they're going to get through it first. It's only game 2, is 3-0 is a great start, but to accelerate this game a little bit further, as top is still interesting, and hang on a minute, there's a dog nearby.
Linces. So Linces wants to try and start off this dive, but a good ward from Mirwin. He runs the hell away. But this is what I was talking about. Like, this Neferi is so good on tower dives. That W resetting tower aggro, making you invulnerable, is so nice. And even then afterwards, if it's on the way out, your dogs pick up the aggro afterwards, so you're good. But round warp, Neferi's in.
Bring some dogs with him as well. That'll just go straight to Dragon. That area already started off. He was on a warp, but he's at half HP, so it makes the fight afterwards a little bit more impossible. Kazi and Niski look for the 2v2, but Super holding onto that ultimate just in case. And with a nice leash, it's 2 grubs. It's the Realm Warp into Dragon. Really nice map movements from Vitality as well.
Wait a sec.
We got Mega for Mega. Nuko still has his Mega now, but a minion wave. Nice sidestep out of it. He's taking a bit of damage though, and the wave trying to be held here, but against range makes it a little bit hard.
Yeah, you can trade. There you go, I was about to say.
Okay, absconded Duck, and remember, with that Mega Nara ulti, Nucku's still holding on to it.
But he's constantly moving into the bush, so if you try to trade back as Mirwin, you just end up being welcomed by that Mega Nara ultimate. So Nucku constantly playing just on the tip of this to make sure that you can't actually follow up as Mirwin.
He's holding the wave. Like, look how much CS is being lost here. He's just going to thin out some of these melee minions, but the freeze is perfectly lined. As long as he gets them past back this top bush here, it should be fine. And Nucku, I mean, it's clean as anything. Do I get the draw dagger? This is the bush of freezing. Okay? And now we move.
So
I never get to draw that. That was a very big moment for me.
Look, I know you've been working on your top lane. You know, you gotta stretch your stuff
now,
sometimes.
Because I cast once with Jack Spectre, I'm going to become an 80 carry.
I love how I met you, 4 years ago now?
Yeah.
You were a mid lane main and Orianna main. You got a tattooed on your arm.
Tattoo of it.
And then you moved to top lane, became a renekton main.
I moved to support in
Sorry,
China.
moved to support, yes. Forgot about that.
Before Fiddlesticks got renamed.
That is true, that is true.
Broken.
And then moved to top lane.
Yep.
And now you've just accepted you're an 80 carry.
And then in 3 years, I'll be a jungler. I'll do the world tour. And I'll be plat in all of them. Sorry, Emerald.
Look, one of them has got to work out for you, mate.
That's right. One of them will get diamond. That'll be the true hero story. And everyone will say I'm boosted. You can't say that about Vitality this game. That's the one good thing. They're the real deal. They're 1,500 gold up, and Zalvaro and Super change lanes for this Herald coming up, or rather grubs. And note that top laners are still fighting up against each other. Hang on, I want to see this. May I get a bigger picture, sir? Because that is a Mega Nara again, and they are bruising all the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's going to be waiting a little bit because like the way you want to play this Nucku is when Mega Nara runs out, then you go in.
Yep.
So you can see him stepping forward as this starts to teeter out. And now we're going to have to give him some. There you go.
Some wiggle room, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen.
Good sidestep. Chain Lash doesn't connect. And look, Elyoy is here buying some time as he'll have an impale though if the Scorpion comes in. So he needs to come in the last moment. Engage. Jojo doesn't get a charm. Shaik is going to get a Rune Prison up as well. He overloads him, sends him right to hell. Good quickness timing, and there you go. The Ari ulti comes out in response. Alvaro's now made the roam down as he looks for Shaik with no mana, and Jojo having an ulti up. All he needs is the chain, the combo up against the wall. Nicely done. Timing really great from Alvaro as Niski just hoping to get out of there after all said and done, but Orb of Deception. Jojo flashing forward under turret. Might be to his death now. The hounds are set out. It's a pursuit of legends from Lintus. A trade, but a beneficial one from Matt Koi.
Mkoi will take it. Chayak not getting the flash away from Alvaro's engage. Then Niski end up going a bit too far, but Mirwin.
Okay, Mkoi, it's going to be another fight against the wall first. Nucku does it again! He makes it so you get wackoed into the wall. 2-0.
The timing perfect from Nucku as well. If Mirren had been able to press a button, it could have been the Mega Nara, could have been the turnaround, or at least him escaping. But the CC chain, too clean, the damage too high. Now Movistar Koi looking to try and fight back, prevent any more of these grubs going across the Vitality.
But running into the Dark and Daggers, every time it hits a second, the dogs get unleashed and just pounce. Alvaro got poked out already. There's a smite and engage. Alvaro flushes in, but Chark with good sidestep. Niski again playing through the coil of going up and down, all around.
Right.
Lintus waiting to get out of the pit as the bullet time layers down. It's grubs taken. Kanzi cleanses as there's a realm warp. They're going to fight again. Vitality are psychos. Impaled but immobile. Lintus press W and it's all okay. Alvaro runs out with Immortal Will or Unbreakable Will, but Lintus knows how to break it. He flashes in, sends out the daggers, eviscerates again. Vitality getting poked out as Super. He's playing with fire, actually gets a kill as well. I feel like we're doing the same fun fight that Vitality are known for around this top side of the map. It ends there.
Vitality wanted those kills so badly, but the key CCs hitting at the right time from Movistar Koi. As you get Linsus going in, Jojo Pyun, we'll get to see it actually second here, but the follow-up here, the ult steals away the Void Grub as Karzi has to flash away after being charmed and using the cleanse, but watch here as they start to follow up, so you get the invincibility to dodge the impale. Alvaro gets locked up, but the charm on to rise, but now Jojo.
I mean, it's a stolen ulti from Nucku. Jojo Pyun under the turret. Nucku's tanking it up. He's got Rod of Ages, goes back in. Absconded. Nucku flashes Chainlash. This guy's out of his mind. Jojo with the outplay, but Nucku. That guy is crazy. What the hell?
Nucku wanted that so badly, but it's not to be. The man attempted to stall on Jojo, ends up taking it a little bit too far. Now Movistar Koi starting to move in. Jojo Pyun coming out of base. Albro?
Coming out in a big way as well, but Albro's going to be targeted in. The Hound's pursuit lands, and it's a reset time. Super going to be in trouble. He doesn't have the ulti available after the last fight, and Koi going to lose 2 in a blink of an eye. Jojo looks for that Orb of Deception right now. He needs it, but Lince is out of range and out of mind. Dragon's still there.
No, it was stolen. It was stolen by Elyoya
Wow.
as all that went down. So Elyoya managed to sneak in to get the Dragon, but at least for Vitality, getting more kills, extending this gold lead, and it's been a bit of a crazy game so far.
What with their game twos?
I think the key part for this for me is where the gold is. Like, Nako, massive.
Yep.
You also look at this Nefiri getting off to a 3-kill start. She's in good shape. And you can see how much damage she's able to get done in these fights. Like, Albro getting absolutely melted, then jumping onto Supa, and even with the charm, this help coming through from the rest of the team, they have to burst down Supa. Lince is able to walk out. And it's also a lot of gold on towards Shayak. So this guy who wants to get these stacking items is get to them much quicker, and it's all running in favor of Vitality. Niski giving the thumbs up to Albro as he's saying, no, I'm sorry, bud. You don't get to force me out of this river anymore.
And Lince is again in yet another game with a big lead. 3-1 and 2. Eclipse picked up, and I mean, I think he's been sitting on that for a little while, but the point is today that Lince is just led by example.
Yeah.
Nako has benefited off him in game 1, but in this game, he's really created his own merits, or his own example as well, I guess.
And I think it's incredible to see when, for Vitality, you kind of focus on the bottom duo, right? Because they are the veterans on this squad, but it really has been the top half of Vitality that have really made themselves known and are creating new names for themselves. As now Vitality looking to play around that veterancy a little bit here, but Supa not going to let them do it.
Even Chayak part of that top side as well, right? Because that flash forward early to set up for Nefiri, set up for Linces. Like, he has also had a pretty good game on this rise with his Realm Wall's been quite innovative as well. That gold lead we talked about, that sits for now. Herald's coming up in about 1:05, and that feels like a big fight. Vitality, in 2 days now, have really sent it in this top side of the map. I can't wait for this.
Even think of it, like, if Vitality managed to close out this game, that's G2 losing to BDS yesterday, and now Movistar Koi losing to Vitality today. Like, it has been a weekend of real upsets. And honestly, it's coming off the back of these teams like BDS and Vitality stepping up massively. Now, still a long way to go. Vitality still have to close this game out, and they still have, like, Nefiri, which is difficult to play around at times. You also have, like, Nako and the Sylas, like, no real true tank, although you do have the Unbreakable Will for Sylas, which helps, but certainly Vitality, we want to see them try and close it out as almost cleanly as they did last game.
Well, finding a pick here might help out because Chayak, even though under a turret and even though into a Mega Gnar, Lince's jumping in. Minwin's just not that strong at this point in the game. Mega Gnar invulnerable. How annoying is the call of the pack? The call of Riot right now needs to be brought in because Linces is again making himself OP.
And what are Movistar Koi going to do in mid? You're walking into Karzi, who's got that bullet time, so even if you try and overload mid, it's not going to happen. And you've got Nako, who is going to go 1v1 against Jojo Pure on the top side. He's only a full level ahead. And now Vitality are moving down, and Jojo's under turbo.
And normally you'd see top side of the map back off because they're trading sides of the map, but Nako goes in. He wants to steal the Spirit Rush again, and as he clears the wave out, he continues to thrive.
But it's also like looking at the bottom side of the map, because you've got the Realm Warp, you've always got this option to just threat and set and immediately move down to join. So it becomes very, very difficult if you're Movistar Koi to actually try and play into this bottom side, because even if Vitality are quote-unquote like laser behind, they will probably arrive there ahead of you.
It's why Rise is actually in Game 1, Game 2 drafts in LPL right now, because they value skirmishing so much when, like, you know, Grubs is still looked at as the highest priority when, like, it's often trading sides of the map. But I think teams are getting sick of being stale and being, like, handshaking. And as you and I both know personally, LPL teams don't really like handshaking.
No, it's more fisticuffs than handshakes.
Rise enables that. And I think Vitality don't like handshaking either. I mean, as we get to Herald at 3K, you see Rise going to the bottom side of the map, but Chayak has TP. And I'm looking, Minwin does as well. He's in a Mega Gnar bar for now, but a bit of time as teams start grouping up around top.
Still, though, this is great play from Vitality, using the push mid to cover for Nako on the top side. This is what you want to see, trying to establish that vision in the Movistar Koi's jungle so they can spot it exactly how quickly Movistar Koi react. Niski needs to be a little bit careful, though. He is on his own. Rakan is slippery, but if you end up with Elyoya coming over the wall, you can very much get caught by the Scorpion as he try and move through that terrain.
Elyoya by himself for now, though. Vitality know they'll pounce. Nako try to do exactly that onto Jojo. Kingslayer in good chunk. Right before the objective, abscond him tough. I mean, this guy wants to go in all the time, even under a turret. I think he's glad that he didn't connect.
But it doesn't matter, because look at the trade. Like, how does Jojo stay here? You know the Neferi and Niski are in this topside jungle, so you've now got to back away. And Nako, that play, nets top tower.
Yeah.
Like, it's these trades that are going well, and now Mirwin needs to be careful.
He is going into Mega Knight. There's going to be a health advantage, but Chayak chunks him as well. If you don't think Herald's going to Vitality, well, it sure as hell is now.
But how do you even try and contest? Because Nakanako's about to walk up, steal Alvaro's ultimate away from him, and then have that as a big front line now for this potential fight.
Yeah, he's got the Alistar ult in hand. Naknaka going to zone out. Jojo, Orbit Deception absconded away from. Kazi's just zoning and slowing down. Aoya just wants a target. Herald at 4k, the potential smite fight coming in. Koi in front as 4 as the Unbreakable Will going to be popped out, and a big Alistar rolls in, but not the one you expected. Impale sidestepped out, a re-engaged the Unbreakable Will that's going to be a little bit worse than Scott of Duck. Hits the backline, Naknako's run out of the ulti zone, the bullet time. He's charmed, he might die. Jojo looking for the retake, but Linces gets an ulti reset. Mirwin's come in with the Mega Naba on the cringe of it. Naknako, he gets the Herald Eye, but it flushes away, and Kazi just tries to survive. He wants to get out before giving away too much to Koi, but Jojo will find him. Elyoya on top as well. A couple of kills going down, and again, Vitality, the bloodthirsty rage, nets 3 kills over to Koi.
They just went that bit too deep on the play. You can see that the idea here from Naknako was, look, I'm going to try and jump onto Jojo, maybe I can access Super, but Karzi tries to follow up, not really in position. You get knocked away, and as everyone runs in, they're going everything onto Alvaro, who's finding this position. Chayak ends up ulting in behind them. Movistar Koi are able to kite back away from the bullet time, and sure, Linces can finish one off. But it's Vitality trying desperately to go so far onto the backline that they're just isolating themselves bit by bit, and the Movistar Koi can turn and kill them.
But you have to admit, this is a lot of fun.
This is a sick game.
Like Vitality, I keep mentioning it, I sound like a broken record and I apologize, but yesterday versus Heretics, game 2. Now again, game 2 versus Koi. Even the first game, early games from hell. As meanwhile, Bot Dragon's going to be done. Vitality start this off, and there ain't no jungler down here, so Elyoya's just going to have to give it up. I guess Naknako, the thing is, even though they lost that fight dagger, they got Herald, and it's on the Silas. So side lanes are a very real risk.
It's also especially when you can so easily shadow Naknako with Chayak.
Yeah.
Like at any point in time, Chayak can just scoot himself in behind Naknako. They show up on the lane, you kill Mirwin in mini-Nar form, or you set up for a play into Jojo Pyun, take that tier 2 tower, maybe even if you have enough time, use the Herald to take an inhibitor turret, or you can just immediately realm warp towards a potential play as well in the mid lane. Like, you have a ton of options when you're running this double TP, Rise, and a Rift Herald opportunity.
He's got Cosmic Drive as well. All he needs to do is do some damage and he'll just run away. Remember with Grasp as well, I think his health might be in the 3k range now for sure. Pot of Age is almost fully stacked as well, and he'll be level 15, which means 2 full levels above Mirwin in about a minute's time. So yeah, the Naknako show continues. 2,200 gold is the individual lead. 1,700 for Linces. Nothing down the bottom side of the map apart from this Arakan. But teleport is available for those 2 matching top lane for now, if this turns into a brawl.
Looks like it might just do that. Naknako was going for the reset. I think he got interrupted by Jojo Pyun, so going to back away. He just maybe looked for the reset himself, but Elyoya sitting on this top side trying to spot Naknako moving down, so I think Koi a little uncertain as to how they want to try and approach things until they spot Naknako on the map.
My loveliest observers, if you get a moment, thank you. 3,400, 3,500 health. Nah, he just went to 3,600 because 10 stacks. And he's now level 15 and a half. So yeah, 2 level lead individually over Mirwin. Again, I was coming into today ready to really sell you all, like, guys, Mirwin is still so good again. Individually, this guy, his champion pool is carrying Mirwin as well. Like, you never know what you're going to expect. Insane laning phases. Today, Naknako just stolen the show, and I think Vitality might continue to do that. Starting the Arakan up, Chayak's coming in as well. Elyoya wants to contest, but Linces maybe just trying to draw in attention as he's found Elyoya. The dogs are sent over. They do a decent amount of damage. And Vitality still care more about the mid turret than they do about this objective bot.
So they're trying to see if they can get vision control just in the enemy jungle on this bottom side of the map. Vitality looking to sync up now with Chayak. It's more, again, and just slowly getting control over these routes into the different lanes.
Yeah.
As long as you control them, the value from this Rise starts to go sky high, but Arakan started, and I don't know if Koi are in position to stop this. It's not going down too quickly, though.
spotted out now at the very least. Shayak is on zone control though. Mirwin going into Mega now, but against the wall, doesn't expect it. Before he goes Mega, he goes Bullet. Mirwin's out though, but the re-engage is good. They found a pick on the Shayak, so the Rise is dead. Yes, Herald's there in top lane getting a charge, but a teleport from Naknako stealing Alvaro's ult means Vitality thinking about how they can get a 4v5.
Again, we're kind of seeing Vitality just go that little bit too far, too quickly. Naknako not there. They used the Rift Tower on that top side as well, but Mirwin's now reset to deal with that. So on the all in all, MKOI hold on, and they're covering a lot of those wins that were there for Vitality. Looks like, though, mid lane tower will fall, at least something for Vitality.
It is something, but, you know, not getting the charge on top. It's like skipping a couple of steps. Yeah. Exciting again, but Vitality, imagine if they could piece it all together cleanly. It's 2.5k gold lead still for them, but a couple of picks mean that Koi in this game now have a Fed Varus, now have Jojo in a solid position as well. Obviously, Super's one with a 2k gold lead himself, so this Varus who is on hit, if he gets free access to targets with that beefy front line that is, again, getting beefier and beefier, cow pun not excluded, then I think Super's going to carry this game. This is a very big 80 carry game.
Yeah, and as long as you can keep setting up for the fights, you're fine. And Vitality have kind of been giving them that, right? I think the value that Vitality had was Chayak being ahead and Naknako being ahead and being able to use those effectively, but they haven't really got to do that, and they haven't really used the Realm Warps in moving between lanes effectively, and every time they set up for a fight, it's been Movistar Koi who are kiting back, absorbing the pressure from Vitality and being able to get their own kills. So at this stage, I think for Movistar Koi, they're not quite in a like even spot, but it's definitely become significantly easier. Again, like your big threats are this Neferi and also Naknako having that 2.5k gold lead.
It should have been a bowl over though, right? Like it should have been a lot more one-sided with how this game was snowballing. When you have a Neferi and a Silas taking over the first 20 minutes of the game, but yeah, the fact that Koi is so close now, it's just showing you how this is elaborated.
But it's also showing, like, this is a difficult to execute composition. I think that's why we haven't seen, even when Neferi has looked okay, she hasn't necessarily picked up the wins. And it's because you need fights that enable her. You need to find plays that enable her. But Vitality haven't really been able to find that. And now you see Movistar Koi, like, waves pushed into regular positions as this dragon is about to spawn. Now they're in a fight.
But they got Alvaro's ulti out. That's not bad. Charm misses as Alvaro, Unbreakable Will is now down. Naknako comes in off a flanking angle, now level 16. He's hijack, thinking about what target to take. Elyoya, the first target, getting zoned off, and Alvaro without his ulti, if he gets caught out again, he will be dead, and that's an opening for Vitality.
Yeah, but Vitality playing slow. Good flash from Shayak away from the pulverize combo, because they were looking for poke and prodding, and they were starting to get that damage onto Mirman and Jojo, but now spread. MKOI trying to take a river.
Niski zoning off, but Mirwan's timing is exceptional. He's about to go into Meganar as Dragon is at 4.5k. Koya just running down this river, holding control as Meganar is now there, and Vitality know they have to get out. Lince's thinking about how he does over the wall with his flashes. The engage is there. Naknako takes the Alistar ulti, and it's still held on to. A reset for Linces as well. An opportunity. Vitality might not get the Dragon, but they're killing them all. Take them all down one by one. Vitality split the fight and make their blood drool.
They managed to get these small, isolated skirmishes that worked perfectly for the two carries on Vitality. And with that, they abandon Atakan. They want the Baron.
Pretty sure they didn't get Dragon Dagger. I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but 4 members are dead. At the very least, it doesn't matter because Dragon's an afterthought. It's 4 members dead. And Baron over to Vitality, that bottom turret falling as well. If you thought they were falling off a little bit, think again.
Yeah, and this is where it's a great setup for Mirren if Vitality are here, but Linces hops over the wall, the bullet time splits out Movistar Koi, Naknako deals the Alice from the top line, Linces gets access to the back line, and Linces, the invulnerability again, denies Elyoya as he tries to save Supa, and again Mirren completely separate on the top side. It was Vitality using the ultimate to split up the fight, their positioning to split up the fight, and making sure the key moments for Mirren and for these big moments on Movistar Koi don't happen because of where they're positioned.
And Linces, as soon as he gets that reset as well, presses the button, closes the gap, and
it's the shield as well. It's just
it's really nuts, isn't it? And with all the dogs, when you got to remember, late game, your pack keeps jumping up. He's got 5 back pace mates. How do you say it, Doug?
Pack mates.
Yeah, base pack mates. Don't know why that was so hard to say. Is Naknako. He's going to abscond duck right in front of the minion.
I thought that was an abscondo ducked impale that was going to happen. But Elyoya managing to get away. Top lane tower going to fall. Chayak pushing in mid. Realm Warp not quite up and available, but I still think this is where you do have to get a little bit careful as Movistar Koi, because if you have multiple waves across lanes, they can suddenly be transitioned to other towers, which is always terrifying when you're in your base.
McCoy managing to defend for now. Set up for Alvaro over the wall, but out of range. Kazi, really good spacing there as Nucko, remember, holds an Impale. Mirwin, not on a ward right now, but he doesn't have a Mega Narbar, so by all intents and purposes, can't really do much but fish out and get information. This just zones him off. Next wave's coming through mid.
Yeah, Niski starting to move through. Vitality don't want to overextend on this wave. They're trying to get their side laners in position, so it's more of a bit of an empty threat at this stage as they're moving into position. Nako now on top side, and Memkoi calling the bluff a little bit, forcing Vitality away.
Remember, there's deja vu from yesterday, Dagger. It was this kind of gold lead, running into an enemy base, getting womboed out with smart decision-making. Koi are that kind of team as well. Nako is playing it carefully. As you said, Vitality are not overstaying Alvaro. Looks for the space, doesn't find it. Charm on the left side of your screen, but Nako is using the cannon to do some work while Mirwin has found him, but again, he's got the Spirit Rush. 1 versus 2, I don't think Nako cares. That guy's got 3.5 items.
Yep, but the cannons are doing the work. Alvaro goes in on Niski, but it doesn't really mean anything. Linsis is zoning out. Nako going forward.
I mean, Mirwin might be in trouble. There is an Ariel there. Nako is a bit of a tank. He's got 4,500 health. Dude, emotes in their face because the cannon might just take down the inhibitor turret. Mirwin capped again. Alvaro's here. What's he gonna do?
Watch as Nako runs away and the rest of Vitality run towards Atakan.
Yeah.
Vitality, they are playing this exceptionally. Nako, he's getting everyone on Movistar Koi up here.
He's got an Ariel. He'll take the Mega Blast Cone. He's out. And as you said, Atakan, flowers for Vitality. Sniff that.
I mean, applauses as well. Like, this has been incredible. Thank you. That's it. But like Vitality, this has been clean. It has been a phenomenal early game. Again, like Chayak and Linsis, snowballing Linsis into a position where he's comfortable.
Yeah.
Giving that lead from Linsis over to Nako. So now he is set up in a side lane. Like, it has been a very clear and formulaic game plan for Vitality that has caught Movistar Koi completely off guard.
Analysts, coaches, co-streamers, good luck telling us what is happening in our league. Because as Dagda said before, like, it is shock, it is a riot. G2 losing, KC looking a little bit shaky. You know, yeah, Fnatic's coming back, but then it's like, yo, SK today showing up, sorry, not SK, but Rogue showing up in a big way as Chains Corruption was sent out. Nako again. He draws the whole team, by the way. Oh dear, Alvaro might just be caught out here, Dagda, as I'm looking down bot. Where is Mirwin? Mirwin's not involved at all while his team is just dying. Alvaro going to be first up. Realm Warp in. Nako joins the show. Double knockup from Niski. Vitality want to end it right here, right now. Mega, he's run out. He's a small, squishy little dinosaur.
Wait a second.
Vitality are putting them to extinction. Nako under turret again. He's a tank. He cares not. He takes a couple of shots, but he's at half HP. He's got a Mega Nar. He'll use it better. And this is Nako's world. We are just living in it.
It's Vitality's topside popping off. Linsis, Chayak, and Nako taking down Movistar Koi. What a sick performance from the newest players to the Vitality lineup.
Analysts in shambles, co-streamers questioning. All in all, LC at the end of week 4. The LEC is delivering exceptional results. Welcome your new Vitality. If we see more of this team like that, I'm just going to call it, they'll be top dogs.
I'm in shock. For Vitality, I watched their games and was like, look, their mid-game is shaky. It feels like people are on different pages. It feels like they don't really know what to do, but this has been incredible.
Yeah.
Look at Pad, like,
The
what a
let's go
performance.
screen from Pad is unreal. And well-deserved. I mean, they've obviously taken a big risk here. Niski is support, who I think today actually had a pretty good series as well. But you can vote for your Kia player of the series in the meantime. Look, I did this yesterday, I'm going to do it again. Linsis, insane day. Kazi, good performance. Nako, that game. Feast your eyes. More of that, please, Vitality.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, it feels like Linsis is standing on the shoulders of Chayak and Nako standing on the shoulders of Linsis, who then kind of, Chayak needed that. Like, it all feels like this was just such a incredible topside performance from Vitality that really netted everything for them. And I think that's so cool to see because Linz is consistently punishing Elyoya every time they showed up in the mid lane in game number 2, when he showed up bot lane in game number 1, and then also Niski just being able to there support a ton of those plays. It was great reads from Vitality that netted them this win.
I mean, again, the early game, as you said, it wasn't, it was always kind of consistent to a degree, but it was the mid-game transition, which we saw none of that today. So obviously some hard work going on behind the scenes to make this kind of Vitality. I always have the same question. I always want not to bring us down from this high, but it's like, to hold that consistency, few and far between teams have done it in the LEC. Even Koi, right? We're like, Koi could be that good, but here today, he's struggling a little bit. But those questions aside, it doesn't matter because Niski's going to tell us how damn good his top laner is in this upcoming interview with Ginny.
Not sure if it's going to be about the top laner, but welcome everyone. Ginny here standing by with Niski in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A clean 2-0. It looks like the therapy session you had earlier today worked.
Yeah, I guess it worked on my AD. He played pretty good today, yeah.
How did it make you feel? Because nobody asked you about it. You were just sitting there listening to him complain.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
you take it
fine.
on the chin. All right, let's talk about this series then, because ahead of the series, you actually did put out a tweet. I think we should be able to pull it up as well. It is in French, but the rough translation being that there were different ideas that you had that you're bringing into the team this time around, that there is a lot of hope. Could you maybe give us a bit more insight when it comes to these ideas, what they were?
I mean, yeah, I think we're doing really well in scrims, but I feel like on stage it doesn't go as well. And I think we are, I would say, we're not that scared, but like we're not really necessarily on like the same page on how to play the fights. So, I mean, today I kind of suggested, and coaching staff also yesterday suggested that like I can call out more on like how I want to play the fights, what can enemies do and stuff, because right now we kind of think just about us and not necessarily like what can they do. And I feel like today it was way more, it was just better in general. I feel like we knew what they could do, and I feel like in the past we didn't really think of that much. Also, I think Linas, he does short call a lot. And I feel like as a jungler, if you speak and you think about everyone, then you kind of play worse in general. And I feel like I wanted to get some of his like burden, I guess, off his shoulders. So I tried it today. And I mean, I don't know, today everyone was just way better anyways, like mechanically and just individually. So I don't think that change we made today made a difference that much. But I think we're on the right path for sure, yeah.
You said something as well in the tweet where you're like, I want to bring more of my experience into the team. So when you're talking about you being able to shot call more and being able to think more and take the burden off of the jungler, does that lean more into the experience that you used to have on other teams when you were on mid?
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, right now I don't say that much because I'm I'm autofilled for now. But I feel like once I got settled on the support role, then I will speak way more as well, right? I feel like right now it's mostly Linas like leading the game. But today I did give some like ideas left and right. But yeah, I feel like yesterday I realized after game 1 that like actually the roster is pretty young. Like I'm probably like the oldest. I think I'm the oldest player in the LEC actually. But yeah, like we have 3 rookies and then me and Karzi, right? And I think it's important to like support them even after a bad game and whatnot, to like make the mood good and whatnot. Because yesterday after game 1, we were all very like depressed, and then game 2 was even worse. So yeah, I think just good mood and just trust the process, yeah.
Process is processing. It looks like it's working out for you guys. And when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to getting into that top 6 slot, what are your expectations right now after the game that you've just had, or the series?
I mean, I think right now it's just very important that next week when we go into scrims, we play the same. I think what we showed today is that we can actually play a good league when we actually try really hard, you know. And I just think we just need to be more consistent, because against top teams like KC, G2, Fnatic, like you have to be at your top level. I think if we play like we did today, we have a high chance of potentially beating them. But if we play like we did against the other teams, then we'll just get smashed. So I think just looking forward and yeah.
That's really funny because this is the LEC, so it also depends which version of
Yeah,
those teams
I
are going to be
guess.
showing up. Anything can literally happen. But as from us, that's it from us here at the arena. We're going to be sending it over to our pro player psychiatrist, Lore, that is she ready to talk in PGL with Linsats about his feelings after this incredibly carry performance.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. Welcome back to LEC Therapy here in PGL. I have my assistant Odo and my new patient Linsas. Linsas, how do you feel after this game?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Relieved.
Yeah.
Relieved is the word.
I can imagine, like, it's night and day compared to what we've seen yesterday from you guys. So what happened? What did they feed you with?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can't really make much changes, I think, in one day. So we just talked about the most important stuff, like what we need to slightly, change.
Yeah.
I think yesterday was just a bad day. So
Happens.
just had some conversations and moved on,
Was it mostly a mentality shift? Because I feel like yesterday you guys were in dominant positions for 2 games in a row, and then you guys threw. And I feel like Game 1 today, you guys were really, really clean. Game 2, you started throwing a little bit, kind of like yesterday. So were it a little bit of flashbacks, or how did you feel about that?
I mean, I didn't have flashbacks. I feel like, one fight was, I guess, close, which,
that was a
we had some like random deaths, maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I think we just like encouraged each other, and I think we're good players, so we shouldn't be in this position, and we just bounced back, and I hope it continues now.
Do you have one player specifically who stays like calm and collected in moments like this, or it's just like a collective thing for you guys?
I mean, I wouldn't say. I mean, Naknako is like the calmest, I guess, but he's just a quiet person.
Yeah.
I think like the best person to have around, like for like supportive vibes and stuff, is Niski. Definitely, I think he brings a lot of good vibes.
The clown of the team.
Yeah, he's the circus. Yeah. So it's really nice to have him. I think. I mean, he just brings the mood really up, even in bad games or bad states. So.
I wanted to ask, how has been your evolution now? Because going from Hilisang to going to Niski, we don't really want to make it about, like comparing who is better or whatever. But obviously swapping supports, it does change the dynamic of the whole team, but most importantly, changes your dynamic as a player. So how has that impacted you?
I mean, I think I just have more responsibilities right now because, I mean, Hilisang was a big voice as well. And, I mean, Niski, I think, is also a big voice. He has, like, very good game knowledge. But I think for him, it's a bit hard because he's role swap, so nothing is automatic. Like, he has to, like, analyze, think all the matchups. Like, he's kind of just thinking all the time. So we're just trying to help him. And I think, I mean, right now I just have more responsibilities. But slowly, I think those responsibilities will also be going more and more to Niski.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense because, I mean, you were a rookie not that long ago, and now you have to train a rookie support that is not, in fact, a rookie because he's been playing for years. So, like, how is it for you actually adjusting to this new role, leading a player into a new position, but being a player that has been playing for a long time, that's also going to have strong voices about the game?
I mean, for me, summer split was like really short, so I can't really count it as a split, but at the same time, I don't really count myself as a rookie anymore. Like, I don't want to think of myself as like, like a rookie. I think it's sometimes also used as an excuse a little bit, so.
Yeah.
But for me, I mean, I don't know, we are trying to be very supportive of Niski. I think Karzi does a lot of work with him, especially on the matchups and stuff, and I honestly think like he's doing really well. Maybe we don't even say it that enough to him, so his ego doesn't skyrocket. But I think besides the matchups, I think he's doing really, really well compared to all of the other sports in the league. So
you were talking about Naknako being more calm, maybe as a personality. He was Kia Player of the Series today. Yeah. Anivia yesterday. Silas up with Grasp. I know you hate it.
Oh, I was protesting hard.
Is there more to him? Like, I know you can't share too much, but like, is he trying a lot of weird stuff in scrims? No?
The most in the league.
Oh, the most in the league. Okay.
I mean, he has a crazy champion pool, so.
Are you coming for him for solo queue? Because you're third place now. It's Naknako, Labrov second, and I think you're third.
Oh, damn,
More solo queue this week?
I was second before I came here, but now I'm third. I mean, it's fine. Tomorrow is off day. Like, I'll be rank 1 probably. So.
Just grind it.
It must really suck to be a jungler, You lose like 200 LP, you're not rank 1 anymore, and then you're like, yeah, I just need to try harder for a day, and then you get your LP back. Tough life for the junglers
just
out there.
Need a win streak,
Yeah.
Talking about jungle, you played Nafiri, a champion that we see more and more. We started seeing the champion more after the nerfs, actually. And I was looking across the board, across every region. The win rate is not the best. I know that they play the champion massively in the LPL. It has a negative win rate. It doesn't find a lot of success in the LEC either. So what makes this champion go good?
I mean, I honestly think the kit is kind of overtuned. Like, it's like Mel W, you just dodge a skill shot for free. Like, so it's already, just that part is broken, like having that on 10-second cooldown. I'm not sure I guess it's just harder to execute. Usually that's just the case with carry jungles, because it's kind of a carry jungle, so usually they are harder to execute in team comps. But I mean, I think at least I watched a lot of LPL, like AL, and they are doing really good with the champion, I think. So I think the top teams kind of pilot it well usually.
Yeah.
Exactly, because I was thinking also this Nafiri pick. It feels like jungle has a lot of responsibility right now, because I feel like most of the power picks in the meta are either the Maokai, or you can even go for like a Pantheon Xin or you can go for Nafiri. So it feels like every single time you get to decide how your team comp shapes up, because whatever you pick pretty much influences everyone to draft around it. So I do feel like there's a little bit of difficulty with Nafiri. But are you guys practicing to stay flexible with these sorts of champions? Because it kind of goes back to you saying you have a lot of responsibility. Do you feel it there as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a pretty like overall, like I would say, like, I mean, my champion pool, like I can play a lot of things. I think a lot of different styles. I also think that now that the whole year is going to be fearless, like you just must adapt and you must play a lot of champions really well. So I mean, I think these champions and the pocket picks will come out more and more, and I think it will just be the new meta, so to say.
Actually, about the format, because you mentioned Fearless, as a recent player, we don't say rookie, we banish this word at this table. You've experienced so many different formats, from like best of 1, best of 3, Fearless, non-Fearless. What do you think of what we've been playing so far for this split?
I love best of 3 Fearless.
Yeah?
Like, I think best of 1 compared to best of 3 was just, I mean, you just come, you can't get into the zone, you play for 30 minutes, you're out. And now I feel like the better team just wins, because there is no random, like, if you throw one game, it's fine. Like, you have 2 games to come back. I think you just see more of the teams, and also like the Fearless, I think it just makes it way, way more fun, at least for me. So
You say the better team wins, and I want to challenge you on this, because we're going to take a look at a specific graphic that we've made that we'll call the circle of suck. That is the LEC right now. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense, because G2 beat Heretic, Heretic beat you guys, sorry. They beat the GX, who beat Rogue, who beat SK, who beat Fnatic, who beat K-Corp. K-Corp won against Koi, Koi won against BDS, but BDS lost against G2. What is the LEC even?
I mean,
What do you make of the level we have so far? Because I have no clue.
I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like even the top teams, like, they're not that far ahead right now. I mean, at least like talking from scrims as well, like we go kind of even with all of the teams, even the top teams usually. So I'm not sure. I mean, I think like there is less throws, but I feel like also like everyone can win against anyone. So yeah.
Do you feel like
it's weird?
It is.
Do you feel like this also, this inconsistency in top teams also comes from the fact that now we switched to Fearless? Because in winter, I felt like the top 3, top 4 was very well cemented, and you had clear favorites to win the title all the way from regular season. And now maybe because it's Fearless, everyone has to go from style to style every game, and they don't really adapt to win conditions. Or what do you feel like is the issue now?
I mean, that is part of it for sure, definitely. Like, I mean, right now, even in scrims, like, you cannot just play the same thing over and over again. Like, you constantly have to like change the styles. So you have to be good, or at least like decent on multiple styles. So I think that definitely has a part of it, but I think it makes it way more fun, way less boring, at least for me. Like seeing like Maokai Azir 4 games in a row, like
God,
if
no.
you play best of 5, like I don't know.
Yeah, we're all done with that. Closing thoughts on your next matchup, BDS. Before yesterday, I would have said BDS, not a great team.
Yeah.
They smashed G2, but the way you smashed Koi today as well, I'm like, what is this? Again, like the LEC, what is this matchup going to be about? What is your understanding of BDS right now? And 113 actually, who, like you, played really, really well yesterday.
I mean, I think they kind of have a bit one-dimensional maybe style, which doesn't have to be a bad thing, I think, like being very like front-to-back kind of team comps and stuff like this. I mean, I think 113 played really well yesterday as well. I mean, I'm not sure, we'll see. I think everything just correlates to the practice, so we'll see how the practice goes next week. I hope it will go really good, and I think we are the stronger team. I think we showed today that we can play definitely good League of Legends, so I think we'll win.
So much can change within a week, and especially when you're on stage, although, which is going to be the case of 4 teams that we're going to, did I count right? Yeah, 4 teams that we're going to have next week in Madrid. The first 2 days are going to be LEC on the road, LEC road trip, as you can see here. So many bangers, but which one in particular catches your eye? And Incest as well,
I mean,
actually.
it's the usual, you know, G2 Fnatic, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's hyped, woo, you know. But
well, you look hyped.
I've heard this story way too many times to get hyped because I always know it's going to end up anticlimactic and it's not going to be the banger that you expect. But I am looking at Fnatic MKOI. I feel like that one's going to be a spicy game. I feel like both teams are very, very aggressive. Even though MKOI disappointed us a little bit today, I feel like that's for me the matchup to watch from the roadshow.
Any takes on those guys who are going to play on stage?
I actually think, like KOI Fnatic should be more hype. I feel like it
agree, yeah.
It should be a fun matchup.
Yeah.
Especially in Madrid.
Especially in Madrid, especially with all the fans, and we're all really excited about this. Linsas, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Congrats on a banger performance against MKOI. Odo, thank you for being with me at PGL. And that's all for us here today. We'll be back next week, as you know it, with the LEC road trip next Saturday, hosted by Movistar KOI in the Madrid arena, with games starting at 5 p.m. CEST. And if you want more League of Legends tonight, head over to the LTA, where FlyQuest is about to face off against Dignitas.
Hype.
We're done here. Hype. Have a good night, good day, good morning, wherever you are, and take care.
Yannick, why does your mom come today? Because it's Rogue?
Malrang flash backwards, follow-up is there. Malrang likely dead. Shockwave does manage to connect with Bukana, grabbing that one. There's just more damage on the side of SK. Ulti through! Kadui! Oh my god, it's disgusting, MK!
They need to find a way to deal with Anna to stand a chance in this game.
We can fight now. We can fight.
1 sec, I'm washing my hands.
We can fight now.
1 sec. Okay, I'm back.
Don't play super, guys. I can go here, by the way. We can fight. Just go. Just go. We can fight.
Can you focus Javin? Anyone? Tech. Yeah, look Jax. Kill one, actually. Oh.
Our draft is so superior.
I'm helping BDS, actually. I'm so sad.
I mean, they're a bloody team and they love to fight in the mud. Niski could be in trouble, but Lensa's helping out with the ulti again. But the ulti from Elyoya just killed his mid laner. I don't think Elyoya meant to do it, but he just botched the play.
I'm watching someone. Anyone is good.
Okay, that's
Tally out.
I'm going on rail.
Run.
I have to kill them.
Going. He went his job.
When is that? I mean,
He's dead. Take attack.
Yeah, we good. Good job.
I mean, I just look this.
I like this. Okay, this is good. Actually. Yeah, good.
I'm fighting with Wemby. Here.
I think. Just fight.
I'm coming to you, Shaq. Take the turret.
Yeah.
That's so bad.
Go on.
Going a bit too far, but here win.
Hey, boy, it's going to be another fight against the wall first. Nuck does it again. Nuck goes tanking up. He's got Ronabate. He's going back in. It's gone to Nuck. Nuck fights a Taylor. This guy's out of his mind. That guy is crazy.
Yeah, go.
Wait.
Okay. I will end it.
Kill them in base, bro.
Oh, you got the kill.
Let's go.